The man welcomed Lyle into his abode. He looked too unsightly to be called a hero, only the sword in his hands looked dignified. But since he had the courage to appear before him, he was also obliged to answer him accordingly. The hero laughed and began to insult the guy. He said that he was shaking all over and could not be called a hero after that. The guy in front of him couldn't even hold his sword properly, and his stance was wrong. The hero told him that in this state he couldn't crush the detached demon lord Dean Nosferatu. Dean told him to attack. He must feel the full power of the demon. Nosferatu said that Lyle was a coward. The knight began to cry and swear at the situation, calling it a circus and a farce. He didn't want to kill Dean. The demon told him to stop whining. The protagonist told him to pick up his sword and stick to the script. After all, they have already decided everything, to convince the Church of the Holy Land. As the village headman, he had to kill the root of evil with his own hands, who was called the Lord of Demons, the immortal sorcerer Dean Nosferatu. The guy started saying that he could call himself that because he had never drunk blood in his life. The hero could not deny that he was a being different from ordinary people. He didn't know when he was born, and I didn't even notice how I was wandering around the world in that form. His blood contained magical energy hundreds of times greater than that of a human, and all because he was able to absorb the energy that existed around him. Because of this, he did not age or get sick. Since the demon experimented with his blood, which was filled with magical energy, the witnesses of that ritual nicknamed him a vampire. People called him a vampire and a monster, wanting to drive him out. He spent about 50 years on the run, driven from everywhere like a monster. During my wanderings, I don't remember a single moment of peace. Dean saw a castle in an unusual place and wondered if someone lived there. He wanted to settle there. However, the demon was thinking about what the people in the nearby village would say. The villagers said that the old castle had been empty for a long time without an owner. They allowed the demon to settle there. The carefree villagers accepted him easily. Since then, he spent 150 years in peace and quiet, and at some point, he even became something of a guardian angel for the village. The guy said the main character did nothing wrong. He was a guardian angel and an eternally ageless parent, family member, and teacher. He said that he had done nothing wrong here, and he didn't want to kill him. Dean told him to stop being hysterical because he was the village chief and the child's father. Lyle said that if the epidemic hadn't started, they wouldn't have gotten to this point. A strange disease because of which the whole body was covered with dark marks. No matter what they did, the fever did not subside. The Church of the Holy Land said that people had nothing to fear and only needed to believe in them. The man said that unwavering faith was necessary to recover from the disease. Therefore, the inhabitants must repent of their sins, and then the darkness will retreat. The priest said that they should drink holy water, and not act would immediately retreat. The man said that according to reports, the intensity of the disease is not decreasing. On the contrary, more and more people from different lands are coming down with high temperatures. The number of deceased patients has exceeded 1,000. There is no longer anywhere to bury the bodies. The priest did not understand what was happening and why nothing helped. He did not know what caused this illness. There was one more report. Only in a village located in remote mountainous lands, not a single fatality was recorded. The demon said that it was indeed the death-mark disease that had engulfed the capital. The man said that he had heard that a huge number of people had already died from the disease in the capital. The protagonist told him not to worry. He had already encountered epidemics several times in the past and knew how to fight. However, this is the first time you have to deal with something like this. He ordered the villagers to refrain from contact with people from the capital, but you can't isolate yourself from all the refugees and messengers. Now all those suspected of being infected had to be brought to his castle. Since his body was immune to disease, he would personally look after them. Dean said to listen to him carefully. Such epidemics often spread through the air. Residents should be vigilant. Even if a slight fever rose, it could mean the possibility of infection. It was necessary to wash hands properly. He made a respirator from herbs that had the property of purifying the air. People had to wear it all the time without taking it off, changing it for a new one once a day. The main character asked the girl how she was feeling. He told her that everything was okay and she wouldn't die. Her condition was much worse than that of other infected people. If nothing was done, the girl would die. The protagonist turned to her and said that all the villagers were precious to him and he considered them his family. Every time he faced death in his long life of 200 years, it became unbearable for him, and when it threatened a member of his family especially. He used mystical blood that could be used as a catalyst for magic. It contained the power of purification. The hero said that he would give the girl his blood. In this way, he managed to save the village from the invasion of the death-mark disease. The man said that after listening to the village elder, he was finally convinced. He concluded that there was a monster called the Vampire Lord hiding in that village. He had records going back a couple of 100 years of multiple reports of his discovery. It's called the Vampire Lord or Demon Lord, a creature that sucks human blood and is skilled in manipulating magic. They were lucky to have found it at this moment. The source of the disease terrorizing humanity has been revealed. It is all the result of the executions and the Demon Lord, so said the priest. Lyle said that the church people were spreading all over the place about how the disease was the work of the Lord. Dean replied that the entire village area was under the influence of dark magic, so it was able to avoid the invasion of the deadly disease. He called it an interesting story. When he told the priest about the main character, he answered him that if he wanted to dispel the accusation, he should take the holy sword and kill the demon with it. In this way, he will prove the innocence of the entire village, and this is the royal decree. The boy turned to the Lord and asked if a solution to the problem had come to his mind, as it had with the death-mark disease. The demon told the guy to kill him. He added that judging by that decree, it could be assumed that they had taken the entire village hostage. The hero wanted to protect it no less than the Layla. So the boy had to defeat the Vampire Lord and earn the trust of that church. The village chief didn't understand why it had to be him. He didn't want to kill the main character. Lyle asked what he should tell his daughter, who kept insisting that she would become his bride. Dean replied that the child was still very young, and when she grew up, the headman would personally select a human spouse for her. Lyle begged the hero to escape from there. He said that they would somehow trick him into the church themselves, and even if that didn't work, they would demand that he follow him, and they were ready to fight to detain him. The demon replied that they had completely monopolized powerful artifacts and knowledge of ancient magic, which made them an extremely powerful military organization. And with that power, they had subjugated even the nobility and royal families of different kingdoms. He was no match for them either. Lyle should not be going to stand up against them, driving the entire village into a persecuted state. Dean said the guy had no answer, so he should just give in and kill him. Time was running out. Paladins of the Church of the Holy Land came to punish the demon. The demon began to play his role and asked if they seriously decided that they could defeat the great Dean. The main character himself got pierced by the ball and said that it was surprisingly painful. He thought that he hadn't lived such a bad life. He didn't have his own children to form a family, but he had created enough. The hero said that he had come this far for them. He told Lyle not to let his efforts go to waste. He was in a lot of pain. He thought that he was just not aging, but was not truly immortal. The hero thought that the guy had not yet finished what he had started. Dean thought that he shouldn't stand there like a statue and should say something. Lyle said that the villain was defeated by him, the village elder. The demon thought that the guy was a good guy, and that was where his role ended. He saw his familiar, who was a bat. He knew that this was how it would end and took action. Dean wanted to transfer his soul from his body to a bat. Things were bad. He didn't think his strength would leave him so quickly. He couldn't move his soul. His plan failed. The demon couldn't hide properly, which made him a target of a huge organization, and that's how it all ended. It was a failure. He should have studied people better before he ended up like this. Then he wouldn't have gotten Lyle involved with the others. An unfamiliar voice asked him if he would like to undergo the process of reincarnation. The voice told him that he met the conditions for rebirth. The hero thought about wanting to be reborn. The consent was confirmed. Gradually, Dean's consciousness disappeared. A voice told him that he would be reborn as a human. The demon said words to Lyle that they would see each other again. He didn't know if he managed to say it out loud. Suddenly, he remembered on his 10th birthday. The guy was curious about what kind of voice he heard. It's been 3 years since Dean's memory returned to him, and he finally got used to the difference between his past and present memories. He had lived in that body for 13 years already, in the past about 200. He is the Lord of the Vampires and also the second son of the baronial family. After his death at the hands of Kyle, he had to transfer his soul into his bat familiar. To do this, he endowed her with his blood, imbued her with magical energy, and also prepared a special spell. Yuki said that this was his first attempt, and before that he didn't want to die. Failure was inevitable. More importantly, after he failed to move the soul, a mysterious voice was heard, and after that, consciousness turned off. After that, he was reborn as a human. He wondered how much time had passed since then. These are baronial estates that are located quite far from the capital, the so-called hinterland. The baronial family consists of him, the bastard, the current head, the father who adopted him into the family, the heir apparent, the elder brother, and the younger sister. Including him, there are only 4 people in the family. Since he was born of an illegitimate wife, he has no rights to inherit the noble title, so he will need to decide what to do next. Enter one of the educational institutes or become an adventurer. Yuki said that before that it is necessary to get to know humanity better. In his past life, he failed to skillfully dissolve into human society. Before settling in the castle, he was driven out by everyone like a monster. Only then did he turn into the guardian angel of the village. And this is what was prepared for the outcome. At the moment, he is not quite human. The abilities from his past life are preserved. Mystical blood still flows in his veins. Therefore, sooner or later, his time will stop again. And when this happens, he will have to pretend to be an ordinary person. While he is a child, he needs to study well what people are like. And when he stops aging again, he will use the knowledge he has gained and skillfully hide in the shadows of human society. The protagonist decided that he would use magic for this purpose. He saw a bat that flew from the mountains. Yuki remembered that for some reason bats always got attached to him. That's why he was called the Vampire Lord. He said that she had arrived to him at the right time and asked if she would like to help him with a magical experiment. The demon showed her his blood. He said that he calls it mystical blood because it is filled with magical energy. If she drinks it, she will become his servant and gain strength and intelligence. He asked her what she would do. The bat greeted him and thanked him for the strength given to her by his blood, and she could now speak. She said that she would certainly do a good service. The hero said that this power had recently awakened in him, so he relied on her. If he infused someone with his mystical blood, he could turn them into a servant, but he couldn't do it without their consent, and once he turned them into a servant, he didn't gain full control over them. The boy said that then the bat could immediately serve and tell him if he knew a suitable place to experiment with magic. The mouse suggested that he go to the mountain, but he should not forget about caution because monsters live there. The beast said that there lived a black bear, a night bird, and a big rabbit. The boy said that there shouldn't be any problems with such things. He said that they would go to the mountains at night and hoped that she would see him off. Yuki saw the girl. She said that the food was ready, so he had to be called instead of Martha. She addressed him as a brother. He asked her if she had come running from the main building of the mansion again. The older brother told her that she shouldn't do that. Rumia said that she wanted to listen for a while to how the protagonist was doing on the way to the dining room. He said that he woke up in the morning and had breakfast, read the books necessary to enter the school for commoners. After that, he was going to ask the priest to teach him how to use a sword, but he was already busy. After lunch, he swung a wooden sword alone, and that's all. The girl said that he should be more understanding of girls' feelings. He asked if she would join him on the way to the dining room. Rumia agreed. She said that there was a very strong draft in the house. The hero said that part had been there before the priest built the main mansion. He wondered if it could be fixed somehow with magic. The girl said that it would be wonderful, and maybe the guild that the brother was going to join had something. The Magic Guild is a huge organization that includes a magic academy, a research institute, and members of the royal family and the highest nobility. So pushing your vacation, there is a demonstration of high status in noble society. The guild member will be taught powerful ancient magic. He thought that you were curious, but ancient magic reminded him of the Church of the Holy Land, so he did not really want to get involved with all this. Rumia turned to him and asked if he was listening to her. She said that, as usual, she was consolidating what she had learned and reading out what she had learned today. Retelling a passage from a poem for quite some time now. This is a special activity to hone the pronunciation needed to activate magic. The poem hasn't changed since his previous life, so maybe keep an eye on Rumia. He recalls his past life, in which he also taught village children. And the throne room where he died was actually a classroom. So he worked as a teacher for 120 years and didn't even notice how literacy in the village became 100%. The protagonist said that time was up and he was heading to the dining hall of the far building and the girl should stay where she was. She said that she wanted to eat with him. The guy said that he can't eat with her and she knows it. He added that she shouldn't be selfish. Kahal told Yuki that he must know his place, which is very important for someone who is involved with magic. a tutor hired by the priest so that his older brother Zeros could join the magic guild. Kahul turned to Yuki with disrespect and said that he may not know it, but people are not equal by birth. The hero answered that he knew, at the top of all is humanity. Below are other humanoid races like elves, and at the very bottom are intelligent monsters like liches and vampires. The man asked him about the balance of power in the noble family. The guy replied that if we look at their family, the head of the family has the most power, and the next is the legal spouse. Next comes the older brother and the younger sister, he is the lowest. The man said that he made one mistake. A bastard like him has no right to be called by the name of a noble family. The hero apologized for this. Rumia told the mentor not to say that, because her brother was also part of the family. Kahul asked Zeros if this was true. The guy thought about not shifting the blame to the boy. The man said that he had already left it, what the heir of a noble family should be like. Zeros said that it was not proper for a nobleman to share the dining table with servants. As a person standing above others, he must maintain the pride of an aristocrat. The man said that these were his elder brother's words. The guy told the girl to go eat because he would be too nervous if he sat at the table with the others anyway. He thought about how the difference in social status was something people loved. The hero said that he would rather eat quietly with Martha in the remote building. Regarding the Church of the Holy Land, it is unknown how much time has passed since they discovered the capital of an ancient magical civilization, filled with ancient artifacts. The man said not to say the name of that church out loud. Kahul said he would answer his question. This year will be 220 years since the discovery of the capital of the ancient magical civilization. The man said he answered out of kindness, and so that he wouldn't start pestering someone else with his offensive question. The hero thanked the girl for the dinner. He said it was very tasty, but he would like a bigger portion. She said that these were leftovers from the main building table. Martha was a maid. She lived in a remote part of the mansion and looked after him. She said that she would clean the table and he could rest after the meal. The girl used magic and created a flash. His father George said it was impressive, and she managed to pronounce the lines of the spell correctly. Rumia said that she had been training for a long time. The man replied that her diligence deserved praise. The girl said that there was someone who deserved even more praise. Jorg said that he would personally demonstrate how to create a flash correctly. The guy thought that the girl's efforts were bearing fruit. The spell's verse and effect had not changed at all since his previous life. The spells had not evolved, but they had not declined either. He couldn't believe that 200 years had passed since he died. So it's been 220 years since the Holy Land Church discovered and took possession of the ancient magic and artifacts. He was killed 20 years after that event. In that case, 200 years have passed since his death. So Lyle and Alice have already left the other world. But he still found it hard to believe. The name of the country had changed, but the grammar of magic and the social systems of society remained the same. So he thought he had been reborn in a generation closer to his past life. True, ancient magic remained an art for the elite and was accessible only to the upper classes. That is why a tutor who possesses it can behave so arrogantly, and the elder brother strives to get into the magic guild. The hero was interested in what had happened over the past 200 years and needed to find out about it. The Church of the Temple of Elysium has disappeared from the scene and is now branded as taboo. He wants to know how this happened. There is a library in the main building of the mansion, and perhaps the hero will be able to find some information there. But the bastard has no right to cross the threshold of the main building without permission. To get in, you will need to come up with a plan. And to do this, you first need to experiment with your skills. The guy thought he wanted to eat meat. There was, as usual, no meat on the dinner table today, so he decided to do some hunting along with his magical experiments. But first he needed to test his skills. He usually disguises his status with these characteristics. After all, when he enters school, he will be tested, as he was told. The real status looked different. Such a set of skills should be enough. A skill that temporarily nullifies the weight of one's body using magic. The guards didn't notice. The presence blocking also works properly. The hero said that he needs to be back by morning. The bat said that she was waiting for him. The boy asked her to take him to a place where he could practice magic and hunt animals at the same time. The familiar said that there was no problem, but before that she wanted to know the name. Yuki introduced himself. The bat had no name. He suggested naming the animal Dick. The bat thanked him and said it was a great name. The boy said it was the name of his old friend's father. The man told him that thanks to him he lived a happy life, and he wanted him to listen to his last request. The man wanted the protagonist to take care of his son. Yuki said not to worry about trifles and asked the bat what they would hunt. There was a big rabbit. Big rabbits are very cautious creatures. Yuki said that if he remembered correctly, the horns and the kick with the hind legs should be watched out for. He said that anyone would know that. The guy said he didn't intend to engage in close combat. After all, he said he was going to experiment with magic. Dick said that the flames and wind would be too noisy. The hero said not to worry because he specializes in magic and ice. His magic was perfect for traps and stealth. It made no noise or glow when used, so he could easily catch unsuspecting prey and completely immobilize them. The bat said that she could never escape such magic. The guy said it was very subtle magic. Dick said the magic didn't make any light or sound and the victim wouldn't even notice they were trapped. The hero said that it was still no match for ancient magic. He had seen how the church ministers used it. People begged for mercy. They promised that they would never steal again. The priest said that this was not permissible. They, the servants of the temple, had no business turning a blind eye to the crime of violators of order. Then the priest burned the entire gang of robbers to the ground with one swing. Magic is usually performed by casting a spell using the magical energy within a person as fuel. He simplified his ice magic, but he still couldn't use it continuously. At the same time, ancient magic is devoid of all the limitations of simple magic. A truly ruthless group with a power sharpened for battle. It immediately dawned on him that fighting the church was pointless. The hero said that if he had powerful magic, then Lyle wouldn't have to kill him. In the current generation, ancient magic is in the hands of magic guilds. It is enough to look at the tutor to understand that he does not want to get involved with those organizations. The bat said that her friends had found another big rabbit. The guy was surprised that she had friends. Dick said that he told everyone about him and there were more people willing to serve. And he wanted everyone to know how great the master was. His comrades know all about that mountain. The beast told the boy to think that it was his property. Yuki thanked him and said that he was an excellent servant. He got his hands on all the information about that mountain. It was just in time. He uses it as his base. The boy turned to Dick and asked him to choose several of his comrades as messengers to communicate with him. When monsters too strong for them appear or are suddenly attacked, they must immediately notify him. He will immediately come to the rescue. The guy asked to be escorted wildly to the next big rabbit. He tested his skills. Mystical blood, flight, presence blocking, ice magic, contracting, and seamless communication with servants. I was able to apply everything. Using them, he will continue to pretend to be human with all his might. The guy said that after they caught a few more specimens, they would return. This prey would be the key to his plan to penetrate the main building of the mansion. The man asked the boy what he was doing. The hero realized that the tutor was following him. Yuki said that he went hunting. He set traps in the forest, and one of them caught the prey, so he brought it home. The hero plans to instruct the maid of the distant building to cut it up. The guy said that it was very rare to get a taste of meat there, so he decided to share a little. Cahill said that the main character was selfish. The man said that a bastard in a noble family was considered a servant. If a servant caught something while hunting, she was obliged to hand it over to her master. He said that it was unfortunate to use a gift to win and favor another servant. The guy said that he would like to cut up the meat as soon as possible, so he had to leave. The man said he heard screams coming from his ears. He asked Yuki where he was coming from. The hero said he was hunting in the mountains. The tutor said the Yuki were planning to steal his spoils. Jorg said that was nonsense, and if the guy was hunting, then the prey was his property. He was surprised at the big rabbit, especially since the guy brought 2 carcasses at once. The man praised him and said that catching such a cautious prey was worthy of praise. He called Yuki a gifted child. The boy thanked him. Father received a noble title for his military merits. He himself still does not stop training and is stingy with praise for the achievements of others. In his past life, he did not have anyone he could call his father, so he likes that person very much. The man told him not to take unnecessary risks because there were many dangerous monsters in the mountains. Cahill said that such a condescending attitude was unacceptable. He said that instead of scolding the bastard for his disrespectful attitude, he praised him. This behavior was unworthy of a nobleman. The priest said that he should not be so strict because his child had achieved success in hunting. He saw nothing wrong in praising him. The tutor said that he had forgotten the terms of his employment. Kaho will make every effort to place his heir in the Magic Guild. In exchange, he will not have to contradict his teachings. The man said that if he said so, he was going back to the capital. The boy asked his father not to rush and said that he was wrong. He did not realize the importance of his position and discipline in the family to a sufficient degree. The hero decided to give the offering to the priest. In return, he asked for permission to visit the library. The boy said that the mentor was absolutely right and he had to deepen his understanding of his situation. To do this, he wanted to fill the gap in his knowledge. The man was surprised that he was taking it so seriously. The hero knew perfectly well that if he returned to the mansion through the central gate, the mentor would cling to him, and he would probably be hysterical that his voice would reach the priest, who at this time was usually doing her morning training. It was not difficult for him to come up with a plan. The man said that of course he would allow him to visit the library. The hero did not understand why the tutor was behaving this way, because there was only a library in that direction. The boy was met by a butler who had served in that house for a long time. He said that he was expecting him on the orders of his lordship. The priest said that he fought side by side with him in his youth. The hero asked what the mentor did. The butler replied that he was not interested in what the tutor did. Neil asked what book he was looking for. The guy thought that there were very few books, but they were expensive luxury items. He said he needed a book on the history of that country. The butler was surprised that he examined the book from a long distance. The man thought that in the old calligraphic style, only small letters were written history of the kingdom. The boy said the cabinet wouldn't open. The butler said he had unlocked the bookshelf beforehand. The hero said it still wouldn't open. The cabinet was locked with a magical instrument. The butler swore allegiance to the baronial house. He probably thought that he would put his father at a disadvantage if he did not obey the tutor. The boy thought that everything was complicated with people. He did not understand people. The hero thought that it was very stupid to waste a valuable magical tool just to prevent him from reading a book. Yuki said that he would try using spell removal, which he hadn't used for a long time. By soaking the instrument in blood, he will be able to interfere with the embedded spell with his power. It works on the same principle as when he gave Alice his blood and destroyed the virus with purification. He said about penetrating the outer cover of the magic formula and further immersion of the hack. The analysis of the inner layer of the spell is complete. The formula of the spell of magical fastening was discovered. It began to disrupt the functionality in spell. The spell was deactivated successfully. The hero said that it would need to be returned to its place later. The butler said that he would disturb the boy and offered him some tea. Yuki refused and said that he didn't want to stain the book. The hero made a mistake because he put the magic tool upside down, all because he was in a hurry when he put it back. The butler said that even a tutor can make a mistake. He said that in the past he had to be captured by a similar seal on the battlefield, and it was so powerful that it took 3 sorcerers to remove it. Of course, it is impossible to remove it alone, so the mentor must have made a mistake when applying it. The boy asked the butler if the tutor wanted to spite him. The man said he misspoke. He added that the venerable tutor would not stoop so low. The boy said he would continue reading. The Church of the Holy Land, calling itself the Temple of Elysium, discovered the capital of an ancient magical civilization and declared it a holy land. Using ancient magic with artifacts, it earned itself an unshakable position with political influence in society. Now it is destroyed once and for all. The hero thought that this was nonsense because a church with such terrifying power could not collapse. This happened as a result of the church's intervention in the territorial war of the kingdoms. Within the organization, a split occurred into several factions. Each of them enlisted the support of the kings of different countries and pushed them to unleash the war. They probably thought that they would easily win, having ancient magic and artifacts in their hands. Once that war started, the ancient artifacts were rendered useless, and it was not even clear whether they simply did not start or lost their power altogether. However, it was too late to retreat, and the kingdoms nevertheless plunged into the abyss of a long war. And when that horror ended, all the hatred of humanity turned to the Church of the Holy Land. The complete destruction of the Temple of Elysium, which had become the enemy of all humanity, did not take much time. Moreover, most of the ancient artifacts they possessed were lost. The guy thought that by that time humanity had long ago made copies of artifacts and provided itself with a comfortable life. For example, one turn of the valve to lower hot water from the tap or a warm blanket during sleep. The organization that once managed to dig up that holy sword is now completely extinct. As a result, they brought more to the world than the immortal sorcerer. He never found anything about his village. The history textbook only wrote about the destruction of the Elysium Temple, and the founding of a magic guild that followed the ancient magic and does everything possible to ensure that it falls into the right hands, and that the terrible mistakes of the past are not repeated. To find out more information, the boy had to go to the capital. The capital had a grand library and many scholars studying history. Perhaps there he could find out what happened to the village, Lyle, and the rest. Well, for this, his further actions can go in two directions. The first is to leave home and enter an academy for commoners. He cannot inherit a noble title, so entering the capital academy as a commoner and gaining the necessary knowledge of this world is a completely acceptable option. Then it will be his turn to become an adventurer and go on an eternal journey, not staying in one place, so that no one knows where he came from and how long he travels in this way. Not a single soul will suspect his immortality. The second way is to go to the lands where the fairy village was located. The war began shortly after his death. If he can find Alice's descendants, perhaps he can get some information about the fate of the village. The guy decided that he would do everything together. If you think about it, there is no reason to limit yourself to one option. The hero said that he would need to talk to the priest later. He heard his father congratulating Zeros. The man said that his eldest son had received extremely honorable news, and he wanted Yuki to hear it too. The man said that the hero should be proud that he has such an outstanding older brother. The boy had seen the tutor in such a good mood for the first time. Cahill said that the same magic guild had sent wonderful news for Mr. Zeros. The boy asked if he had been accepted into the magic guild. He was told that he had not. Zeros said that Her Royal Highness the 8th Princess would come to see him in person. Her Highness will be trained in the Magic Guild. The hero said that it was an organization that members of the upper class were members of. Then Her Highness the Princess would come as a representative of that guild to see for herself his abilities. The tutor has already managed to buzz all ears, soaked with his poisonous sarcasm. Cahill said that this result was the fruit of his efforts. It was not in vain that he wrote letters of recommendation more than once. The man said that of course any of his efforts would have been in vain if Zeros had not had such a talent for magic. To become a member of the guild and master and then control ancient magic, high magical abilities are required. Her Royal Highness the Princess has very high abilities and has already been recognized as a member of the guild, and this time personally volunteered to act as an examiner. Zeros said it was an exceptional case. The tutor said it showed how highly the boy's abilities were valued. He said that Yuki should not leave the house during the princess's stay. He said that it would be ignorant to parade a dirty bastard in front of the princess, so he asked them not to leave the far building for a moment and to curtain all the windows and hide without making a sound. The boy and his father began to protest, but the man stopped them. The tutor told the older brother to decide everything himself. He said that he should be able to master all the secrets of human magic and show his younger brother his place. The man told him that he should not introduce his younger brother as his equal. The guy thought that his older brother had blue eyes from his legal wife and golden hair from his father, so his brother looked a lot like him. He couldn't hate his older brother. The boy said that the princess had the blood of the state in her veins and Yuki should not show herself in front of such a noble person. Cahill told the boy to speak more clearly. Zeros said that the hero whose child was made by the priest on the battlefield, and he is a child of famous origin, so he will not allow such a mudblood to show himself in front of the princess. He said that the boy cannot leave the distant building during the princess's visit. The main character did not show any objections. He did not want to get involved with the princess and the royal family. These guys like to give adventurers small change with the words to destroy the demon lord. In his past life, one such pseudo-hero visited his castle. He fed her and explained to her that he was harmless, and it seemed like she even understood him. After that, for some reason, she settled in the village, joining the ranks of the squad. It was Grandma Layla. The hero told them to be calm, and as he was punished on the day, he would curtain all the windows and do everything so that he would not be discovered. He said that if they were worried, he could spend the whole day in the tavern, and if the priest gave his permission, he was all ready to go on a long journey. The father apologized to him and said that forcing his child to utter such words, even to join the ranks of the highest aristocracy, was not permissible. Zeros said that he simply asked him not to show up on the day of the exam. The hero thought that he, on the contrary, was trying to support in every possible way, because in his past life he dreamed of older relatives. That's why he doesn't want to be misunderstood. Yuki said that he doesn't care one bit, not the princess, not the magic guild, he's content with his ordinary life in the baron's family, and he's not going to jump over his head and get involved with the princess. He knows his place very well. The hero said that when communicating with a person of such a high position as the princess, special etiquette skills were probably necessary, which even the priest had not heard of, so he absolutely did not want to disgrace himself in front of everyone when communicating with her and become a laughingstock for other aristocrats. Yuki said that he also doesn't care about ancient magic because nothing can be solved by force alone. So he said that he could meet the princess with peace of mind and wished with all his heart that he would be accepted into the guild and could learn ancient magic. The hero thought that now his elder brother should definitely understand him, so he shouldn't worry. His older brother thought that all these words were about him. He did not understand why the hero was talking about jumping above his head and not knowing his place. He asked if he was saying that he was offering a meaningless effort, that he was not worthy of joining the magic guild. Zeros began to insult him, but his father said that Yuki did not say this to humiliate him. The boy asked to be allowed to demonstrate his power to Yuki and show how strong he had become. He wanted to use the ancient magic that his mentor had taught him in front of the hero. The tutor said that he also asked to listen to his son's words. He said that most likely the protagonist simply does not realize the value of ancient magic. Therefore, in the future, in order to avoid saying such stupid things in the presence of nobles, it would be wise to personally demonstrate its power. Jorg agreed and said that he would personally check how strong his son was. He asked for wooden balls to be brought and he would have a training fight right now. The protagonist decided to leave, but he was told to stay put and watch the fight properly. The man said that he also forbade the servants to come near so that the ancient magic would not once again fall into the eyes of random witnesses. The tutor said he would act as the judge of the duel. The loser would be the one who dropped the sword or admitted defeat. Everyone said they had no objections. The fight began and the boy began to attack. The hero saw a symbol in the air. He heard mysterious words that he had never heard before. Zero's activated magic. The guy was surprised that the priest was inferior in strength. With ordinary magic, the maximum you can increase physical strength by a certain percentage. Considering the difference in physique and body size with the priest, it can be assumed that the elder brother's physical strength is currently increased several times. The man praised his son. The boy said that with ancient magic he could be on equal terms with his father. Zeros thought that this was a power that Yuki could not understand, and this was the power with which he would raise the house to the very top of society. At the moment, the elder brother is superior in strength and speed. The priest is able to continue fighting without giving in, thanks to his rich combat experience. Now it is clear why the Magic Guild keeps ancient magic under strict control within the organization. It is too powerful and terrifying a force to be allowed to spread freely throughout the world. It's not clear neither the magic formula nor even the words of the spell. He could not make out at all. The hero believes that a special ancient language is used. All he managed to remember was the movement of his elder brother's fingers. The guy didn't understand what was happening. His limbs seemed to be on fire, and there was a feeling as if some kind of force was coming from the very depths of his body. It was as if he had returned to the body of an immortal sorcerer. The hero apologized to his older brother and father and said that he suddenly began to feel unwell, so he was going to return to the mansion. Zero said he had to see how strong he was. Yuki didn't understand why his older brother was chasing him. The boy looked around and could not find him. The main character had a symbol on his hand, and he didn't understand why it happened. Simply by drawing the symbol with blood, ancient magic was activated. Zero said that he couldn't catch up with his brother and assumed that he used ancient magic too. The tutor said that it was impossible. To use ancient magic, you need to perform certain actions by reciting a spell and also manipulating magical energy. Without guidance, he can't do any of this. The man said that the boy himself had only just mastered the magic of physical enhancement and probably just couldn't handle it. If he had used the enhancement properly, he should have been able to defeat even his father without any problems. Zero said that he sometimes feels like he will never surpass Yuki. The tutor said that it would be necessary to have a thorough conversation about the fact that the main character does not have the same great power as he does. The guy didn't expect that to activate ancient magic, it was enough to draw a symbol on his hand. In his past life, whenever he wanted to write something down, he would cut the tip of his finger and write it down on his palm or on a nearby piece of paper. He remembers that Lyle would laugh at him. He felt the need to seriously learn about ancient magic. He apologized to the girl for scaring her. She said she got scared when something flew in through the window. The hero apologized to her again. Marta said she immediately calmed down when she realized it was him. The guy said that you shouldn't calm down with him either. The girl said that when her mother was forced to leave the mansion due to illness, it was he who persuaded her father to hire her instead, and thanks to him, she and her mother can continue to live a peaceful life. Previously, Marta's mother was the only one of the servants who looked after him. Besides, Marta was his childhood friend with Rumi. He simply could not abandon her mother to her fate. The guy said that it was before the tutor appeared in the mansion and the rules were not so strictly observed. Rather, on the contrary, he worries whether everything is a burden for her. After all, she was burdened with caring for him and driven to live in a remote part of the mansion. The girl said that he had visited her mother more than once. He said that it was simply unbearable to sit in the mansion all the time, and he had no other acquaintances. Marta said that after each visit her mother felt better. The guy said it was a coincidence. The girl didn't believe him. She said her loyalty was to him. The hero said she was stubborn. He said he had never considered her a servant. Martha said that she had heard these words more than once. Yuki said that he was a hindrance to his older brother and his tutor. She was his precious partner for survival in this mansion. He asked if it bothered her that he flew right up to the second floor. The girl replied that she always knew he was an amazing person. Since childhood, when she was still a whiner, he constantly protected her and drove away scary bugs, cooled her burns with magic when she got burned, and always told her to keep it a secret. That's why she grew into such a mysterious woman. Yuki apologized to her. She said that they would do the same thing again this time. The girl asked if he could tell her anything else when he spied on her. He said he knew perfectly well that she was beautiful. Martha said that in gratitude she would wash his hair later. The man said that it was decided that during the princess's visit, the hero would go and live in the city's hotel. There was no drastic reason to do this to him, nor to force him to hide in the room without going anywhere. However, he can't ignore the instructions of a tutor sent straight from the Magic Guild. The guy said that he was not against it at all, and he himself suggested the hotel option. He asked if he could take Marta with him, and in that case he would have nothing to complain about. The father apologized to him. He said that he was an ordinary commoner who received a title and was not fit to be an aristocrat. He was sick of forcing his own son to experience this. The guy said Marta was watching. The girl turned away and said she wasn't watching and they could continue as long as they wanted. The main character always thought that it was his duty to comfort children. It turns out that being consoled isn't bad either. In his past life, he didn't have parents. But now he has a father, a younger sister, and an older brother. And, of course, Marta. That alone is enough to make him think that it was not in vain that he was reborn as a human. The boy thanked his father and said he would be fine. The man said he would give him instructions so that he would not experience any needs. Yuki said that these words were enough for him. Marta said that he could leave the care of the main character entirely to her. The boy said that Yuki still haunts him. The man replied that in that case he is forced to repeat that the main character can never master ancient magic because it is only available to a select few. He himself saw the behavior of a father who was worried about his son. The tutor said that the boy had drugged him, and this was irrefutable proof that he was trying to get rid of his older brother and take his place as heir. The man said that he should not show weakness. The main character gradually brings to life his vile plan to lure the servants to his side, and he personally saw how he was going to palm off one such prey from the hunt. The man said it was obvious that he was trying to gain favor with her, and it was scary to imagine what would have happened if he had not intervened. The boy asked if his younger brother was going to get rid of him. The tutor said that such things often happen in aristocratic families. The bastard gradually gains the trust of the head of the house and eventually takes the title away from the legitimate heir. Even if he has the slightest bit of outstanding talent, this is no reason to neglect the heir. The man told Zeros to listen to him carefully because he was the only one on his side. He was his only ally. He said that Yuki was only tarnishing the Baron's glorious name and trying to take the title away from the boy. The tutor said that he had complete faith in him, although he may not be able to trust each other and does not have enough magical power. The boy said that he also had complete faith in his tutor. The man said that he should then repeat the words after him, clutching the amulet he had given him. It said that they had a common enemy that they must confront. The boy began to repeat his words. Cahill thought that no matter what the main character did, he would not defeat him and the boy. so he could take the exam with peace of mind. The butler said that he was just looking for him because he had a message for him from his father. He said that the princess would arrive in 5 days, so he had to move to a city hotel the day before her arrival. Also, from tomorrow afternoon, he would be prohibited from going to the nearby mountains, as they had been chosen as one of the contenders for the place where the exam would be held. Now he couldn't go there, although he wanted to experiment a little with ancient magic. He decided that he would sneak out of the mansion again at night. In the meantime, the guy decided to conduct all possible experiments in the room. His brother's ancient magic was activated after he drew a symbol in the air and cast some spell. He remembered the symbol's outline as his brother's fingers moved, but he didn't understand the spell. It was probably some special language for ancient magic. He had merely drawn the symbol without uttering the words of the spell, and yet the physical enhancement had been activated. He did not understand why. In that world, there was ordinary magic and ancient magic discovered by the Church of the Holy Land. The difference between them is 3 points: power, duration, and required magic power. Ancient magic is incomparably superior to ordinary magic in all respects. The elder brother, simply using the physical enhancement, was able to fight on par with his father, a skilled and experienced warrior. After he drew the symbol, like his brother, his body also began to overflow with power. The only question is why his spell was activated. At first, the guy decided to draw with ink, but nothing happened. Now he tried using his mystic blood, as he had done then. He dipped the tip of his pen in his blood and drew a symbol. The magic activated and his body became light. Even lifting and squatting became very fast. He thought he wouldn't jump because the outcome was obvious. The duration of the action was about 10 minutes. Once the magical energy runs out, the symbol on his hand disappears. It was convenient. It would be easy to check the duration. After writing the symbol on the parchment, nothing happened. The main character had a new skill. He didn't understand why this was happening because he had no inclination towards ancient magic before. In his past life, he had never had to use ancient magic. Only at the end, he was pierced once by an ancient artifact called the Holy Sword. He thought that this might be the reason. His blood is like an extension of his limbs. When he died, the Holy Sword was all stained with it. So it could be said that at that time they were connected to him. And when he was reborn in the future, connected to the ancient artifact, he gained the skill of affinity for ancient magic. After being reborn, he thought that the people of that generation had developed the process of civilization by thoroughly studying the ancient artifacts. However, due to the war, the ancient artifacts were lost and the ancient magic was monopolized by the Magic Guild. However, if he fully mastered the ancient magic, he would be able to independently advance progress and make life much more comfortable. In his past life, he was a provincial demon lord, and in this life, he is a baron's bastard. He does not intend to overstep his bounds. His desire is to understand humanity and be able to blend in with human society. And he would leave the development of the human world to humans. He said that he would hope that his older brother would be able to join the Magic Guild and become an important person there. Rumia said that Yuki had caught a hare while hunting and now they would eat meat. Marta said that he was incredible and that the meat would probably be very tasty. The hero thought that if they didn't become quieter, the tutor would come running and start being naughty. Yuki was reborn as a human and found an ordinary family. Even as a bastard in an aristocratic family, he lives in abundance. No one will curse him as a demon lord anymore. He only wanted to study magic and make life easier for the villagers, to make it so that at least once a week meat would end up on the dinner table. The hero ate too many delicious pancakes with sweet syrup for dinner and completely passed out. There was nothing he could do about it because a 13-year-old body needed a lot of healthy sleep. The throat was going to be blocked in the afternoon. Until then, he decided to experiment with ancient magic. The boy thanked the bat for coming. Dick said he had been looking forward to his visit. The rest of the summer mice also wanted to say hello to him. The main character greeted everyone and now asked to send the rest back before they were seen by strangers. He asked them to keep watch around the mountain while he conducted his experiments, and now he could focus on them with peace of mind. He couldn't do some experiments at home. It was a double physical enhancement. Now he waited to see what could happen. The guy gained incredible speed. All 5 senses could not keep up with him. He wanted to rise above the trees. His body seemed to fly, just like he had flown in his past life. The duration was about 10 minutes. His older brother drew a sign in the air, reciting the spell. There is only one clan, so only one can read the spell. It turns out that only one ancient magic can be physically used at a time in a state. But in his case, there were no restrictions on the quantity, since to activate ancient magic it is enough to draw a sign of mystical blood. He was thinking about drawing 3 symbols at once. The boy tried, but it was very painful for him. All his muscles ached. The load was too much for a 13-year-old body. After 10 minutes, the magic wore off. Yuki said that he couldn't handle the triple boost, but he decided to try drawing a symbol on the bat's body. He thought that he was a small, stupid child filled with curiosity, and he accidentally drew a scribble on the stick. The protagonist drew a symbol on it. The bat said she was not okay. The guy said he would erase it now. Dick began to fly at great speed. Yuki thought that if he didn't concentrate, his movements would be completely invisible. He told his familiar not to crash into the tree. The ancient magic worked on other mice that weren't his servants. Ancient magic was a scary thing. He was surprised that members of the Workshop Magic Guild had such power. It was not worth getting involved with the Magic Guild and those involved with it. It is better to strive to become an inconspicuous commoner in a regular educational institution. Magic should be just a hobby. The breakfast was supposed to include the remains of yesterday's syrup, which went well with black bread. Such a delicacy rarely appears on the dinner table in a baronial family. Dick said his comrades found the man being attacked by a monster. The boy said it was terrible that the man had entered the mountain without preparation, so it was their own fault. Yuki said that he had nothing to do with it and that it was probably some reckless traveler. However, he ran at a great speed. He said that this was one of the potential test areas, and if the dead surfaced, the test would be postponed. The guy was afraid to imagine how the tutor would start to act up if this happened. The thought of it gave him goosebumps. The knights told their mistress to save herself immediately. The girl said that she would not even think of running away without him. The man said that they were told that this was a mountain without a single monster and were given an incomplete map. The girl said that now was not the time to complain and that they needed to get out of danger first. The knight apologized to her. She said that she would distract the monster onto herself and the man should prepare the spell. The knight said that the monster was on the brink, so the girl had to finish him off. They were on the verge of death, and it was all because of bad information. She said the letter said the area was Y-rated, perfect for the exam, and when they got there, they immediately encountered a black bear. The risk was much higher. The girl said that they should not put this issue off and should get out of there as soon as possible. Her voice was gone and she couldn't cast the spell. She thought that she still had many accomplishments that she had to do. The guy said that it was mating season for black bears and even he was trying to avoid their territory. If confronted, it was best to retreat immediately. The girl thought that even with ancient magic, it was hard to believe that he could move so quickly with her in his arms. The protagonist said that she was so angry that it was too late to try to escape. He said that she shouldn't worry about him and that she should help the old man. The girl could not believe her eyes because the bats attacked the black bear. The guy said he would take care of the second bear. The girl said she could use magic again because she had some magic powers left in reserve. He told her to use fire magic again. The first time he couldn't get a good look at her. The hero said she should use it when he gave the signal. She thought that the guy was too fast and that such speed could not be achieved with the help of ancient magic. But now was not the time to think about it and it was necessary to concentrate on the spell. Yuki used flash freeze. It was a normal ice magic. The skin of a black bear is very tough and can protect from both fire and ice. So the boy pierced it and sent the magic directly into the monster's body. The girl said that then her magic was not needed. However, the hero said that the black bear was a very tenacious monster. The guy told her to do the finishing blow just in case, so that he could get a good look at the use of her ancient magic. He asked everyone else to move away. The girl said that she was extremely grateful for being saved from mortal danger. She did not expect to meet such an artificial master in such a remote place who looked like her age. The man said that he had saved them and his mice were so strong because they were familiars. The guy replied that they were originally strong and he simply fed them, that's why they became attached to him. The guy thought that he was just imagining things, but she looked too similar to be a simple coincidence. This girl looked very much like Alice. The guy said that he knew they weren't local because he would never go into black bear territory. The knight said that he should not be angry with the lady because they had been told that the areas were safe. A tutor in the service of the baronial house told them this. The hero called him a blockhead and said he should have thought a little before doing anything. The girl assumed he belonged to the grossarium house. The boy said he was an ordinary hunter. The girl said an ordinary hunter could not use magic. The hero repeated that he was an ordinary hunter. She called him an artificial hunter and said that with such skills, he would be accepted into the Magic Guild with open arms. The girl said that she had come to help with the Magic Guild exam and that her name was Clara. The knight introduced himself and said that he was a bodyguard. His name was Bunce. Clara said that there was a Magic Guild entrance exam scheduled to be held there in a few days, and they had come to watch everything in advance to avoid unnecessary danger or cheating. The bodyguard said that it was done in secret from the lord of the land and his confidants. If they informed in advance, there would be a lot of unnecessary noise. The girl thanked him for saving her. She asked him to tell her his name. The hero wanted him to remain an ordinary nameless hunter. Clara said that if this was the savior's wish, then she asked to accept his gift as a token of gratitude. The guy said there was no need for that. The girl asked if hunters were doing their job to sell their catch for money. The entire carcass of the black bear was charred, so the girl decided to compensate for the damage with a gift. Clara thanked him again for saving her because if he had not arrived in time, they would no longer be alive. The guy said she reminded him of his son's daughter. She asked him if he had any grandchildren. He asked her not to pay attention and said that he would take them to the foot of the mountain. Clara said that it was just in time because they had left the carriage there. The hero said that his bats knew about it, they had already said so. In the end, the guy accepted nothing more than the hairpin. The girl said that he was an outstanding young man. Although he was young, he had great strength. The skill and courage to defeat a monster with one blow at a critical point is also admirable. She would like to have such a person by her side. The man said that accompanying the lady everywhere as a knight is a position that everyone dreams of. The girl said she was sorry she couldn't tell him her real name. The knight said they hadn't treated the savior well, but he was sure she would soon have the chance. The man assumed that he was Zero's who was trying to join the Magic Guild. The girl wasn't sure. The tutor's report said that he was an intelligent young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. The man said that today they had to understand that this tutor could not be trusted. The girl said that his father was a decent man. The knight said that he thought that boy was the baron's son, and even if he was wrong, it would mean that the tutor had missed such a talent. That would be a great reason to kick him out of the guild. The girl thought that he was a mysterious hunter, a skilled fighter, and that he subjugated extremely strong bats to his will. And he knew someone very similar to her. She thought she needed to find out more about the baronial family. The guy said that the sounds of the commotion outside the window only tempted him. Marta said that she brought him tea. The hero thanked her and offered to drink together because they were not at home and there was no point in following the rules. He asked her if he could uncurtain a little. The girl said that she would take full responsibility. His older brother's exam was to take place tomorrow. The whole city was in a frenzy in honor of the biggest event. Well, he had to stay at the hotel until the princess returned. In the end, he didn't believe anyone about his meeting with the girl. That girl used fire ancient magic. He remembered the movement of her fingers, so he can probably use the same magic by reproducing the symbol. He thought that maybe it was for the best that he was locked in the hotel, because if he found himself on the street, he would immediately start experimenting with magic. By delving into the knowledge of magic, the possibilities expand. In the thirst to expand them even more deeply, you delve into the study. As a result, your whole life is dedicated to magic. He has seen several people who have fallen into that vicious circle, and it is not the most pleasant sight. Marta said that the exam would be held in the forest. For some reason, they put a cross on the mountain, and the swamp was too unpredictable, so they abandoned it. The hero thought that the decision was probably made by that girl and the old warrior. Finding themselves in the Cotter Mountains, the tutor called them safe. They were immediately attacked by a monster. He doubted that they had any trust left in the teacher. The hero asked if Marta was also an only child. He asked if she would suspect a blood relationship with a girl if she met her a little older, but very similar to her mother. Marta assumed it was a subtle hint about problems with decency in his family. The guy said that this was a conversation about his friends. The girl said that there are 3 people in the world who look like you. Therefore, she will judge him not by his face but for some other reason. For example, her mother knows how to bake delicious apple pies. Her mother said that she learned to bake from her grandmother and her grandmother from her great-grandmother. Therefore, their entire family, through the generations, is not indifferent to apple pies. Marta said that this feature would not be passed on if you did not live in House 1. The guy doubted that there would be another chance to meet Clara to ask her about her favorite dish, and it was completely unknown whether Alice's favorite dish had survived to this day. The girl said she was glad she helped him help. The boy said he was so grateful that he wanted to take her with him when he left home. Martha said that if this was how he expressed his passion, she was willing to consider his offer. Yuki said that would be when he came of age. She said that in her absence a package had been delivered to her house. There were black bear claws in it. They were a little burnt, but they still sold for a good price. The guy said that there are good people in the world. The girl said that her mother had just laughed. The hero thought that sitting in the hotel was tiring, but spending time with Marta brightened up his leisure time. He asked her to bring him some honey to add to his tea. The girl told him not to abuse it. A maid from the main building came to him. Martha said that her very existence was to prevent the protagonist from escaping. The maid said that it was not the time for jokes. She said that the end had arrived with orders from Her Highness the Princess to greet her arrival with the entire family without exception, so they must immediately return back to the mansion. The tutor did not understand why he had to be recalled back to the guild. A major error in his report on the potential location of the exam had resulted in the people who had come to examine him being harmed. Initially, he should have been immediately recalled back to the guild for punishment, but in order not to have a negative impact on the examinee's future, it was decided to conduct the exam as planned. He is also required to return immediately after the exam is completed. The man said that he does not care what happened to those who arrived. He had simply chosen a place where his eldest son could show his best. A place where a simple child like Yuki could hunt safely. By allowing his eldest son to demonstrate his brilliant results, he had intended to show his superiority. And now, the one who had come for inspection had been attacked by a monster. Those who enroll in the Magic Guild are allowed to choose their own teacher. By persuading a boy to choose him as his teacher, he will be able to maintain a high position in the guild. But if Zeros fails the exam, he will have to resort to drastic measures. A boy knocked on his door and said that she wanted to discuss something with him. The boy said that he was not sure whether he would be able to pass the exam successfully. The man said that he should not give in to weakness, because the princess had already arrived at the domain. Since he was the heir to a baronial house, such pessimism only opened a gap for attack. The tutor said that he was already tired of repeating that the youngest son was a real harmful parasite in any noble family and their enemy, whom they must resist together. He said that something similar had happened to his family. A bastard with a greater predisposition to magic had thrown the entire house into chaos, so he did not want to let his eldest son go through the same horror. The man said that Yuki was trying to get rid of him and spread bad rumors among the servants. Even his younger sister sided with the protagonist. The boy realized that his mentor had opened his eyes and was his only ally. The man said that today the princess ordered to meet her with the whole family without exception, but she could not admit the existence of Yuki. The boy suggested that the protagonist had spread rumors about himself to get rid of him. The man said that he now realized the dangerous situation the boy was in. He called Zeros a gifted child. He told him to believe in himself and use his strongest magic. So powerful that the princess will have no choice but to acknowledge him. The man said that the defeat is unforgivable and for the sake of a bright future, he also expects outstanding results. He called him his venerable pupil and heir to the baronial house. The girl is happy about the return of her little brother Yuki. Another whispers that she will be able to proudly declare his belonging to the family. The young man says he wanted to get up with the servants. The girl grabs him with tears in her eyes. The sound of an arriving carriage is heard. The man announces that Her Highness the Princess's carriage has arrived. Yuki apologizes to his father and asks for permission to hide, trying to hide behind his back. He knew who the princess's escort was and therefore did not want to appear at the mansion. The entire family kneels. The head of the house greets Her Highness Princess Iris Rishja. He expresses gratitude on behalf of the entire family for giving his son Zeros the opportunity to be examined. The princess gets out of the carriage and says that she has arrived not as a princess, but as an examiner of the Magic Guild. She asks the esteemed Zeros Grossarius not to bow so low, since they are not in the palace. The young man is surprised to recognize the voice, which turns out to be exactly the same as that Clara's. Rishja with a smile. The father, in a panic, introduces his youngest son. The princess says that she has heard about him and has been looking forward to meeting him. The The father sheepishly corrects her, saying that the exam will be taken by his eldest son, the heir to Zeros. Zeros greets the princess with difficulty, saying that it is a great honor for him to appear before her. The other brothers and Yuki think that the situation has become very awkward. He realizes that the princess and the knight hid their identities to avoid making too much noise. Yuki thinks how hard it is to pretend. The princess announces the start of the exam. She asks all outsiders to leave as the examinee is connected to magic. Mentor Kahul offers to take them to the exam venue. The princess wishes him to be kind. Yuki thinks that if his brother passes the exam, he will be able to disappear peacefully, and the family will be happy. He decides that, like the Nosferatu monster, he will silently pray for his family's happiness from a distance. The princess says that for the exam they will need an assistant who can manipulate magical power. When the father says that there are no such people in the house, he suddenly suggests Yuki as a candidate, which shocks the young man himself. The father proudly praises Yuki, saying that he was very skilled at improvisation and could hunt alone. The princess turns to Yuki with a smile. Kahul tries to stop her in a panic, calling the young man a bastard. The girl sternly interrupts him, saying that if the blood of a commoner is unacceptable, then she too will have to resign. She scolds Kahul, stating that this exam is beyond his authority. Yuki's father orders him to help with the exam. Kahul is forced to comply, but his job is over. Yuki approaches his brother, thinking that it would be even better this way. Zeros hatefully tells Yuki not to dare run away this time. He states that he knows about his scheming, but he will be the next head of the family, and he will make Yuki feel the difference. Zeros swears that one day he will change the entire baronial house to suit himself. In response to his father's question, Zeros smiles and says that nothing happened, and that he simply asked Yuki for help. The princess says that she has already sent Knight Bunce to the forest, which will be the site of the exam. She explains to the brothers their task, to break through the forest and reach the goal on the other side. Yuki gives them bracelets, copies of ancient artifacts that provide a physical enhancement effect. Kahul is delighted by the honor of using such artifacts, even if they are copies. The brothers also express their gratitude. The princess reminds that the copies are weaker and their effect is one time. Yuki realizes that these are copies of artifacts from his time, when humanity created them in the likeness of the lost ones. The hero does not understand why he is participating in the race. The princess explains that this way she will see the difference between him and Zeros. The princess explains that running through the forest with physical strength can be dangerous even for those accustomed to it. Zeros understands that the princess wants to clearly see how skilled he is in magic compared to his brother. Yuki thinks that all this is disgusting, and if it weren't for his brother's hatred, he would have simply left the house. He understands that if he leaves, something might happen to his servant friends. Therefore, in order to protect them, he will be forced to hate his older brother Zeros. The princess asks if they are ready and gives the command to prepare for launch. On command, both brothers take off, racing into the forest. Kahul asks the princess why she allowed the bastard to participate in the exam. He proudly states that Zeros has tremendous magical power, and comparing him to a bastard is an insult. The princess asks what he thinks this exam is. Kahul replies that it is a demonstration of the fruits of his teaching. He is confident that Zeros is talented and strong, and even if he encounters a monster, he will be able to defeat it. The young man declares that the exam is a stage on which he will demonstrate what an outstanding student he has raised. The princess asks if that is why he recommended an extremely dangerous mountain for the exam. He brushes it off, saying that her minions are simply weak, and for a magician, the main thing is strength. The young man flies into a rage, exclaiming that everything should be like in the days of the Temple of Elysium. The princess reminds that the Temple of Elysium was destroyed, and to prevent anyone from repeating the same stupidity, a magic guild was founded. He apologizes, saying that he was simply thinking about what someone with great power would do. The princess looks at the forest, hoping that the exam will pass without any incidents. Yuki catches up with his brother, saying that he has something to talk about and asks him to just listen without stopping. The hero shouts in anger that he has figured him out. He is trying to get his hands on the baronial title. Zeros yells that Yuki constantly denies his achievements, even the day before yesterday. Yuki shouts that in fact the day before yesterday he was at the hotel with Martha, which his brother should know very well. Yuki is furious and says that his brother denies his actions every time and asks for a fight. Zero's demands to know why the princess summoned him, unless he is trying to steal his position. Yuki explains that he saved the princess from monsters, and she probably found out that there is a boy with black hair in the family. Zero's doesn't believe him. Yuki tells him to ask the axe-wielding grandfather if he thinks he's lying. The young man says with hatred that Yuki always does what he himself is not capable of. He uses summon wind spirits to demonstrate his magic and attacks his brother. But Yuki easily parries the attack, saying that his brother knows how to surprise with his ancient magic. The brother laughs maliciously, but Yuki cuts him off and he falls to the ground with a scream. He understands that pretending to be an ordinary person is beyond his strength and his patience has come to an end. Yuki decides that now the real family squabbles begin. He activates double physical enhancement, preparing to show his true power. The hero decides that he will first punch his brother in the face, then beat everything out of Kahul, and then disappear from their lives forever. Zero's is relieved to finally be away from his brother, but he appears right in front of him. Yuki angrily yells at him to listen to what he is told. Zero's is shocked and can't understand how Yuki ended up in front of him. He parries the attack with a scream, telling his brother to bite him. The brother does not understand why Yuki can move at such a high speed. He explains that the artifact's effect changes. Zero's is furious and shouts that this is nonsense and does not understand why the bastard is better than him. Yuki decides to tell the truth. He says that he is the reincarnation of a magician and therefore can move twice as fast. The hero shows him the glowing sign on his hand. He asks if his brother understood and is surprised that he still plays the fool. Zero's shouts in rage that he will shut him up right now. Yuki says with a smile that he has finally stopped running away. The boy says that Yuki has always irritated him. The hero replies that he knows because he can't stand bastards. Zero's denies this, saying that he is sickened by Yuki himself, looking at whom he feels sick. The guy remembers how he wanted to get into the magic guild to wipe his brother's nose. Zero's angrily shouts that he is sick of ancient magic and all the studying, and if it weren't for Yuki, none of this would have happened. Yuki asks him not to make him the scapegoat. Zero's angrily yells at him to shut up and mentions ancient magic again. Zero's summons the spirits of wind and fire, preparing to attack his brother with magic. The elder brother summons the fire spirit salamander and the wind spirit sylph, commanding them to make Yuki kneel before him. Yuki chases them away, yelling at the little things to go away. He doesn't understand, shouldn't they be fighting with their fists? He asks them not to stand in the way of the monster Nosferatu, and the spirits retreat in fear. Yuki admits that ancient magic is strong. He notes that he is not facing a simple person but a real monster. The hero says that he does not intend to return to his family, so he can fully teach a lesson to his brother Zero's and then to Kahul. He lunges at his brother and holds a knife to his throat. Zero's looks in horror at Yuki's hand, which is right at his neck. Yuki asks his brother with a smile if he has finally realized that he is facing a real monster. Zero's denies this, but Yuki can see that he is lying when she notices him clutching the medallion in his hand. He remembers how, as a child, his father would lovingly stroke Yuki's head, calling him part of his family. Zero's clutches the medallion in despair, remembering that Yuki has always been a part of their family. Suddenly, Yuki grabs him by the hair, calling out the name of his older brother, Zero's. Yuki suggests ending the family squabble like normal people and saying goodbye forever. He swings his arm, shouting, ordering his brother to grit his teeth and stay on his feet. Yuki delivers a powerful punch to the stomach. Zero's flies back, unable to withstand such force. Yuki says that their relationship is over. He didn't plan to hurt his brother, but he still hurt him. He looks at his fallen brother lying on the ground and quietly says his name. Yuki says he doesn't care about the title, but if he dares to touch the maids, he will face the wrath of Nosferatu. Bunce appears, shouting and asking what they are doing here. He shouts in rage that no one allowed them to fight each other during the exam. Zero's tries to justify himself by saying that it was just a family squabble and that he was the one pestering Yuki. Yuki realizes that Zero's is trying to protect him. He whispers that his brother is a fool because no one will believe that there is a monster in the baronial family. Zero's admits with a smile that he knew Yuki wasn't spreading slander, but was forced to believe his mentor. Yuki calls him stubborn. Zero's says that Yuki is his younger brother, so he doesn't dare disappear anywhere. Zero's orders him not to disappear because as the future head, he must protect the house and its inhabitants. Bunce interrupts them, asking if they intend to continue the exam since they need to fight him again. The young man bows and says that he gives up, as he is not worthy of becoming a member of the Magic Guild. Bunce asks if he is sure of his decision. Zeros confirms, and the knight fires a disqualification flare. The man says that news of this should soon reach Her Highness. Zeros asks Banz if it was true that Yuki saved him, who confirms it, saying that he hoped Yuki would deny it. The young man says that he and the princess accepted Yuki into the exam instead of him so as not to insult him. Suddenly they hear screams and realize that Her Highness is in that direction. Bunce shouts that there is no more talking and that they must return to the princess immediately. Yuki shouts that he will rush forward and takes off, ahead of the others. He understands that the princess is just a lookalike, but images from his past life pop up in his head. Cahul sees a black arrow in the sky and realizes that it was fired a few minutes earlier. He is furious and can't believe that Zeros failed the exam after all his efforts. The princess assumes that an incident occurred and does not rule out the possibility of a re-examination. Cahul is in despair because he tried so hard. He thinks that people still haven't learned their place even after 200 years. He decides that there is no point in explaining anything to ignorant fools and mentions the Temple of Elysium. Suddenly, his own men surround the princess, showing disrespect to Her Highness. The princess, in shock, screams at them not to go near Cahul. Cahul calls upon the spirits of wind and fire, saying that there are 12 of them and prepares to attack. The spirits are instantly defeated. Cahul realizes that he will have to switch to a backup plan. He angrily says that relying on the child was his mistake and takes out a mysterious medallion. The princess, horrified, orders him to stop, reminding him that he is the son of a former minister. But Cahul does not listen to her. He casts a summoning spell to bring the spirits down from the depths of darkness. He summons terrifying beasts of darkness that emerge from a burst of dark energy. The princess is perplexed because Cahul did not have the strength for such a high-level summoning. Cahul is furious and shouts that his father did not choose him as his heir, and the royal family approved of this decision. He says he wasted his time, but now he has a member of the royal family in front of him, and this is the best opportunity for the revival of the Temple of Elysium. The princess hears his words in horror. Cahul, with a mad smile, speaks of the revival of the great Temple of Elysium. The Temple of Elysium is an organization of sorcerers that was the first to find the remains of an ancient civilization. They studied ancient magic and artifacts with the help of which they went to war against monsters and expanded the territory of the human race. However, these vast holdings later became the cause of feuds between human kings. Currently, the white-haired girl is casting fire magic using Ifrit Strike. Cahul says with a grin that she won't get in. He doesn't believe that the great church was destroyed because there are people like him who inherited its artifacts. He shouts with a crazy smile for everyone to rejoice because they were lucky enough to be present at the revival of the Temple of Elysium. And he remembers how easy it was to deceive the naive and trusting Zeros so that he would become his convenient tool. He says that by luring the princess here, Zeros fulfilled his minimal role. Cahul declares that now, using the princess, he will make this baronial house a springboard for the revival of the Temple of Elysium. Suddenly, bats appear, which the maid recognizes as Yuki's familiars. The animals begin to attack. The beasts of darkness attack Cahul, causing him to scream in pain and horror. The princess is shocked to learn the Ifrit Strike. She cannot believe that bats use this ancient magic. Clara says this is their chance. She orders an attack on Cahul as soon as the shelling stops. Cahul is furious and cannot believe that the pathetic bastard used ancient magic. He is furious and does not understand how a dirty bastard from a pathetic baronial family could use such power. Cahul grabs his medallion, preparing for another attack, and his hand begins to glow. The soldiers and the princess are confused, not understanding when he managed to draw his sword. Yuki calmly addresses Cahul, who has fallen to his knees. Majnu. The hero asks him with a menacing voice what he said about his precious family and asks him to repeat it. Yuki, sword in hand, says that the teacher should be the one to answer. The princess tries to stop Yuki. She says that Cahul needs to be taken into custody and questioned about everything. The young man says with coldness in his voice that this bastard insulted his entire family. The hero remembers that in his past life he could only protect his family at the cost of sacrifice, but in this life he gained strength. He tells the princess that Cahul tried to harm her too, and therefore deserves no mercy. Yuki says that Kaho, following his instructions, constantly insulted and despised his brother. Zeros yells that he doesn't care. He says that Yuki was able to become a brother to a monster, which means he is a great man. Yuki says that knowing about his plans to use his family for dirty purposes, he cannot forgive him. He activates a copy of the artifact, calling upon the catalyst, and declares that he will not accept any other outcome. The princess is shocked, not understanding where he got the ancient magic of summoning. Yuki looks at the feather that appears, realizing that this catalyst is familiar to him. He recognizes in the summoned creature not a basilisk or a griffin, but someone much larger. Kaho laughs and says that he got this griffin feather from the priest of the Temple of Elysium, and he will kill Yuki. The knights stand guard over the princess, ordering her to retreat and drawing their weapons. The princess uses Ifrit Strike, but her attack bounces off the monster. Kaho grins and activates a barrier that completely protects him and the griffin. Yuki understands that Kaho's magic is weak, but the ancient magic itself is incredibly powerful. Kaho orders his familiar to deal with the pathetic nuisances, and the griffin charges. The princess gives clear instructions: attack in the middle of the body, beware of the beak and paws. The princess is shocked. How does Yuki know this? He answers that he heard it from an acquaintance. Yuki remembers hunting for griffin feathers. He orders the knights to hold the line while he prepares to attack with magic. Kaho screams in rage for the vile bastard to get out of his way. The princess attacks the griffin with Ifrit Strike, distracting its attention. The knights complain that they have difficulty hitting the griffin in the sky. Kaho mockingly shouts at them to try and knock him down, calling them ignorant. Yuki yells at the soldier that he will use his back. He pushes off of him, flying into the air. The man smirks and thinks that Yuki is arrogant since he was able to use ancient magic. Yuki says that all he has to do is change his flight path and Kaho won't be able to catch up with him. The hero calls his servants to a general gathering, preparing for a decisive maneuver. He orders Dick to hold him back. Yuki says with a grin that here they meet Kaho. The man is in complete shock, not understanding what Yuki is and how he managed to do this. Yuki says with a smile that he himself was right in noting that he is a man of unknown origin. He says that he knows how to use magic correctly, when he can surely hit the enemy. The hero uses Ifrit Strike while standing right on the griffin's back and delivers a powerful blow. Yuki is relieved to say that it was his first time fighting in the sky in this body and everything went well. The knights are shocked by his abilities. The people around him start making noise, not understanding where he learned such magic. Yuki thinks that something else is more important now. The princess approaches the defeated Kaho. Yuki calmly asks her to stop. She explains that Kaho was seriously injured and that forced conscription will not be without consequences. The girl says that there is no need to dirty his hands with such talent, and he will be recalled to the guild. Yuki asks if that's why he shouldn't be killed. The princess replies that such things should be said to his face, not afterward. Suddenly, Kaho casts a spell, summoning the 9th priest of the Temple of Elysium, whom he idolizes. He laments that he was just a simple tutor and did not possess strong magic. But he took action, using himself as a vessel for extraordinary energy. Bunce picks up Zeros, who is writhing in agony, and screams that the child is suffering. Yuki screams his older brother Zero's name in horror as he sees him suffering in the hands of the night bands. Suddenly a barrier appears, blocking their path again and leaving everyone confused. Kaho, who seemed to have run out of magic, intends to summon something else, causing confusion among everyone. Yuki turns to Mr. Bunce, letting him know that he understands everything and asks for his help. The hero asks Bands to return to the princess, and he runs up to his brother and demands to see what Kaho gave him. He discovers an amulet that is supposed to enhance magical power. Zeros remembers how his mentor gave him an amulet, promising to share his magical power to activate the ancient magic. Yuki realizes that it's the other way around. This copy of the artifact doesn't give, but rather draws energy from his brother. Zeros tearfully apologizes to Yuki, saying that he considered him an enemy and started a fight. He says that he fully deserves this fate, but Yuki looks at him with a smile. Yuki tells his brother that he is wrong and that he holds no grudge against him at all, cutting the amulet chain. He says that, on the contrary, he always dreamed of starting a family showdown like an ordinary person. The young man remembers being envious of ordinary children who could fight with their brothers and says it was fair. He says that he will not allow a slime like Kaho to take the life of his kinsman and therefore will not let him die just like that. The hero uses his mystic blood and erosion hack abilities to hack the spell embedded in the amulet. He completes the analysis and finds out that the amulet has 2 commands programmed into it: energy transfer and psychotic influence. Yuki understands how this worm has been pulling the wool over his brother's eyes. He stops the flow of energy and pumps 100-fold magic power into the amulet. He screams with fury for the fucking relic of the past to be shattered into pieces. The leak of magical power from Zero stops, and he breathes a sigh of relief. The soldiers are puzzled as to why Kahul suddenly started yelling. Yuki explains that he destroyed the amulet, and now Kahul is unlikely to withstand a powerful spell. Bun states that the magical arteries throughout Kahul's body burst, and as a magician, he died. The princess says that he will never be able to use magic again, and this is a natural outcome. The princess turns to Yuki, saying that she sees no reason for him to get his hands dirty, and asks what he is. Zero stands up and shouts that Yuki is his little brother, and that is a fact. He says that even though Yuki is a bastard, he is still his younger brother, and asks what is confusing about him. The princess asks with interest why his younger brother possesses ancient magic. Zeros looks at Yuki with embarrassment, who asks him to stop looking at him like that with a smile. Yuki thinks that he was actually planning to disappear right away, but now is not the best time. The hero, thinking about his future, says that he learned ancient magic from his older brother Zeros. He explains that he tried to use his brother's knowledge, and it miraculously worked out. Zeros confirms his words, saying that he shared with him everything he learned, and Yuki turned out to be much more talented. He admits that he asked Kahul to let him take the exam in order to wipe Yuki's nose. Yuki says he didn't know anything about the Temple of Elysium, and Zeros wouldn't have gotten involved with such nastiness either. He explains that if they were in league, they would have attacked together, not alone. Yuki shows the broken amulet that was draining all the magical power from his brother. He says he realized this when the amulet was destroyed by overload, and Kahul has an identical one. Ban says there is no doubt that this is Kahul's crime alone Majna. The princess promises to immediately begin investigating his connections with the Temple of Elysium upon his return to the capital. She declares the exam invalid, but gives Zeros the right to retake it. But Zeros refuses, saying that he is not worthy and that Yuki would be better off instead. He says with admiration that Yuki is talented, strong, and brave, and if he takes his training seriously, he will become the best magician in the world. The man is sure that Yuki is a person who can rewrite all of history. Yuki refuses, saying that he is better off in a regular school. The princess says that it would be a sin not to develop such a talent. Princess Iris Rishja announces the acceptance of Yuki Grosseria as an intern at the Magic Guild. Yuki thinks how he can refuse in such a situation. Lying in a chaise lounge, he thinks that he is going to train at a magic guild. He decides that he can learn more about the history in the guild after his death. By studying ancient magic, he hopes to find out the reason why he was reborn. The father says with tears of joy that his son was accepted into the guild, and he cannot refuse the princess. Yuki decides that as part of his study of humanity, he will visit the capital. Martha knocks on his room, asking if she can disturb him. She informs him that Her Highness is waiting for him in the living room of the remote building of the mansion. The princess, again in the form of Clara, says she is a provocateur. Martha explains that she slipped out. The maid says they will get along well. Yuki shyly replies why, when he already has Marta. Martha becomes embarrassed and says that sometimes she feels like he is trying to stop her heart. She thanks him for his trust and says that she has decided to follow him without doing the same to her partner. Yuki is surprised that she would follow him. She replies that she wasn't sure he would agree to go with her. She explains that she has received permission to accompany him as an outstanding student recommended by the royal family. Yuki apologizes for being so unreliable. Martha replies that it will make her feel much more at ease. They high-five each other, and Martha says she relies on her partner. Martha jokingly says that if she doesn't get married, it will be his fault and he will take responsibility. She thanks him with a laugh for giving her both hope and despair at the same time, and asks him not to do it again. Entering the room, he sees the princess, who asks if he called her. She thanks him for his time and says that she would like to talk to him alone. The princess thanks him for saving her. He corrects her, saying that this is not the first rescue of the day. He remembers that he saved Clara in the forest. The princess explains that this is her pseudonym for free actions from the guild. The young man understands that she was in the mountains on an errand. The princess confirms that she has little freedom and cannot simply leave the palace. He asks what she wanted to talk about. The princess apologizes for arbitrarily announcing his internship. She says that she admires his abilities and would like him to serve her so that she can study magic. So she invites him to the guild again and wants to tell him the reason why she clings to magic so much. The young man finds it strange that a member of the royal family is so closely connected to magic. The princess calmly confirms this. The princess secretly tells him that she is very different from other princes and princesses. She says that her grandmother was a commoner, a wise and beautiful woman who had a talent for magic. The girl says that her conscience does not allow her to ask for something, hiding secrets, and her heart tells her that he will believe. The young man agrees to listen to her. She looks at him, feeling that for some reason she can trust him. She returns to the story of her grandmother, who was distinguished by two things: enormous magical powers, and the fact that she did not age at all, remaining invariably young. The princess recalls meeting her as a child. The grandmother was over 50, but she looked no older than 20. He asks what his grandmother is doing now. The princess replies that she recently passed away, just like her own mother. Yuki thinks about eternal youth and strength. He remembers that he gave his blood to only one person, and that person was a girl named Alice, which shocks him. He tries to remember how much power he gave her then, but he remembers nothing at all. Yuki asks what her grandmother's name was. The princess replies that her name was Rachel and wonders why he asked. She says that she shares his feelings and would like to know what it would be like to live without aging at all. He asks if the reason for this peculiarity is known. The princess replies that unfortunately no, and her mother was no different from others. Yuki asks if she is different. The princess confirms that she is very perceptive. She admits that she also has much greater magical power than other people. Yuki is shocked because even in the royal family, almost no one is able to use Ifrit strike. The princess says that for the House of Marquis this was not a problem, but for the royal family, her grandmother's peculiarity became a problem. She admits that she joined the guild to find out who she really is. The girl wants to hone her skills and, having taken a high position, study her origins. She asks if possible that the respected Yuki help her with this. The princess's hands are shaking because she is afraid to open up to a near stranger. Yuki Grosseria says that she accepts the invitation to join the guild from Her Highness Iris. The princess jumps up and, grabbing his hands, thanks him incoherently and joyfully. She asks him shyly if he would like to be her knight, stumbling with excitement. The girl explains that the women of the royal family can choose a knight for their retinue, and she would like to choose him. Yuki doubts whether such a thing can be resolved simply with words, and reminds him that he is the Baron's bastard. The princess asks him to become her friend and classmate during her studies, while protecting her from danger. Yuki thinks that if the princess is Alice's descendant, then her peculiarity might be because of him. He decides to test her and asks if she likes venison steak with thin skin and hot sauce. The princess, confused, replies that she hasn't tried it, but she likes spicy food. Yuki realizes that it's a simple dish. He decides that even if the question of descendants is put aside, fate brought them together for a reason, and he will help her get to the roots. The hero says that he does not mind protecting Her Highness and humbly accepts the mission. The princess thanks him, promising that she will report everything to his father herself. She recommends that he arrive in the capital in a month so as not to miss the lectures and the reception ceremony. Finally, he asks if she is sure that the Temple of Elysium has been destroyed. The princess confirms this. She says that when Kahal's room was searched, a letter was found praising the Temple of Elysium. Yuki thinks about that shitty church. He realizes that even though the temple is taboo, there are people studying it. The hero offers to arrange a meeting for her with a specialist in this field. The princess thanks him for his time, wishes him good night, and leaves. Yuki thinks that his job is to guard the princess during her training, and that's not a bad condition. He goes to bed thinking that he needs to be prepared for anything, because psychopaths can do anything. The hero invites Zeros into his room, saying that he needs to ask him about something. Yuki asks his brother with a grin if he decided to make sure that he really is a reincarnation. Zeros replies that he wants to ask about something else. Yuki is confused. The older brother says that he does not intend to divulge the secret and asks if Yuki will believe his words. Yuki asks if he will keep his word since he is stubborn and straightforward. Zeros wonders why Yuki is suddenly climbing onto his bed, but he says that his brother is surprising him. The boy vows to remain his ally. Yuki says he is simply repaying a debt for saving his life. Yuki wonders if his brother has become too straightforward, but he replies as he is. Zeros shouts that it's so hard with him and that Kahul is to blame for everything, and his brother has nothing to do with it. Yuki thinks his brother is a pain in the ass, but he's surprisingly caring. The hero says that he accepts Zero's oath. Zeros asks if he is satisfied now. Zeros says that as the heir he must approach everything responsibly, and something needs to be done about his brother's stubbornness. Yuki refuses breakfast, saying that Martha is waiting for him. Zeros insists that he eat with his family. Zeros drags him to the table by force, saying that a growing body needs dense nutrition. Rumia is surprised to see that little brother Yuki has become friends with little brother Zeros. The brother apologizes to his sister, saying that they have made peace just as she wanted. Rumia rushes to hug Yuki. He is indignant that she is only clinging to him. Zeros says with a smile that he was always stubborn and naughty, so he didn't deserve a hug. He tells her to pamper Yuki before he goes to the Magic Guild. Zeros suggests that the whole family gather at the same table for breakfast, and Yuki will be given permission to visit the main building. Yuki thinks that he has managed to reconcile with his family and resolve one of the major problems. That same night, he has a dream that he has not seen for a very long time. In his dream, he sees Dean Nosferatu. A boy named Carmine happily announces that he has not yet gone home. Deep in the castle is a room jokingly referred to as the throne room, where Dean taught lessons to the children. He asks a boy named Lyle why he hasn't gone home yet. Lyle asks Dean to teach him. He praises his efforts but says it's too late and the notebook is full of mistakes. Dean says it's dark outside and asks Lyle what he should do. The boy excitedly shouts that he should study. Dean angrily tells him to go home. Lyle counters that he's not scared because the monsters haven't shown up yet. The man drags the boy by the cheek, explaining that it is adults who exterminate monsters, and again tells him to go home. Dean doesn't understand why the boy suddenly became so eager to learn and thinks that people are a mystery to him. Lyle remembers Remilia saying she liked smart boys and realizes that this is the answer. Dean realizes that Lyle wants to win the heart of the village's most beautiful woman, Remilia. Lyle, embarrassed, begins to beat him. He sternly says that Lyle has to go home today and it's not up for discussion. But in return, he offers Lyle to come 30 minutes earlier than usual starting tomorrow. He promises to teach him a couple of lessons before the rest of the children arrive and asks him to tell his father that he is helping with the cleaning. The next morning, Lyle arrives at dawn. Dean is furiously yelling at him for coming 30 minutes before sunrise. A girl named Remilia announces that she has decided to marry Lyle. Dean understands why the men in the village were all heartbroken. Remilia asks to be taught numb magic as a wedding gift. Dean is shocked why she needs it. She swears that she will not use it on anyone except Lyle. The man asks what she will do with her betrothed. Remilia enthusiastically lists Lyle's virtues. He is courageous, hardworking, responsible, and sincere. She says there's no girl who wouldn't fall in love with him. Dean doubts it. The girl uses the magic he taught her. Dean asks him not to threaten him and to stop the spell. Remilia is glad that he understood her and says that they are perfect for each other. Mallard doesn't understand why she made conditions if she liked Lyle since childhood. She replies that women are scary creatures. She asks him not to bring Lyle to death, but to give him a new vector for efforts, for example, many children. Dean sighs and, saying that you won't get bored with her, hands her a gift, a bottle of tincture. He explains that it is a tincture of the herb Hames and must be given in moderate doses to be effective. Lyle and Remilia say they adore him and are number one in his rankings. In return, they plan a gift for him. Remilia asks if he knows what will happen if two people like him and Lyle get married. She happily announces that they will have a daughter who will adore him and will gladly become his bride. Dean screams in horror, "What nonsense," and doesn't understand why this has to happen. Remilia says with a smile that this is why he is always alone, because he will die before her anyway. Dean says she can't understand how hard it will be for him and his daughter-in-law when her parents leave this world. Remilia declares that she and Lyle are going to make a lot of children, and maybe at least one will be born immortal. The man thinks, what kind of miracle probability is this? He asks her not to drive Lyle to the grave with her efforts. He gives her a stone he found and polished. It is lapis lazuli, which can accumulate magical power. He says it's his wedding gift and wishes her happiness. Remilia promises with a smile that she will definitely find her happiness with Lyle. After the wedding, Remilia calls her husband. In a flashback, Dean sees a sick Alice. He reassures her that everything is fine and that she is in no danger. Alice thanks him, saying that he continues to give her mystical blood. She asks why he is so sad. She asks why he walks around gloomy when she gets sick, because he is immortal. He replies that he cannot bear to watch people close to him die young, as if he were being dishonest. Dean tells her that the cleansing is progressing and she should feel better soon. Alice promises that she will try. The girl asks for her efforts to be rewarded by being made her his bride when she grows up. Alice calls him a pest. He wonders why he responds to the maiden's confession in this way. The girl says that her words mean that she will become Alice Nosferatu. He promises to think about it when she grows up. She asks him to stop reading her mind, afraid that he thinks she will forget when she grows up. He says that time flows differently for them and does not intend to hold her responsible. Alice suggests making a bet. She swears that even when she becomes an adult, she will never forget these feelings. Lyle says they already have a second child. Dean wonders if she doesn't forget who will continue Lyle's line. Alice says that Lyle abuses the tincture, but he is still young and will not die from it. Dean pats her on the head, telling her that it is not right for a child to say such things, and tells her to go to bed. The man recalls that this happened shortly before he died in his past life. Then the Holy Land Church set its sights on him. He doesn't know what happened to Lyle, Remilia, and Alice after that. Suddenly he hears some noise that disturbs his sleep. He realizes that he can hear someone's voices and tries to make them out. Dean wonders whose memories these are and sees an image of a knight killing a dear family member. He hears that his lord said, "See you later," and that they will definitely meet one day. The man recognizes the voice and the name. It was Lyle's voice. And he sees Remilia, who speaks of some dear desire. The voice says that the heroes will appoint her, and that everything is fine and they understand everything. They say they will wait no matter how much time passes, and he hopes that one day they will meet again. Waking up, Yuki realizes that he had a dream about the distant past, but then the memories that came back were not his at all. He has no idea why he was able to reincarnate and decides not to torment himself with these questions. The hero hopes that he will be able to find out what happened to Lyle and the others when he goes to the capital. A month has passed since the exam for the Magic Guild. The young man, completely exhausted, lies face down on the table, complaining that he is dying from being too busy. He complains about the guild's complicated rules. Martha brings him food, telling him that he has more work to do. Rumia, with tears in her eyes, asks her brother to play with her before he leaves for the capital. The young man thinks that the month has flown by. Tomorrow is the day of departure to the capital, and he takes a short break. He says goodbye to his father, brother Zeros, and sister Rumia as he prepares to leave. Zeros wishes him luck, saying that he has confidence in him. Rumia tearfully asks him to take care of himself and to be sure to write letters. His father reminds him not to forget that he comes from a baronial family and to treat his elders with respect. He explains that he told about it in high society, since during this period many aristocrats travel to the capital. The young man thinks that this was a completely unnecessary concern and laughs at his father's instructions. Father asks Martha to take good care of Yuki. The young man thinks that other aristocrats know about him now. Marta honestly tells Zeros that she never loved him for his harsh attitude towards Yuki. Zeros says he knows this and wants to apologize. He promises that from now on the whole family will support Yuki. He asks Martha not to worry about her mother and promises to take care of her responsibly. Martha thanks him for his concern, saying that she can now follow Mr. Yuki with peace of mind. The young man tells Rumia that she will be able to visit him. She asks tearfully if they will see each other again. Martha tells her sister it's time. She reluctantly agrees and they prepare to leave. Yuki remembers that in his past life he was only driven away with pitchforks in hand, called a monster. He thinks that this is how people send their families off on their journey. The hero says goodbye to everyone. Zero says embarrassed that he is carrying something strange. Zero says that this is his home and he can always come back here, calling Yuki my lord. The father, perplexed, asks what this my lord is, not understanding what they are talking about. Zero says with a smile that this is a secret between him and Yuki and asks him to confirm. They bump fists. Yuki thinks that people are still incomprehensible creatures for him. As he leaves, he mentally says goodbye to the Grosseria family, telling them, "See you later." Bats admire the blood of their host, which allows them to fly even during the day. Martha sits in the carriage, not believing that she is going to the capital. Yuki apologizes for pulling her along. She replies with a smile that it's okay because she's his partner. The butler says that it is a great honor that the young master was chosen by the princess herself. He starts to cry. Yuki asks him to stop and not to call him young master. Martha notices that the cart has slowed down. She assumes that something has happened, as it usually shakes a lot. Yuki jokingly calls her Martachka. She shyly asks him not to call her that. Martha explains that the carriage in front is not moving at all, which leaves them puzzled. Yuki doesn't know what to do. He calls his familiar Dick, who is hiding in the carriage. He asks Dick to fly over and check what happened there. He readily agrees. Yuki explains that it was his familiar. Martha says that he has very cute friends. The hero says he thought she would be surprised. Martha smiles and replies that he has always been extraordinary. She says that he has surprised her so much since childhood that he can't do it anymore. The familiar returns and reports that the road is clear, but the carriage ahead is moving very slowly. He says that there are 3 carriages and many soldiers there, which greatly surprises the heroes. On the door of one of the carriages, Yuki sees a crest with a wyvern. He asks Martha whose crest it is. The butler explains that the wyvern is the crest of the Duke's House of Slay, and it would be rude to overtake them. Suddenly the carriage ahead stops, which Martha notices. Yuki remembers his father bragging about him, and assumes that he told the other nobles about his abilities. The carriage door swings open. Yuki has a really bad feeling about this. He orders Martha to help him tidy up his appearance as he is going to meet them. The butler admires their coordinated work, saying that they are like a married couple living in perfect harmony. Yuki bids them farewell, saying that he is going. He realizes that before him is a member of the Duke of Slay's family. He introduces himself as the second son of a baronial house and asks why they stopped their carriage. The guard reports that this is the carriage of the Duke of Slay's daughter, Odette Slay. They say that Madame Odette wishes to convey words to the Baron's bastard, and he must humbly accept alms. Yuki refuses, realizing that it is too great an honor for a bastard from a baronial family. A girl gets out of the carriage and apologizes for the rudeness of her guards. Yuki bows as expected. Yuki thinks how gorgeous her dress is. Rumia would be delighted to see it. The girl says that she stopped the carriage because she has a proposal for him concerning him. The girl comforts the crying Iris, grabbing her hand so that she doesn't get upset. Odette says it's nonsense that Iris is different from others because she is her precious friend. She promises that when she grows up, she will definitely become her knight and protect her. Odette asks if he knows about the status of Her Highness's knight. The young man calmly confirms this. She says there are 4 people applying for the position and asks if he knows about it. The young man is surprised that there are 4 of them. Odette explains that no one will allow the princess to choose a knight arbitrarily. She says that it is a great honor for a noble to become a princess's knight, but she has no right to decide. The young man understands that she has become a victim of political games, and Odette is one of the candidates. Odette confirms that he understood everything and contemptuously calls him the Baron's pathetic bastard. The guard orders him to give up his position as a knight, saying that only Odette is worthy of this honor. Odette furiously shouts at her guard, calling him a fool and asking what he is talking about. She declares that as a worthy member of the ducal house, she will achieve what she wants on her own. The girl orders the guards to take him out of sight. She apologizes for the embarrassment and says that she has a simple proposal for him. The girl asks Yuki Gurashi to cooperate with her. She explains that the other 2 candidates have already formed an alliance, and if they unite, their chances will be equal. The young man asks where such confidence comes from. She replies that this is information confirmed by her people. The hero realizes that after defeating the other 2, they will have to have a final battle. Odette declares that victory will be hers, but even then she will accept him as her ally. She says that this is a profitable offer because his baronial family will gain the patronage of the ducal house. And the fact that there will be a special exam in the capital to elect a knight, and asks for an answer before it begins. The young man proposes to enter into a temporary cooperation pact in order to better understand each other's abilities. He says goodbye, but Odette stops him, saying that she has a question. The girl pronounces the hero's full name, Yuki Gurashi. She asks if it is true that she single-handedly slew the griffin that Kahal summoned. She replies that his father said so. the young man is horrified and wonders what his father is doing. And she says that she killed him along with her highness and other knights. The girl says that it was an allegory because to defeat such a monster alone is an inhuman feat. She shakes his hand, saying that he seems like a promising partner. Her tutor appears in the carriage and says that she has formed some kind of impression. The girl says that he is able to quickly assess the situation and make a decision without giving in to her at all. She asks if the rumor about defeating the griffin alone was empty. Odette says that according to the information, Yuki Grosseria single-handedly defeated the griffin. The tutor cannot believe that a common man does not spread the word about such a valiant feat. She says that the future prospects of the guild's trainees are determined by the strength of their mentor. And he decides that in any case it would be unwise to be at odds with this mysterious person. The girl looks out the window, thinking about the well-being of her highness and her goal. Martha asks with surprise whether he will cooperate with the lady from the ducal house. The young man confirms, saying that this is the best way to avoid problems with other aristocrats. He thinks this is a great chance to meet an ordinary human aristocrat and integrate into their society. His familiar reports that there are monsters ahead, which he detected using ultrasonic waves. He says that further down the road, dark wolves are waiting for the carriage. A monster collision alarm goes off in Odette's carriage. The young man decides to go and take a look, asking the butler to take care of Martha. The guards do not see the monsters and accuse him of causing a commotion, a pathetic bastard. Yuki explains that they can't be seen because they are hiding in the grass and it is a distraction. Odette gets out of the carriage, saying that they have spotted monsters too, and Yuki is telling the truth. Her tutor appears, having spotted the monsters faster than her familiar. She says she can't compare to the detail of his information and asks how smart his familiar is. Odette says that she can easily deal with the dark wolves with her ancient magic and orders the guards to be ready. She asks Yuki what about him. He replies that he understands and will create a diversion. He asks Odette how long it takes an ordinary aristocrat to kill monsters. The girl angrily asks if he is questioning her powers. He replies that he just wanted to know. She says that for a true aristocrat, 10 minutes to kill wolves is too much. The young man calculates that if an aristocrat needs 10 minutes and a duke 5, then he will manage in 7.5. Yuki takes off at incredible speed. Odette is shocked that he is going in person instead of sending a familiar. He thinks that modern aristocrats never cease to amaze him by spending so much time on wolves. The hero recalls that 200 years ago it took the locals about 20 minutes to leave the village. He decides to show a little of what he is capable of in order to continue to successfully pretend to be human. Yuki orders Dick to report the exact location of the enemy, and he immediately complies. The young man uses ancient magic. Summon Ifrit strike and attack the wolves. Odette is shocked by the powerful magic he uses in battle. She admits that thanks to Yuki hurting them, they were able to cope much easier. The girl also uses her magic, calling upon the power of the earth, and attacks the remaining wolves. Yuki watches her from the air, noting that the lady from the ducal family's magic is quite powerful. The familiars report that the wolves have fled. Yuki decides to go and fight the wolves on the other side. The wolves run away in panic, realizing that they cannot win, and they are attacked with fire. Odette is disappointed that he has lost the enemy. She asks if he is really human since 7.5 minutes have passed. The familiars report that they have discovered something unusual, and the enemies are in a panic. The young man comes back and apologizes profusely, saying it took him more than 10 minutes. He feels ashamed in front of a representative of the ducal house, who can get rid of monsters in 5 minutes. The guards whisper whether Madame Odette needs such an ally, since he has spent so much time. He says that if she considers him unworthy after such a failure, she can break off their cooperation. Odette reminds that she said that a member of the ducal family would destroy the monsters in 5 minutes. The key phrase was after engaging them in combat, not after detection. The young man understands that there was a mistake and he misunderstood her. Odette screams in rage that it is not normal to defeat all the monsters within 5 minutes of discovering them. The young man apologizes, saying that he is a country bumpkin and not very familiar with city common sense. He thinks that this young lady Odetta Slay is a surprisingly good person. Odette says that she misjudged his abilities and did not expect him to have such power. She says that with his capabilities, there is no need to enter into an alliance with her. But Yuki says he fully realized that he couldn't do it without her help. He asks to enter into an alliance with him so that together they can strive to become a knight and learn common sense. Odette says with a smile that he is beginning to arouse her interest. Suddenly, a fox appears from behind him. The young man apologizes, saying that he completely forgot about him. Odette asks in surprise what kind of creature this is, not understanding where it came from. After the fight, Yuki finds a small fox in the grass, and what's left of its parents. It looks like wolves did it. The boy reaches out to the little animal, intending to pick it up since it has no one else to rely on. The little fox is trembling. Apparently out of fear, he bites the hand extended to him. Yuki explains that he found it while exterminating dark wolves, and it appears to be a cub of a pair of foxes that inhabited the area. The adults were killed by wolves. The little animal snuggles up to his savior's chest. The boy strokes his head. Odette wants to make a guess about the reasons for the attack. The hero says that they most likely passed by the place where the wolves and foxes were fighting. Immediately after they dealt with the foxes, the wolves, intoxicated with bloodlust, turned on the people. The girl notices that Yuki is talking about it as if he saw it with his own eyes. The guy replies that he was just making a guess. Odette expresses concern. Even though it is a cub, it is still a wild animal. She is afraid that the fox cub might bite, to which the hero responds carelessly that this has already happened. The girl is frightened by this answer. Yuki carefully shares the details of what happened. He says that the fox immediately apologized and promised that he would not bite anyone without his command. And this little animal's name is Remai. Odette asks if the hero really intends to take Remai for himself. The guy replies that the fox will act as a guard dog for his maid while he is at classes at the Magic Guild. The girl reluctantly agrees and recalls that it is quite natural for a sorcerer to have a familiar. Yuki thanks her for her understanding and calls Remai back. The fox agrees. The guy asks his new companion to accept his condolences. After all, if the cart of people had passed a little earlier, then perhaps the animal's parents would have remained alive. Remai, upset, buries his face in his chest. Yuki says it's time to get back to the wagon. He promises to introduce the fox to Martha and the bats, and of course, feed him. Remai thanks his newfound owner. The teacher turns to Odette. She asks the girl if the fox's fur was silver. The girl confirms. The teacher says that perhaps this is not a simple fox but a higher breed, called Silva Bea fox. The girl is shocked by this assumption. She asks again if they are talking about those foxes that can take human form with the help of magical power. She thinks that this cannot be because Silva Bea fox cannot be tamed. Many wizards have tried but failed. The woman agrees with her. She adds that it takes a huge amount of magical power to acquire human form, and it will take decades before the fox can acquire human form. Odette believes that the fox is still ordinary, just with unusual fur. The teacher notes that the animal behaved very calmly in public, and points out how calmly she is now sleeping in Yuki Grossaria's arms. It's probably still just an ordinary fox. Odette reflects on how she underestimated Yuki. She thought that he, as the Baron's bastard, would immediately jump at the lucrative offer of an alliance. Now that seems like an insulting misconception towards the boy. The mentor says that the hero has the highest fighting power and a tremendous speed of thought, and his familiars were also outstanding. It can be said that he is a first-class fighter and a sorcerer at the same time. The girl believes that he will be a reliable ally against the other candidates. The mentor asks what will happen after the victory. Odette finishes her thought. After winning, Yuki will become her most formidable opponent. This is why it is necessary to collect as much information about him as possible while there is such an opportunity. The girl begins to read the spell. For a second, she looks up from her lap and at her mentor. It only confirms that everything was done correctly. Odette summons her earth elemental familiar, the shadow snake. The summoned snake immediately leaves the cart. The girl says that she sent her to hide in Yuki Grossaria's cart. The snake will transmit the voices it hears. The teacher says that this is an excellent performance of ancient magic. Odette thinks that this is not enough. One day she will become the personal knight of Her Highness Princess Iris. Therefore, everything done is a trifle for her. As soon as the shadow snake enters the cart, the hero notices it. He says that someone's familiar has gotten into the cart. Remai's restless behavior, he concludes that the fox has noticed it too. Earlier, Yuki had splashed some of his blood on the edges of the carriage, so if anyone came close, they would immediately realize it. The guy says it's probably Odette. He's going to go check on her. Marta asks him to be careful. Moving into the carriage to the girl, Yuki makes a conclusion. He assumes that Odette has summoned him by sending a familiar and asks what she wants. The girl can only nervously agree that this is indeed the case. The hero is genuinely amazed that members of the ducal family use familiars summoned by ancient magic for some minor tasks. This angers Odette. The girl decides to voice the reason why she decided to call the guy. And she says that she wants to know how great the desire is that he is striving for. The hero does not understand what the interlocutor is talking about. Odette asks if he knows that after he enrolls in a magic guild, he will be assigned a wizard mentor. Yuki says that his older brother mentioned something like that. The girl explains that when the guy is recognized as a full member of the guild, he will receive the right to explore the capital of the ancient civilization, Elysium. If he manages to find a new ancient artifact there, then Yuki will be awarded a noble title for this. And if the find is very valuable, then a new title. The hero admits that he is hearing about this for the first time. So if he finds an ancient artifact, Grosseria will turn from a baron's house into a viscount's house, or Yuki can found his own, a completely new house. The boy asks if it is true that for the new house it will only be for one generation. Odette confirms. She says that upon the death of the bearer, both the title and the lands attached will be seized by the crown. Yuki asks what will happen if the host does not die at all. The girl tensely answers that she has no idea. No one has considered this option. The idea flashed through the hero's head to receive a title with lands from the kingdom and live there peacefully. However, it seems that this will not work out. After all, in his case, there is a possibility that he will also live forever. The guy asks if he can ask a strange question. Odette allows it. Yuki asks if there is an ancient artifact that will make its owner immortal. The girl indignantly asks if his wish really has no limits. Yuki says he doesn't want to become truly immortal. He just wants some kind of artifact that will justify the fact that he won't die after hundreds of years of life. Odette says that perhaps such a thing does exist. After all, ancient artifacts are very powerful magical objects. The guy says he would like to own one of these. The girl is amazed by the magnitude of his desire. Yuki's wish remains unchanged. He wants to know humanity, and to find out if Princess Iris is Alice, and to find out what happened to Fair Village. Out loud, he says that he wants to see the results of his accomplishments, what his decisions and actions led to, understand whether they were right or not. Odette says that she understands this feeling. After all, the guy put a lot of effort and time into mastering the ancient magic. And these efforts bore fruit. Her Majesty personally appointed him a candidate for her knights. She clenches her hand into a fist. The girl passionately says that it is a completely natural desire to find out how high one can rise with one's own strength. There's an awkward pause after this. Finally, Yuki finds something to say. He says that he said so, that he wants to see what heights he can reach with his magic. Odette says that he is an extraordinary person. She adds that she now understands that the hero does not care about the situation at all, as well as the fact that he is a respectable opponent. Yuki asks why Odette wishes to become Her Highness's knight. The girl clutches the hem of her dress and replies that she wishes to become a knight to protect Her Highness Iris. She is willing to sacrifice everything to protect Iris. That's all you need to know about her wish. Yuki is surprised by how calmly Odette calls the princess by name. The girl is extremely embarrassed by this and does not immediately find an answer. Finally, Odette says that Iris is her childhood friend. For certain reasons, the princess has a need to immerse herself in the study of magic. And the girl wants to be close, to help and protect. Odette lowers her head and says that Yuki is the first person she shared this with. The guy replies that he understands. The girl doesn't feel any better after this confession. She looks sadly at her feet. She adds that she did this because she had previously lied to the hero. Because I didn't send the familiar to summon, but to find out information. But Yuki turned out to be a much more outstanding magician than Odette expected, so he immediately discovered the familiar. The hero admits that he was just thinking about summoning others to himself using bats. The girl advises not to even think about it. It will only irritate the opponent. Yuki emphasizes the lie. Odette apologizes. She admits that she wants to become Her Highness's knight at any cost. The hero says that he accepts the apology. To himself, he thinks that he himself is hiding his true origin and pretending to be human. Besides, Yuki perfectly understands the desire to protect loved ones at any cost. The guy says he will trust Odette. The girl is amazed by such a broad gesture. Yuki, as if nothing had happened, asks to make the familiar more noticeable next time when summoning, and promises to do the same. Odette asks if the guy is seriously going to use familiars for small errands. She laughs and says that Yuki is truly inimitable. Odette smiles and folds her hands together. The girl says that she will pray that either she or Yuki will become Her Highness's knight. The teacher interrupts their conversation and says that the capital has appeared outside the window. Yuki and Odette look out the window. The capital of Milgalia is visible before them. The girl adds that this is also the entrance to the capital of the ancient civilization, Elysium. The very capital of the ancient civilization that was discovered by the Church of the Holy Land. The guy is interested in what is happening inside her now. Yuki looks out the carriage window at the view. Somewhere in the palace, the princess sits in sad thought. Looks like she's waiting for Yuki. Capital of Milgalia, aristocratic core. Yuki and Martha look at the dormitory building. The hero wonders where Odette Slay is staying. Is it possible that they give each person a separate dormitory here? Martha notices that there are several identical buildings around. The girl exhales and is glad that in this case there will be no fear of running into some important aristocrat. The guy agrees with her. They go inside. Yuki notes that it's surprisingly spacious. There'll be plenty of room to clean. He tells the maid that she can only clean the rooms they'll be using. Marta disagrees with this proposal. She says that from now on this will be the hero's home, which means everything here must be clean and tidy. The guy can only accept it. He says that in that case he will prepare an assistant for this. The girl asks what assistant he is talking about. Yuki turns to Remy. He says that he's appointing her as Martha's apprentice, and also as a bodyguard. The hero asks the maid to turn away and sits the fox on the floor. He notices that Remy is a Silva Bea fox and asks if she would like to take human form. The fox replies that she does not know, however she notes that her body seems to itch. Yuki says that he will then share his magical power with Remy. He makes a cut on his finger and lets the animal lick the blood. Mystical blood is a real concentration of magical power. By giving it to the fox to drink, he will be able to give it enough power to transform. Remy is enveloped in a magical haze and turns into a human. The fox notes the transformation and feels the new body with interest. The hero asks how long she can maintain this state. Remy replies that this is her first time, so no more than 2 hours. The guy notes that, judging by her human form, the girl is not even 10 years old yet. While the girl is spinning around looking at herself, Yuki calls up the panel to look at her information. He learns that Remy is level 3 and her familiar skills include intelligence, high-speed movement, increased defense, and increased regeneration ability. All Silva Bea fox initially have the ability to transform into humans, and thanks to the mystical blood, several additional skills were added, but the level is low. The guy comes to the conclusion that this is due to the fact that Remy is still a child. The hero says that he will give the fox his blood every day and gives the order to train well with the transformation. And as soon as she can stably transform into a human, she will have to help and protect Martha. The guy asks if the girl can do this. Remy confirms. Remy needs to be bathed first. He tells the maid that she can turn back. Martha turns around and the boy happily shows her Remy. The girl covers herself with her long hair. The maid recognizes the girl as Remy. The hero asks if she ever thought to be surprised. The girl replies that she is very surprised. She simply decided not to fall for her master's provocations. Yuki says that he only wanted to find her an assistant and nothing more. The maid adds that she is not at all surprised that the guy uses any means to achieve this. She throws a cloth over the girl. Remy introduces herself and says that she will help Marta, immediately calling her a mentor, and then asks her to take care of her. The girl promises that she will take care of the baby. The hero says that in that case he will go and heat up the bath to wash Remy. Marta says that she can handle it herself. The guy notes that he actually did not want to add extra work to the maid, to which the girl repeats with emphasis that she can handle it herself. Yuki sits in the bathtub throwing wood on the fire. The sound of bat wings rustling is heard. Dick flies into the room. He announces that there is a visitor outside, someone in expensive clothes. The stranger apologizes for having to disturb his guests immediately upon his arrival in the capital. He introduces himself as an envoy of Her Highness Princess Iris Rischa. The messenger informs that tomorrow Her Highness intends to hold a meeting of candidates for her knights in the guest palace. He hands the hero a letter with an invitation and adds that, of course, Yuki is also invited. Therefore, he asks to attend the meeting together with Odette Slay. The guy agrees. He hasn't seen the princess since the guild exam. The hero wonders if she can tell him anything new about Alice. Odette looks at the letter with displeasure. The teacher asks her if this is an invitation from the recently visited envoy of Her Highness. The girl throws the paper aside and says that it is a letter from her father, which came before that envoy. The girl irritably complains about her spoiled mood, which up until this moment had been extremely good after talking with Yuki, and this piece of paper is to blame for everything. In his letter, the father reminds that in order to live the free life of a sorcerer, Odette must fulfill the conditions set, otherwise she will be sent back home. After all, a girl's real duty is to live for this house. The father ends the letter by expressing the hope that Odette will come to her senses and return soon. The mentor notes that she is aware of the conditions set by the Duke. The girl must become a knight of Her Highness Iris or receive the title of a S-rank sorcerer within a year. The conditions for obtaining rank E are mastering 3 high spells of ancient magic. The conditions for rank D are defeating the monster specified by the guild. Odette finishes her thought by voicing out loud the conditions for obtaining rank C. To do this, it is necessary to completely conquer the 3rd layer of the capital of the ancient civilization, Elysium. The tutor says that if she manages to get a high-ranking mentor, then under his guidance the girl will be allowed to enter Elysium. Odette replies that she will somehow cope with her father's conditions herself. Right now, she is more concerned about Her Highness. She promised Iris that she would always be by her side, even if the girl herself grew old and the princess remained young. Odette looks out the window and thinks that she doesn't really care what form she's in. The main thing is that Iris is safe. The girl herself doesn't really want to become a knight, she just follows her father's will. But if Iris finds someone she can trust no less than her friend, this might be good news for the girl, even if she doesn't plan to give up her seat so easily. The upcoming exam will show whether Yuki is worthy of protecting the princess or not. Later in the guest palace, Odette and Yuki stand in front of the table where Iris is sitting. The princess says that first of all, she wants to apologize to the hero. She explains that she planned to appoint him as her knight and ask Odette to accompany her as a friend during her training at the guild. The girl passionately declares that the princess is not guilty of anything. Odette explains that her father forced her to become a candidate. If it weren't for the Duke, Yuki would have already taken the knight position, as Iris wanted. The princess notes that even His Majesty the King could not ignore the Duke of Slay's letter of recommendation. Upon reaching the age of 13, each member of the royal family has the right to appoint his own knight. The princess has appointed the hero with the knights and bunts as witnesses. It remained to obtain approval from the king or another influential member of the royal family, but then the aristocrats intervened. With angry cries about the inadmissibility of a baron's bastard becoming a princess's knight, they began to push their offspring through. As a result, several candidates were chosen from the whole crowd of applicants, and a special exam was announced to select a close knight. Yuki thinks that the aristocrats, greedy for power and greatness, would not have left it so easily anyway. Iris says that the matter could have been settled more easily if she had taken action. However, immediately upon arrival from the baronial estates, she fell ill with a high temperature. Odette asks if the princess is okay. Iris replies that she is fine, she just spent the night with a fever and had some strange dreams. It was only when she was able to act that she was isolated so that she could not send a letter to Yuki. The hero asks if this was done so that he could not gain an unnecessary advantage over the other candidates. The princess confirms that this is so. Everyone was aware that he was Iris's chosen one. And since the choice of the knight will be carried out under the supervision of His Majesty, the princess is no longer able to insist on her will. Iris says that even if Yuki is not chosen as her knight, she still wants to see him by her side, and to assign the best mentor to the guy. The hero expresses his gratitude and gladly accepts the honor. In fact, he does not care in what form he will be next to the princess. In any case, he will be able to achieve his goal to find out her connection with the village of Farah and the villagers. Iris tells Odette that she wants to thank her. After all, it was thanks to her that the princess was able to call Yuki for a conversation, because if she called 2 candidates at the same time, it wouldn't look like she was favoring him alone. The girl bows and says that it is an honor for her to be of use to the princess. Iris is upset by this. She asks Odette not to talk like she is a stranger. They are friends, and Iris was going to study with her under the same tutor. However, something came as a surprise to the princess. She asks when the young people managed to become friends. The hero explains that they just happened to run into each other on their way to the capital. Iris notes that her meeting with Yuki looked similar. The princess smiles slyly and asks Odette if Yuki saved her from the monsters too. The girl replies that she wants to refrain from commenting. But Iris continues to pester her with questions. Odette irritably repeats her wish to refrain from answering. The princess giggles. Yuki thinks that the girls are similar, good friends since childhood. He also thinks that he will hardly have another chance to meet Princess Iris in such an informal setting before the exam. So it's best not to miss the opportunity. The hero asks the princess if he can ask a question, to which he immediately receives permission. Yuki asks if there were people named Lyle, Remilia, or Alice among Iris's ancestors. The princess thoughtfully repeats the names and looks attentively at the interlocutor. She is silent for a while. Finally, Iris says that she only knows the names from her grandfather's generation, but there is no one with these names among them. Yuki sighs sadly. The princess asks why the guy is interested in this, but he hasn't come up with a reason yet. The guy awkwardly starts talking about sleep, which causes the girls to ask a natural question. However, the hero is immediately there and enthusiastically tells that last night these three persons came to him in a dream and ordered him to protect Her Highness Iris like the apple of his eye. The princess is delighted. She says that perhaps their meeting was not accidental and Yuki was sent to Iris by these people. The hero mentally apologizes to Lyle and promises to visit his grave when he has time. Iris says that unfortunately there are no records of her family tree before her grandfather's generation, and even if the people named are her ancestors, there is no way to verify this. Odette asks if this is related to the War of the Eight Kings. Yuki remembers that it was a war where 8 kings fought for base desires. This happened after the death of his previous incarnation. The guy thinks that it was a terrible stupidity. Odette says that because of that war, almost all important documents and records were lost, as well as ancient artifacts that were either lost or sealed. Iris remembers something about her knight's appointment exam. It seems the Magic Guild has already decided on a location. Namely, on the very top layer of Elysium, in the cave where the Holy Sword is locked. Her story is interrupted. A servant enters the room and announces the arrival of the Marquis's son, Mr. Gilvin. Kilza and a member of the Count's family, Mr. Gilles Wolfgang. He asks what should be conveyed to those who have arrived. The princess exhales and says that it seems that the time for communicating as friends is over. Iris orders that those who have arrived here be allowed through and states that as soon as all the candidates have gathered, she will tell them the details of the exam. The door opens with a creak. 2 young men enter the room. Son of the Marquis of Kilza, Gilvin Kielce, and the son of Count Wolfgang, Gilles Wolfgang. It looks like these are the remaining candidates. Gilvin asks the princess what they see here. After all, from what he had heard, the exam should be held on equal terms for all candidates. And in that case, it was unclear why Odette and Yuki were here earlier. The guy smugly declares that the exam is a waste of time. After all, it is obvious to everyone that only one person out of all those present is worthy of becoming a knight. And that is him, Gilvin Kielce. He asks Iris for confirmation with a laugh, but the princess remains silent. Gilles notices that Gilvin is acting too disrespectfully, to which the guy rudely puts him down, asking if he really thinks he's equal. Gilles timidly replies that he never even thought of that. Yuki thinks that this is a clear example of social status on relationships. People are too fond of this kind of thing. Gilvin turns to him and says that there are things that remain beyond his understanding. He points his finger at the hero, calling him the son of a dog. He demands that Yuki know his place. After all, he is not even a full-fledged heir to Baron Grosseria, although he does not seem to respect the Baron himself. Yuki looks at his unexpected opponent with impassiveness and wonders how he could seriously think that he could become the princess's knight by learning a few tricks. The guy would do better not to embarrass himself and get out of here as quickly as possible. Odette tries to insert an angry comment but doesn't have time. Yuki suddenly bows deeply and thanks the Marquis's son for his concern. Gilvin is fine with this. He says that the hero seems to understand perfectly well who he is. Yuki, meanwhile, is thinking about something he, of course, understands. He understands that he is a real monster, a Nosferatu, and he will never become a human. He probably has a very long life ahead of him, 200 or maybe even 300 or more years, and in all that long life, the commotion of joining a human guild is a one-off event, which will quickly become a fleeting memory of the past. That's why the hero replies that he understands everything perfectly well, and that he won't be able to communicate with Gilvan for long. And that very soon the Marquis's son will become a fleeting memory. Yuki smiles dreamily as he says these words. Gilvan is stunned by this remark. Gilvan looked at Yuki with confusion. The guy, as if nothing had happened, replies that he does not intend to refuse to participate in the exam for this reason. It will be a good experience. And even if you have to embarrass yourself in front of everyone, sooner or later it will become one of the warm memories of the past. The Marquis's son takes these words personally. Yuki asks the princess to share the details of the exam. Jill tries to calm Gilvan down. Odette smiles and thinks that she expected something like this from the hero. Iris says that the exam itself was determined by the Magic Guild. She asks if the candidates know that this city contains the entrance to the capital of the ancient magical civilization, Elysium. Jill replies that he heard about a special passage accessible only to guild members. The princess says that this is absolutely true, and adds that this city was originally built for the purpose of managing Elysium. Therefore, the guild decided to hold the exam in the ancient capital. Gilvan pushes Jill, outraged that he gave the answer first. Iris meanwhile asks the candidates to look at the map. Their task is to inspect the cave marked on it. It is located on the upper layer of the ancient capital. The guild received a report that undead were spotted there. The candidates must check if the holy sword is intact in the depths of the cave. The first one to reach the holy sword will become the princess's knight. Yuki remembers that 200 years ago, he was also killed by the so-called holy sword. Because of such a death in a past life, the hero has an allergy to long swords in his current life. Odette wants to ask a question. After receiving permission, she asks what will happen if two candidates reach the holy sword at once. Iris replies that in that case, there will be an additional final. If the two manage to agree among themselves, one will become a knight and the other will receive an equally important position. Odette thanks for the clarification. Yuki understands that she is clarifying the possibility of cooperation. It turns out that even if they join forces and achieve the goal together, there will be no problems. The princess says that candidates will learn the details directly from the examiner. The exam will be held in 3 days. They will need to prepare by then. Iris wishes everyone good luck. Yuki returns home. Marta and a dressed-up Ramai are already waiting for him there. The boy cheerfully asks if the fox has behaved well and strokes her head. The maid says that Ramai is an incredible girl, and she has already learned how to fold laundry. The girl yawns and says she wants to sleep, and the fact that she slept during the day did not help her. Martha says that it is not surprising because she is still a child and that she offered her to lie down. The fox declares that she is the master's familiar. The hero gives the order to go to sleep. Ramai immediately turns into a fox and falls asleep instantly. The girl asks what is known about the exam. Yuki answers that it was said to examine the cave with the undead. Marta sighs and says that it looks like the guy will have a hard time. Yuki replies that she can't stand this nastiness. The maid tells that one day, when she and Lady Rumia went to the cemetery to visit a grave, the undead started crawling out from everywhere. Marta asks not to overexert herself this time. The hero agrees. The maid says that no matter what the outcome, she will always remain by her side. And then she adds that today good honey was sold cheaply at the capital's market, and so she baked the guy's favorite pancakes. Yuki is delighted with this news. He asks Marta to do the same tomorrow so that he can go to the exam in a good mood. The maid agrees. The day of the exam has arrived. The candidates for the role of knight are welcomed to the Lindbull Magic Guild. They are shown where the guild's main building is. All the other buildings are research labs and more. This is General Bunce. He greets Yuki in a whisper. The guy notices that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man apologizes that everything turned out like this. He and the princess recommended only the hero. Yuki asks if this is due to the discontent of other aristocrats. The general evasively answers that even if another is chosen, the guy will not be forgotten. He and the princess have no intention of leaving their savior in trouble. Bunce gives his word as a knight. The man laughs good-naturedly. Yuki thinks that the general is a good man. The man stops and announces that they have arrived. This is the entrance to the capital of the ancient magical civilization, Elysium. Here they are met by the examiner. The girl introduces herself as Demeter, a rank C mage. She informs them that the door will lead them to Elysium and advises them to be careful when entering. Yuki looks at the stairs going down in surprise. He thinks that this is the only passage leading to the capital of the ancient magical civilization. Demeter says that a distorted space awaits the young people further. Bunce advises closing your eyes and holding on to the guard accompanying you as you descend. They take their first steps down the stairs. Every step is clearly audible here. Yuki feels strange. He thinks that these are really unusual sensations. They are going down, but it seems as if, on the contrary, they are going up. They are moving straight, but it seems as if they are diagonally. Odette presses her hand to her mouth, asking what is going on. The guy responds and says that this is an extremely unpleasant place. The girl asks why the hero is okay, to which he receives the answer that this is not the case at all. Yuki thinks that he simply flew in the sky all the time in his past life. That's why he got used to such sensations. Out loud, he tells Odette that they will get used to it with time. Who would have thought that the hero would ever get to Elysium? 200 years ago, it was completely under the control of the Church of the Holy Land, and anyone who came close would face inevitable death. The guy thinks that the place must be unpleasant for him, but the thought that these are mysterious ruins of a mysterious ancient civilization makes his heart beat faster. Yet his insides are hopelessly magical. The general announces that they are almost there and offers to take a look. The staircase goes down many floors, describing an endless spiral. The young people stare tensely into the gaping abyss. Bunce says the underground labyrinth was discovered 220 years ago, but has yet to be fully explored. And the trainees are only allowed to descend to the upper layers. If they try to descend lower, the guild will no longer be able to guarantee their safety. Gilvin indignantly asks how a man dares to speak to him like that. After all, he is the heir to the title of Marquis, and even a general cannot behave like that. The man replies that the guy will tell him about it when he can stand on his feet normally. The general says that the cave with the holy sword is nearby, and asks those who are still able to do so to follow him. He thinks that Yuki has amazing self-control. He seems to be feeling well and offers to help Odette. Demeter says she wants to explain everything while the contenders are unable to move. As they might have already been informed, the cave was filled with undead, lesser ghosts and skeletons. The skeletons on this layer are very weak and the ghosts are not capable of becoming a serious threat. But if the candidates still feel danger to their lives, they should immediately run to the exit. There are amulets installed there that scare away monsters. The examiner suggests moving forward. It looks like this is the cave of the Holy Sword. Demeter reiterates that if the applicants fail, they must surrender immediately. Although this layer is used to inspect new trainees, it is still an ancient ruin teeming with dangerous monsters. Therefore, there remains the risk of losing one's life. Therefore, Demeter asks to remember her warning, and her words, of course, also cause aggression in Gilvin. The guy thinks that the girl is threatening him. To which the examiner remarks that if Gilvin is so confident in his abilities, then he can try to wander alone. She adds that even in these corridors, monsters sometimes appear, and if you fall into the hole in the center in the middle of a battle, it will end in certain death. Since no one will be able to go to the rescue, this clarification slightly reduces Gilvin's arrogance. Demeter reminds that the task of the candidates is to reach the Holy Sword. Whoever does it the fastest will be the winner of the exam. The use of magic is allowed freely. The instructions end here. The girl asks if the young men have any questions. Jill asks if attempts to interfere with opponents are prohibited. Demeter replies that yes, it is forbidden, but she notes that they are unable to keep track of everything. The boy looks disappointed. The examiner adds that while she is willing to help as needed, this is not the surface. Odette asks how Demeter is going to determine that someone has reached the Holy Sword in such a deep place. The girl replies that she has sent several familiars into the cave, through whose eyes she will observe the actions of the competitors. They can also use familiars, but they must reach the sword themselves. The winner is the one who reaches the Holy Sword first in person. The examiner asks Yuki if he has any questions. The guy is thinking about what he can ask. Having made his decision, the hero asks about the Holy Sword. He finds it strange that such an important ancient artifact is sealed in such a place. For some reason, this irritates the other candidates. But since such an opportunity presented itself, he simply wanted to ask. Demeter replies that this holy sword is completely useless. There are such ancient artifacts, and if Yuki wants to know more details, he should study the matter himself after he becomes an official member of the guild. The hero thanks for the answer. The examiner thinks that while everyone is thinking only about the exam, this guy is not fixated and looks far ahead. Demeter says she gives the candidates 5 minutes to think of a strategy. They can think it out on their own, or they can team up with someone and do it together. The young men should demonstrate wisdom and skill here, worthy of a knight of her highness. Odette asks Yuki if he brought a familiar with him. The hero replies that no, because he had no idea what Elysium was. He asks a counter question. The girl says that it takes some time to summon her familiar. Odetta asks to be addressed as you. After all, he and Yuki are equal partners until they reach the Holy Sword. And polite treatment slows down the speed of information exchange. At least that's what she was told. The hero slows down a bit but still accepts the rules of the game. Odette smiles and asks what they should do. Yuki points out that the cave branches into 2 passages at a certain point. One of them is a direct path overrun with undead, and the second is a relatively safe detour. The girl asks which one is better for them to choose. The hero believes that they should go in a straight line. The undead are slow, and if the partners use physical enhancement, they can easily slip past. Odette says she has this magic but can only use it for a short period of time. She also has the spells Shadow Snake and Stone Strike. Yuki says their enemies are skeletons and ghosts, so that should be enough. The girl is smiling. She asks the hero to become Iris Knight if they win. The guy doesn't understand such generosity. Odette asks the hero if he remembers that she is the princess's childhood friend. The guy answers in the affirmative. The girl says that Iris, because of her grandmother's origin and another reason, was bullied by other princesses and princes. Yuki says that the princess has already told him about her physiology. Odette is surprised that Iris has already completely trusted him. The girl squeezes her partner's hand and says that she wants the princess to be happy. Therefore, she believes that only the one who is truly capable of protecting her should become a knight. And Odette herself will be content with the position of assistant. The hero thinks that the girl sincerely values Princess Iris. Yuki says that they will discuss it after the victory and suggests that they go. He himself thinks that the position of a knight is not so important to him. Therefore, he cannot simply agree to such a request. Demeter stands at the entrance to the cave. Before her stand the candidates for knighthood. She wishes for them all to fully express themselves. The candidates look back at her with varying degrees of confidence in their gaze. The general looks at Yuki carefully. The girl raises her hand and gives the go-ahead for the exam to begin. Demeter gives the go-ahead for the exam to begin. The first decision is the same for all applicants. Demeter notes that the desire to activate the physical enhancement magic first is a healthy move. The only question is who will do it faster. Before she can finish this thought, Yuki already finishes. He immediately picks up Odette and throws her on his back. He apologizes and explains that this way they will immediately get going. The girl, dumbfounded, asks to wait because she hasn't even finished the spell yet, to which she is refused. The other participants and the examiner look after them in shock. Odette indignantly says that this is the first time in her life that a gentleman has treated her so rudely. And how dare a hero treat a lady so impolitely? To which the guy rightly remarks that during the exam she is not a lady but a partner, and the spell can be read on the back. Skeletons appear ahead. The girl informs the hero about this. Yuki, without slowing down, answers that he knows. He swings his weapon, demanding that the dead retreat. As soon as the blade touches the skeleton's finger, they all become frightened. The dead men shuffle back. Odette doesn't understand if the skeletons just retreated. The guy shows the weapon and says that the undead can't stand silver, although in fact his mystical blood is smeared on the blade of the sword. Odette thinks that the undead usually don't react so harshly. Mystical blood has the ability to purify, so any evil spirits are purified upon contact. In his past life, all evil spirits shied away from the hero because of this ability, and eyewitnesses built a logical chain. The undead fear him, which means he commands the undead, so he got a new nickname, Vampire Lord. That's how things are. Yuki swings his sword and the skeleton backs away in horror. The guy asks Odette to hold on tighter and takes off. Demeter and bands stand at the entrance. The general thoughtfully mentions the capital of an ancient magical civilization, Elysium. He says he heard that the remains of the Temple of Elysium members hid in the depths of these chambers, while the guild has only explored the upper layers, and it may take hundreds of years to fully explore these ruins. The girl reminds him that there is an exam and asks the man to refrain from unnecessary chatter. The general apologizes and explains that he is a little tired of waiting in silence. He asks the examiner if she knows about the rumor that the restless spirit of a priest from the Temple of Elysium wanders in these layers. Demeter replies that she knew this senseless fact. After all, protective amulets are installed along all the corridors. Until someone specifically calls upon them, any evil spirits will remain locked up. Bunce asks why the undead appeared in the Holy Sword Cave then. The girl replies that the reason is still being investigated. The general asks if Demeter is sure it is safe to conduct the exam in such a place, to which she receives the answer that all the amulets were checked yesterday by the person responsible for them, and no problems were found. Bunce says he's not sure. These passages were battlefields, after all. Many lost their lives here. He wouldn't be surprised if the restless souls of the dead appeared. There's a strange hissing sound and the fog thickens. The man and the girl look around, trying to understand what is happening. Bunce says it looks like they're going to have their own test too. Ghosts appear. Demeter does not understand how this is possible. The protective amulets were only checked yesterday. The general speculates that perhaps a higher undead has appeared that is capable of neutralizing the effect of the amulets. He adds that ghosts do not have a physical shell and cannot be defeated with ordinary weapons. The man grips the handle of his weapon, and in one movement he cuts through the ghost. Bunce says that unfortunately for them, his weapon is unusual. Demeter casts a spell and demands that the evil spirits leave. The girl screams that a funeral ceremony was held here right after the end of the War of the Eight Kings. She doesn't understand why they appeared now. The ghosts whisper that the sorceress is too slow. Their master, the seventh priest, is much faster. The examiner asks again in amazement. The general complains that he lacks the sensation of resistance from the flesh. He asks Demeter if the candidates are okay. The girl says that she will now check them through the familiar's eyes. She sees Yuki Grosseria and Odette Slay successfully approaching their goal. She doesn't understand how they managed to do it so quickly. They almost reached the Holy Sword while completely avoiding the battle with the undead. Bunce wearily notes that there is no need to be surprised. After all, anything can be expected from this boy. The examiner notes that the speed of activation of ancient magic is also abnormal. It is hard to believe that a simple trainee has such enormous power. The second team decided to bypass the undead. The girl says that she personally likes their choice more, but then she notices something strange. The guys grappled with each other as if they had a dispute. Demeter clutches her head. The general asks what happened. The girl replies that her familiar was killed. The man asks if the undead are to blame, to which he receives a negative answer. This familiar was magically enhanced and an ordinary skeleton could not harm it. Demeter says she has a bad feeling about this. She states that they need to go to the cave. Perhaps some incident is happening there. A few minutes earlier, Gilvin irritably remarks that Yuki is unusually agile for his position. The Marquis's son calls him an upstart. And no one informed him that there was such a person in the baronial family. Jill exhales tiredly and says that the way their rivals slipped right between skeletons and ghosts is unthinkable. As if trying to calm himself, Gilvin says that sooner or later these madmen will fall into the hands of the undead. That's where they will end, and he and Jill did the right thing by choosing the safe path. Jill asks why his partner did not approve of his plan to eliminate Grossarius by shooting him in the back with magic from the shadows. Gilvin asks if this was a plan suggested by the boy's father. Jill confirms, in that case Yuki Grosseria will be unable to continue and the attacker will be disqualified. Then Gilvin's only opponent will be Odette Slay. Then the chances of winning would be much higher. Gilvin slaps his comrade hard on the back, asking if he is really asking him to do something so mean. His goal is to become the princess's knight and glorify the name of his noble house. To make his partner commit a meanness and then abandon him, such an act can only defame the name, and in addition, it will betray the princess's expectations. Jill says that this nobility is worthy of the house of the Marquis of Kilza. Gilvin proudly states that this is how he was brought up since childhood. If you put yourself above others, then be nobler than anyone else. His partner notes that his family does not have such high moral values. After all, the Wolfgang family is a lineage of necromancers, sorcerers who specialize in manipulating the dead. Gilvin says it brings a lot of benefits, especially in the current situation, and Jill has nothing to be ashamed of. He tells his partner that he relies on him, and asks to lead to victory with his magic. Jill meekly agrees to use his ancient magic. He explains that an acquaintance of his father taught him magic that is perfect for this situation. According to him, it is magic of the highest level, which must be used precisely within the confines of Elysium. Gilvin enthusiastically asks to subjugate all these undead to his will. The battle is an information war, and it begins already at the preparation stage. By bribing people in the king's service, they got all the information they needed, and that the exam would take place in this place, and that it would be filled with lesser undead. There are several creatures that can control the undead: vampires, liches, and sorcerers. The Count's family of Wolfgang is a lineage of high-ranking necromancers. Among this family, the firstborn Jill especially stood out for his talent for necromancy. His choice as a companion can be called inevitable. Gilvin thinks he can rely on his comrade. He plans to make him his right hand when he becomes a minister or a vizier. Meanwhile, Jill performs ancient magic, calling upon the dead. Gilvin looks around and asks if it worked. A ghost flies out of the passage with a howl. The rest of the undead rush after him. Gilvin happily shouts to Jill that he succeeded. Now they can stop Yuki Grosseria and Odette Slay, and victory is in their hands. Gilvin suggests moving forward. Suddenly, Jill grabs his partner by the throat. Gilvin wheezes and tries to ask what he's doing. A phonic voice through the mouth of a boy asks who disturbed him, and who reopened the door to the world of the living. Gilvin asks uncertainly who he is talking to. The creature that possessed Jill replies that it is the seventh priest of the Temple of Elysium, Loglul. A monstrous force strikes the area around the boys, which kills Demeter's familiar. Gilvin nervously thinks that the ghost of the Temple of Elysium seemed to be wandering in the upper layer. Could it be that Jill's magic called him here? Then it's not a simple ghost, a phantom, a poltergeist, or even a lick. Continuing to squeeze Gilvin's throat, the seventh priest asks where the ancient artifact is. He squeezes harder and harder, and when he lets go, the boy falls limply to the ground, face down. In a broken voice, the ghost says something about the searches to which his life was dedicated. He wants to get the artifact. Yuki and Odette, meanwhile, have reached their destination, and Demeter and Bunce are rushing to find out what happened. Yuki asks if they have reached the finish line. Odette replies that they have and asks what is bothering her partner. The hero looks at the sword in the stone and asks if this is the same artifact. He explains that he imagined the cave of the Holy Sword a little differently. The girl says that, according to rumors, one of the priests was afraid of the power of the sword and imprisoned it in stone. And since then, no one has been able to pull out the sword and see the blade. The hero asks if this means that it is an extremely dangerous ancient artifact. Odette notes that even high-ranking sorcerers left him like this, so what difference does it make to them and Yuki? The most important thing is that they won the exam. The guy congratulates the girl on this. Odette's joy turns to sadness. She says that if you think about it, she didn't do anything, she just ran. But then the girl exclaims that the main thing is that the exam is over. She waves her hands, trying to attract Demeter's attention. The hero says that her familiar must be somewhere nearby. The guy looks towards the passage from where they came. Strange sounds and shuffling noises are coming from there. Odette says it looks like their opponents have arrived too. She wants to tell the boys that they are late, but Yuki interrupts her. He feels that the one approaching is emitting an ominous magical power. Jill enters the cave, the undead follow him. The girl asks in amazement where he got such magical power. It looks like a ghost or a phantom or a poltergeist. It looks like Jill is possessed. The creature that possessed the boy claims that he is the seventh priest of the Temple of Elysium, Loglul. He responded to the call and came back to this world. He sends a lot of shards towards Yuki and Odette. The impact produces a terrible roar and raises a cloud of dust. The seventh priest looks towards his opponents, expecting to see the results of his victory. But there is not a single scratch on either the boy or the girl. The creature clearly did not expect this. The hero irritably demands that the dead man not bother the living. Priest of the Church of the Holy Land, Yuki remembers that Kahal also tried to summon something similar with ancient magic, but then he failed. It was said that the priests of the Church of the Holy Land were killed within the capital of an ancient civilization. The guy wouldn't be surprised if their souls were left wandering in these halls. However, it is unclear why Jil summoned such a dangerous soul, whether he did it by accident or on someone's orders. In any case, these members of the Holy Land Church have already gotten to the hero. They drove him to death in his past life. And now one of these scoundrels, right in front of the guy. There is a stomping sound and Yuki hears a scream. He is asked not to approach the creature. Demeter and bands run into the cave. The examiner orders the general to eliminate the surrounding undead. Demeter herself intends to stop the possessed ghost. The man agrees and rushes to carry out the order. The examiner begins to read the spell. The seventh priest snorts dismissively. Demeter screams at the ghost not to dare approach her charges. She summons thorns of the Shadow Realm, but they don't cause any harm. The creature laments how low the magic of the era has fallen, so slow and weak. The priest declares that only they, the chosen ones of the Temple of Elysium, are worthy of commanding power. He is about to strike back. The concentrated force forces people to cover their faces and bend down to the ground. The ghost delivers a powerful blow to the ceiling, causing stones to fall from it. The rocks crash down. Demeter worries about the interns. The priest says he doesn't care about the living. He only wants one thing: to return the stolen ancient artifact. In the name of the great goal of the Temple of Elysium, to guide humanity to new heights. Yuki swings his sword at the ghost. The guy demands that he shut up. The priest cannot understand when the hero managed to inflict a wound on him. He thinks that the reason for this is the silver weapon. The ghost thinks it's pointless, but Yuki interrupts his rant. He uses the cleansing skill on the enemy. Writhing in agony, the priest asks who this guy is. Yuki replies that the ghost is pathetic. First they branded others as monsters and oppressed them, and now they have stooped to that level themselves. The hero's face is distorted by a grimace of anger. He asks what they people are doing. The ghost does not understand what he is talking about. The guy rushes at him, demanding that he shut up, and finally disappear. The priest throws a bunch of shards at him again. One of them hits him in the face, leaving a scratch. Odette is scared, but Yuki calms her down and asks her to be prepared. The ghost laughs and tells the guy not to get cocky. The hero uses cleansing again. It works better this time. The ghost of the priest releases Jiel. Yuki picks him up and yells at Odette to attack the ghost. The girl uses the skill Power of the Earth. With a crash, stone fragments pin the priest to the ground. Yuki says that disembodied ghosts take over bodies to gain the magical power of the living. And having lost Jiel, the priest loses his source of nourishment. The ghost is amazed that such a young guy has already gained such power. The hero says that it's funny that the priest existed for 200 years in the form of a ghost and then fell to this. And how can he even talk about new heights? They started a war and lost it. And in the end, people like the priest fell to the state of pathetic ghosts and seized the bodies of innocent children. Yuki says that he feels sorry for those who lost their lives because of such losers. The ghost can only curse in response. His magical power is running out. He demands that the holy sword be given to him immediately. Once he regained the holy sword, he would finally be able to ascend. He would be able to gain a new life. Odette, astonished, asks again what kind of nonsense he is talking about. After all, the holy sword created to destroy unholy creatures is sealed here. The girl finds it hard to believe that an evil ghost would want to get such an artifact. Is there really some secret hidden in the sword? Yuki shudders. He says he's curious and grabs the hilt of his sword. Odette says that it can't be pulled out. She reminds that she already said that the sword is sealed. But the guy with a slight movement takes the sword out of the stone. His consciousness is pierced by a foreign thought, congratulating him on his return. Yuki looks at the sword, stained with blood, in amazement. He uses the erosion hacking skill on the weapon. Studying the information received, the guy concludes that this is the same sword that killed him in his past life. Odette looks at the hero, not understanding how he managed to pull out the holy sword. Yuki thinks that he has learned many interesting things through hacking. However, he must finish the job first. The ghost rushes towards the guy, shouting that he shouldn't dare touch the sword. But Yuki awakens the sword and strikes. The priest splits into two halves. The hero notes to himself that the sword is very light, but 200 years ago, Lyle's hand shook when he pointed the blade at his lord. An old memory of this came to mind. Yuki apologizes to Lyle for causing him so much unpleasant emotions by committing an unwanted act. I wonder what happened to them after that. Did Lyle have a falling out with Remilia and Alice because of that? Everyone was making him out to be a hero. Yuki doubts that people from the Holy Land Church dared to kill him. The guy decides that he will continue to hope that his loved ones have found their happiness, from now on and forever. The ghost writhes, not understanding why the sword damaged him instead of giving him new life. Yuki asks the priest if he knows Lyle from Fair Village. The priest replies that he doesn't know. The hero asks again with emphasis if the creature is lying to him, if it has ever hurt anyone there, if it has ever killed anyone. The ghost replies that it is not lying. No one has ever given such orders. The guy says that he has no more business with the priest, and finishes what he started. The holy sword Leinkar was indeed sealed, immediately after it was used to slay the monster 200 years ago, without even cleaning it of blood. That sword spoke to Yuki as soon as it was pulled out of the stone. It seems that over a long period of time, it has become completely saturated with the hero's blood, and now only he can use it. Although this is not entirely true, besides the guy, the sword had another owner. Odette screams in horror, asking what Yuki did, just took out the holy sword. The hero looks at her puzzled and thrusts the blade back in. The girl gets even angrier and asks what's the point of putting it back in. Yuki says he just thought he'd get scolded if they found out he used the sword without permission. Odette says that doesn't mean he should put it back right away. It was an emergency, no one would dare complain. What's more important is that the guy was able to use an ancient artifact that couldn't even be pulled out of the stone for 200 years. This is a great achievement, and everyone will want to know how he did it. The hero is not impressed by this tirade. He puts his finger to his lips, asking the girl to be quiet. He playfully says that now it will be their little secret. He repeats the word secret twice, emphasizing the importance of the moment. The girl screams that she understands everything and asks him to stop. She won't blab her partner's secrets anyway. Yuki thanks her. The voices of the general and the examiner can be heard from under the collapse. They ask if everything is all right and what happened to the ghost priest. It seems that Gilvan is with them too. Bands and Demeter are about to break through the rocks and ask to move away a little. The hero turns to Jill, who is still sitting on the ground. The guy is interested in why he was able to summon a priest of the Church of the Holy Land. However, this will be revealed in the further investigation of the guild. And the Holy Sword still haunts him. By hacking Yuki, learn that the Holy Sword Leinkara has two abilities. Destroy the evil soul and grant the righteous soul reincarnation effect, but the reincarnation ability has already been used up. It turns out that the sword destroyed the priest of the Church of the Holy Land, but regenerated such a monster as the hero. It turns out to be an illogical system. However, this means that he was reborn due to the Holy Sword's ability. Yuki uses the hack on the sword again. The first time he was in a hurry and didn't notice that the sword had preserved the history of its owners. Now it shows that the reincarnation effect was successfully applied to Dean Nosferatu 200 years ago. The temporary owner was Alice Carmine. She was successfully reincarnated in the same era as the Lord. Marta asks her mother how she is feeling. The woman replies that everything is fine and thanks for the concern. Her cough has disappeared recently. Marta says the woman begins to constantly overwork herself, causing her to worry. Mom replies that she feels better with every visit from Mr. Yuki. Marta replies that she never doubted it. The guy does something suspicious every time and leaves. The woman says that it has been 5 years since her daughter began working at the Baron's mansion. She wonders what Marta intends to do next. After all, Mr. Yuki is not the heir. This means that he will soon enter some academy and leave home. And there is no guarantee that he will be able to take a servant with him. So the girl should think about finding a new job, or even find a lover and get married. Martha replies that she wants to continue taking care of Mr. Yuki. Mom strokes her head and says that everything is fine, and there is no need to worry about her. The maid thinks that the hero is an amazing and extraordinary person. He will certainly have a corresponding future. Will Martha be able to follow him unfailingly? One of the sorcerers states that the protective amulets are damaged. Yuki stands at a distance and thinks about what an unexpected turn this is. He became the princess's knight. In his righteous anger towards the priest, he completely forgot that they had originally come to the ancient capital for the exam. And a few minutes ago, Odette had insisted that the boy was now obliged to become Iris's knight. The hero resisted feebly, but the girl firmly declared that her pride would not allow her to take away someone else's merits. But she at least promised to keep the fact that Yuki had pulled out the holy sword a secret. He would have to accept it. The blade of the holy sword was stained with the blood of a hero, and someone close to him by nature. Based on the history of the sword's use, this happened 199 years ago. Leinkar's abilities, but with his help she was reborn in the same era, dying in the same way as Dean. Yuki sadly notes the fact that his children are very problematic. He has no idea what happened after his death, but she too is now living somewhere in this world. Alice Carmine. The hero decides that he will find her. It doesn't matter who the girl was reborn as in this era. He will definitely find her. Yuki calls out to Gilvin. He shudders and asks what the guy wants. The hero asks to spare him some time and tell him about the undead that attacked them. It is necessary to deal with the Church of the Holy Land that appears from time to time. The Marquis' son is tensely silent. Yuki asks if he and Jill had a plan to use the undead to hinder the enemy team's progress in the exam, and Jilwin confirms the theory. The guy adds that, however, they did not plan to summon the priest of the Temple of Elysium. And Jill didn't understand what he was doing either. He only said that he had learned a special ancient magic from an acquaintance of his father's, Count Wolfgang. Gilvin says that if he had known that something like this would happen, he would not have asked Jill to do anything. He notes that the boy not only defeated the priest's ghost, but also saved Jill. Gilvin admits his complete defeat and apologizes. Yuki casually remarks that no one cares, and it would be better for the Marquis' son to make inquiries about this acquaintance who taught Jill magic, and it is also necessary to find out how many people knew about the location of the exam, who damaged the protective amulets and who incited Jill to use such dangerous magic. The guy is very curious about this. Gilvin flares up and asks if Yuki really means to say that there are fanatics of the Temple of Elysium in the surroundings of the houses of Marquis Kills and Count Wolfgang. The hero replies that he cannot know that. The guy explains that he is simply fed up with the fact that the henchmen of this church are creating problems everywhere, and nothing more. Odette suddenly jumped up and said that Yuki was right. She asks if the Marquis' son does not understand the magnitude of the incident that has occurred. If the hero had not exorcised the priest's ghost, Jill Wolfgang might still be under the undead's possession. Gilvin asks as if waking up if Jill was really possessed. The girl confirms and says that his body was used as a source of magical power, and in the end, perhaps even his soul was absorbed. That is why it is necessary to find the culprit and give him his just deserts. It does not matter whether representatives of the Marquis' or Count's houses are involved. It is much more important now to find a clue. Gilvin exhales and agrees. The girl says that they also need to return to the surface and report to Her Highness about the incident that occurred, without hiding anything. Yuki decides that he will leave the cleaning up of the incident with the search for the criminal to the Magic Guild. For him, something else is more important now. Search for the reincarnated Alice. The princess puts the cup on the table and says that she has already been informed. She asks if she is correct in knowing that the hero was the first to complete the exam. Iris adds that she is also aware of the ghost incident, and Odette and Yuki did a brilliant job. The girl admits that she couldn't do anything, and in fact, it's entirely the hero's merit. The guy replies that without her help it would have taken longer, and it was only thanks to her that they managed to save Jill. Odette is indignant and asks what her partner is talking about. Odette says that if Yuki hadn't driven the ghost out of Jill's body, she wouldn't have been able to attack him with magic. The hero reminds that throughout the exam they were in an equal partnership, so the girl deserves no less praise. Odette says that Yuki is a very stubborn person. The guy replies that she is not inferior to him. Iris coughs, drawing the attention of the disputants. She says that the boys seem to have become very close friends. Odette apologizes and says that the main thing is that Yuki became a knight of Her Majesty. The princess corrects that it is not quite yet. The hero will become a knight after a ceremony in which the king personally appoints him. Anyway, this time the most important report came from them, that the guy pulled out the holy sword. Who could doubt it? Yuki says that he plans to draw the sword again in front of Iris and have her make a decision on what to do with it next. However, he would not like to make this fact public. After all, there would certainly be discontent among the aristocracy if they found out that the Baron's bastard had acquired an ancient artifact. The princess promises to keep it a secret. After she sees the holy sword being pulled out with her own eyes, they will decide whether to study it themselves or assemble a special team of researchers for this purpose. The guy agrees. Iris says that he is truly an amazing person. The hero mentally notes that she looks like Alice, even though she is 2 years older than the girl. There are several ways to check if the princess is Alice reincarnated. The first is blood. After reincarnation, Yuki, like in his previous life, has his mystical blood. In this case, probably in Alice's reincarnation, there remained some trace of the blood that the hero gave her in her previous life. If Princess Iris is Alice reincarnated, it is likely that she has mystical blood mixed in with her blood. But you can't just ask directly to show blood. The second way is to let the princess touch the holy sword. Since Alice was reborn with the power of the sword, it would be enough to break it with erosion upon touching it to understand. Are there any other options, by behavior and knowledge, for example? But here you need to watch Iris closely. If the princess had a memory, she would certainly have reacted the moment those three names were mentioned. So it turns out that it wasn't Alice after all. Iris asks, confused, if Yuki needs anything from her. Odette makes a remark to the guy that he shouldn't look so intently at Her Highness's face. The hero apologizes and explains that he was thinking about his own things. Iris says that there is nothing to worry about. Besides, the guy has only recently arrived in the capital and probably hasn't had time to get used to it yet. However, she is confident that Yuki will settle in. From now on, he will always be by her side as a knight. Iris giggles. Odette whispers to the hero so that he at least reacts to the words as expected. After all, it is obvious that Her Highness is unspeakably happy that he has become her knight. Yuki admits that the advice is good, but he doesn't know how to react appropriately. The boy stands up and says that he, Yuki Grosseria, takes the oath of a knight to serve faithfully and truly by the princess's side and protect her from any threat. Iris excitedly grabs his hand and thanks him. Odette casually remarks that it will do as is. The princess recalls that in a dream the hero was told to protect her. The guy casually asks if that really happened. Iris giggles and replies that it was. Continuing, she asks if the persons Lyle and Remilia appeared to him in the dream. Yuki replies that it is amazing that Iris remembered everything. The princess says the conversation was memorable. She asks if these people were dear to the hero. The guy evasively replies that perhaps the princess is right. The princess asks Yuki to say something. Was there by chance among them his betrothed, for example? The hero replies that absolutely not. The princess asks again if this is true. Yuki says that he has never had a fiancé, let alone a lover. For some reason, the princess continues to press and asks if he had a dear person to whom the guy was not indifferent. Odette whispers to the hero if he doesn't understand what Her Highness wants to achieve. But what does the princess want? Perhaps Iris is Alice's reincarnation after all, and right now she's trying to find out if Yuki has a dear person from his past life. Odette whispers that the guy will become Her Highness's personal knight, and that means he should cherish her more than anyone else in the world. So Iris is trying to figure out whether the guy can do it or not. Now everything is clear to Yuki. He passionately answers the princess that now, of course, she is the most important person for him, and even if he had fiancés or lovers, they would not compare with Iris in importance. He is ready to cast aside the past and serve solely for her good. The princess, however, seemed to become saddened by this statement. Odette looks at her reaction with confusion. She asks Yuki to leave for a while so that the girl can talk to Her Majesty alone, as if she were a close childhood friend, and then she pushes the guy out the door. Odette notes that she and the princess have not communicated in this way for a long time. Iris asks to be addressed by her first name. Odette says that her friend's reaction seemed a little strange to her. Yuki became her knight and promised to serve for the good of the princess, even throwing away his past. The girl asks why there was such a reaction to this. Iris replies that she understands everything. Odette asks what came over her friend. The princess reminds her that she recently fell ill with a high temperature, and since then she began to see strange dreams. In them, the princess learned to read and write from a great person who lived for a very long time in a huge old castle in one of the villages in the outback. An image from a dream immediately appears in her memory. This person is their guardian angel, whom the girl loved very much since childhood. But something terrible happened. Dreams show a girl crying, a bloody sword, and a very big grief. After listening carefully, Odette admits that there is too much specificity here for a normal dream. She concludes that the village's guardian angel, my lord, looks very similar to Yuki. Iris replies that perhaps it is. Her parents' names in the dream were Lyle and Remilia, so the thought occurred to her that this might be a memory from a past life. But Odette has a different opinion. She thinks it's love sickness. The girl says it's simple. Iris fell in love with Yuki at first sight, and to give her feelings a good reason, her brain shows her such dreams. The princess says it can't be. After all, these are very clear and detailed dreams like another reality. Odette points out that Iris must have no evidence to back up her words. The princess says that she does, in fact. She takes a pen and starts drawing something. Iris says that when the villagers sent her away in her sleep, they said that if in the future the girl were to be reunited with their lord, it would be imperative to find this coat of arms. They will do everything in the village to help the girl out with his help in the future. One day she should definitely visit there with their lord. Therefore, if Iris and Odette find something with this coat of arms in reality, it will become proof. Odette asks to let her look at the drawing closer. She says that she is familiar with this coat of arms, and she, as a friend, will immediately arrange a meeting for Iris with its owner. The guy behind the door's patience is starting to wear thin. Yuki and Odette meet on the streets of the capital. The guy asks if the girl is going to show him a good place. Odette answers that today she will take him to the trading company, Grail. The hero thanks his partner for volunteering to show him the city, but he doesn't understand what they are doing in this company. The girl asks if Yuki really just got out of the backwoods. Odette brings to the boy's attention the importance of having connections with the capital's major trading companies, especially for a member of a magic guild who, while diving into some ruins, can find a valuable item at any time. The hero expresses doubt that she can so easily find something valuable during her dives. The girl sarcastically reminds that this is said by a man who took out a holy sword during his first dive. Odette says that she already mentioned that when you find new ancient artifacts, you can raise your aristocratic rank or get a new title, and the guy already got that right. Yuki says that he didn't find anything. Everyone knew that the holy sword was in this cave. The girl corrects him and says that no one could have pulled out that sword, and she won't be surprised if the hero's family rises one step higher in the aristocratic hierarchy. And with the rise in rank, a need for connections with influential merchants may arise. The hero asks if this is the reason why the girl decided to take him to the Chamber of Commerce. The Holy Sword Linkar remained stuck in the Holy Sword Cave for now. After a thorough discussion with the princess about possible developments, she and Yuki decided to replace the sword with a fake one at the first opportunity. Or, at the appropriate opportunity, publicly announce that they had managed to remove the seal from it. So Odette invited the guy to look at the trading companies in case they chose the second option. Yuki says that he had no doubt that Odette could be relied upon. The guy adds that a village aristocrat like him wouldn't understand such subtleties, so her advice is very useful, and Yuki is very glad that he was lucky enough to meet her. The girl blushes and demands that he not make her blush. Yuki says he was merely expressing his feelings of gratitude. Odette indignantly says that true aristocrats do not do it that way. Usually letters are used for this, and if they speak directly then through hints and veiled and not head-on. Odette comes to the conclusion that she will have to give the guy a couple of etiquette lessons. The hero thanks her again. Odette draws Yuki's attention to the stopped carriage. The girl says in surprise that this is a special carriage used by members of the royal family for secret trips to the city. What a surprise! The hero asks how she even knows about the existence of this carriage. Odette replies that the ducal house is close to the royal one. Princess Iris steps out of the carriage. The girl acts so surprised that it arouses suspicion. With the princess General Bunce, true, the man immediately says that he will come for her later. Iris thanks him. The man says he is sure that the princess is safe with Yuki and Mrs. Slay around, but he still asks her to be careful. Iris apologizes for the wait and offers to accompany them to the trading company. Yuki asks if it's okay for the princess to just wander around town. Iris reminds her that she's a member of a magic guild and can leave the palace if she feels it's necessary. Odette says that the princess herself had never visited a trading company, so the girl decided to arrange a visit for both of them at once. Iris tells the guy that he can address her informally. In response to the misunderstanding, the princess explains that a formal address can attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, it would be better if the hero addressed her by name. Yuki agrees but almost calls Iris Alice. The girl responds as if nothing had happened. They look at each other with incomprehension. The hero apologizes. The princess replies that it is nothing and suggests going. Odette announces that they have arrived. This is the most famous company in the capital, under the name Grail. Yuki is shocked by how big this building is, even bigger than his family mansion. The girl says that the branches of this company are located all over the kingdom. Therefore, you can deposit your money in any of the branches and pick it up in a completely different one. And it's not just this country. There are similar things in other countries. There's even a saying that it's easier to destroy any country than the Grail company. It's so huge and influential. Iris seems impressed by the story. She says she's heard a lot about it, but this is the first time she's seen it in person. Odette replies that it is not surprising. After all, the royal family almost never made deals with the Grail, and even more so, not a single young princess had visited the company's branch before. That's why Iris wasn't familiar with this coat of arms. Iris looks at the crest on the sign. Yuki thinks that the shape of the castle on the crest is similar to the one he had in his past life, or maybe he just imagined it. Odette tells the guards that she has an appointment with the head of the company. They are immediately let in. Inside, the young people are greeted by courteous servants. The hero asks the girl when she managed to arrange this meeting, and most importantly, why. They just wanted to look around. Odette replies that it happened on its own when she said that she wanted to discuss an important issue with a high-ranking person in the company. Yuki asks what kind of question that is. Iris replies that it is actually her request. In response to a logical question, the princess says that she is interested in the company's coat of arms, and she asked Odette to arrange a meeting with a person well informed about the origin of the coat of arms. Odette asks not to worry and says that she did not mention Iris' name. The guy is surprised that even so they are served so well. The authority of the ducal house is impressive. Odette says that her family has long been doing business with the Grail and has made many deals. The credo of House Slay is that it is precisely in times of peace that one should stock up and prepare for a crisis. Therefore, the girl herself has already deposited about 500 gold coins with the Grail. The servants seat the guests on the sofa and ask them to wait. The head of the company will soon approach them. Yuki notices that there is also a relief of this coat of arms in the room, a castle and a bat. It brings back memories of the guy, of himself, from the time of Dean Nosferatu. Iris apologizes to the hero for dragging him into this, but she really wanted to make sure that what she saw in the dream was true. Yuki asks what she is talking about. The princess blushes and replies that if she comes here with him, she must understand. The head of the company enters the room. The girl introduces herself as Rodelia. She says that she is glad to see Mrs. Odette Slay again, and of course, it is a great honor to see Princess Iris in person at the Grail. Iris is surprised that she is recognized. Rodelia says she will be a lousy leader if she does not know the faces of the royal family members. The girl says she is immensely glad to have met them in person. Odette says that the head of the company is as insightful as ever. She introduces Yuki. The guy also says that he is glad to meet her. Rodelia greets Yuki and says that she has heard about the exploits of Jorg Grossari. In a conflict with foreigners from the east, he killed 3 military leaders at once, and the girl always wanted to see such a worthy person with her own eyes at least once. The hero is surprised by the outstanding knowledge of the head of the Grail. She has even heard about the military merits of his father. Eri admits that she doesn't quite understand why she's here. She asks Rodelia if she's the most important person in this organization. The girl confirms this. The princess says that, as far as she knows, the company has preserved all the records of what happened before the War of the 8 Kings. Rodelia replies that, unfortunately, she cannot say that everything. However, the most important things are passed down from one head of the company to another for generations. Iris says that in that case she asks her to listen, after which what she heard can be ridiculed as the absurdity of a child. The princess says that if Alice Carmine is to be reunited with my lord, they must find and visit the place with the bat crest and castle. Once there, they will receive a blessing. Rodelia looks at Iris in silence. Yuki asks in surprise if this was in her dreams, and who told the girl about it. Iris replies that the man who was her father in her dreams told her that, Lel Kamen, and many other villagers. Yuki processes what he just heard. Lel Carmine is the father, Alice Carmine and my lord. The hero thinks that he knew it was her. Iris continues and says that in a dream she was told what a blessing is. The father promised to prepare a dowry for his daughter in case she did find my lord. Iris blushes and says that the village has earned and passed down a dowry for her big day. Yuki tries to stop her. What were the villagers thinking? Could this really be the dowry that Alice would be getting married with? But that's nonsense. The village of Pharaoh was a small settlement in the middle of nowhere 200 years ago. There couldn't have been anything left after that time. Rodelia suddenly says that it's true. The princess jumps up and asks if this is true. The girl confirms. The Grail Company was created for this purpose. According to the stories passed down, the Grail Company was born somewhere deep in the mountains. The founder created such a coat of arms so as not to forget where his roots came from and depicted two of the most important attributes, a bat and a castle. There was a legend in the village of the founders. No matter how much time passes, the people will always remain the people of their lord. Yuki is shocked by what he hears. Rodelia asks to follow her if the young men want to know more details. Iris grabs the hero by the arm and leads him along. The servant asks Odette to wait here and enjoy the local hospitality. Yuki decides that he will explain everything to her later. Together with the main grail, the young people go down to the basement. There on a wooden table lies a single artifact. Rodelia asks to leave her signature here. The guy asks what it is, to which he receives the answer that this is an ancient artifact, secretly passed down from generation to the head of the company. Most likely total, this is the original. The princess is shocked by this statement. Yuki thinks he can understand her. A working original ancient artifact is the most precious treasure. Even the Magic Guild only has copies. If it's an original, it's hard to imagine its value and how the guys from Farah Village got it in the first place. Rodelia notes that the artifact does not have any special powers. It is only capable of accurately comparing the registered handwriting and magical power with the signature left on it. The girl asks Yuki to sign it. These are the instructions being conveyed. But a true signature is needed, and true magical power. The hero does what he is asked to do. He signs his name as Dean Nosferatu. Iris starts to cry. She tries to say something, but her sobbing gets in the way. Rodelia confirms the complete match. She says that they have all been waiting for this moment for 200 long years since the very beginning. The head of the Grail kneels and asks for her forgiveness. The position of the head of the company is traditionally filled by the descendants of the founder from generation to generation. And in their family, important words have been passed down to each new generation since ancient times. No matter how much time passes, they will always remain the people of their lord, who saved them from a fatal disease and sacrificed his life for their well-being. And Rodelia Cuffy solemnly swears allegiance to Yuki. She asks to be allowed to take upon herself the honor of telling what happened after Lord and Alice Carmen left on their journey through time. Yuki asks for a break and says he needs to process the information in his head. Too many shocking facts have surfaced. Princess Iris, Alice's reincarnation. Head of the Grail Trading Company, Rodelia Cuffy is a descendant of the villagers of Farah, who have been preparing for the hero's reunion with Alice for hundreds of years. The guy's head is spinning from all this. Yuki turns to the princess and asks if she really is Alice. The girl happily confirms this. The hero wonders if Alice was in pain. Iris doesn't understand what she's talking about. Yuki says that in order to be reborn, you need to pierce your body with a holy sword, so he thought about it. Was the girl in pain at that moment? The princess imagines this spectacle and says that it must be so. She was probably in pain. Iris adds that this pain was incomparably small with another. That pain in the heart when Alice learned of the death of her lord. That's what the girl thinks. Yuki turns to look at Rodelia and wonders why she is smiling so happily. Suddenly he remembers something. He asks Rodelia if she is a descendant of the village jeweler Gates Cuffy. The girl admires his memory and confirms the relationship. The guy says that he does not forget his family. Yuki remembers that Gates was good at calculations, so it was he who passed this knowledge on to his descendants and built up such a huge trading company. The hero remembers that Gates was a strong body and a quick-witted boy, and for him, he was a smart and obedient son. It is nice to see such fruits of effort. The hero would like to see the man's achievements with his own eyes and praise him personally. Suddenly, Yuki asks Rodelia if he can praise her instead of Gates. The girl allows it. The guy asks if he can pet her head in that case, to which he also immediately receives permission. Yuki pats Rodelia on the head and calls her a cutie, praises her for saving Gates' company. Gates loved this most of all. He was a smart but very timid boy. The hero remembers how he came to cry to him when Lyle took Remilia away from him. The guy suggests returning to the main topic and asks Iris if she remembers what happened after his death. The princess replies that she does. For Alice, these were the very last memories. Yuki asks Iris to share them with him, and he asks Rodelia to continue telling the story of the events that happened after Alice used the holy sword. The guy notes that the conversation will most likely drag on and invites the girls to sit down. The princess sits on his lap. The hero says that it seems the girl has chosen the wrong place for this. The princess immediately jumps up and apologizes. She blushes and doesn't understand how this happened. It happened completely unintentionally. Yuki notes that this seems to be the effect of Alice's memories. The princess says it looks like that, the body moves by itself, and no wonder, Alice loved to sit on the hero's lap. Yuki kindly says he doesn't mind, and Iris can sit on his lap or on his lap. The princess says she'll sit separately this time. Iris asks Rodelia if she is familiar with this story from her ancestors. The head of the company answers in the affirmative and explains that this is why she can only describe it in general terms. But her parents told her about the Lord from her childhood. Any fairy tale in her family begins with the words about how a long time ago there lived an amazing milord. And it always ended with the words that in reality all the people of the Cuffy family serve the great milord. Yuki mutters that there is no need to make a fairy tale hero out of him. And the princess, on the contrary, says that she would really like to listen to these fairy tales. The hero asks Iris to tell him what happened after his death. After the death of my lord, Alice took to her bed. And these were not the side effects of the death-marked disease. After hearing that her father had killed the lord with his own hands, the girl stopped eating completely. Even though this is a thing of the past, Yuki is outraged. The princess laughs and admits that his anger is quite justified. But then Alice did not yet know that her lord had undergone the process of reincarnation. I thought he was dead for good, and I was going to follow him. The girl understood perfectly well that her father was not guilty of anything, and that in order to protect the village from the Church of the Holy Land, he had no choice but to kill the Lord. That this was the Lord's own will, Alice also realized. And yet her body did not obey her, as if her soul had already died and only her body continued to function. Alice spent entire days in this state. The situation changed when the father was appointed as a brave hero by the Church of the Holy Land. As a reward for defeating the Lord, he was given a holy sword. After which, the father and mother began to study the holy sword. Lyle recalled that the Lord then said the word, "See you later." And the Lord never lied to his people. This is what the parents tried to convey to their daughter. If he said, "See you," then there was a way to do it. That's what the father thought, and the mother asked her daughter to help with the research. And then perhaps one day Alice will be able to see their Lord again. Unexpectedly, the girl agreed. She got out of bed and promised to help. As Iris sees it, this is the height of menacantalism, but Alice was then able to take the first step forward. Following her Lord's teachings, she ate little by little, chewing well and slowly. And when her body was restored, the girl immediately began helping her parents with their research. Thanks to the Lord, blood close to mystical blood flowed through her veins, which greatly helped advance her research. At that time, the parents successfully penetrated deep into the Church of the Holy Land to search for other ways to see their Lord again, and to learn more about the Holy Sword. In the end, they finally managed to get the information they needed and uncover the secret of the Holy Sword. According to the records, the Holy Sword had the ability to grant the effect of reincarnation of the righteous soul. However, research showed that at that time there was only one charge left for reincarnation. This meant that there was only one chance to follow the Lord. The parents asked Alice what she was willing to do for this. The girl replied that she was ready for anything. After that, they allowed her to use the Holy Sword. Or rather, they had no choice, because they had already seen the state their daughter was in before she found new hope. Suddenly, the princess remembers another important detail. Alice's younger sister was born safely. After all, the hero was worried about her. Only then the second wave of the death-marked disease epidemic began and the girl caught it. Therefore, Alice's rebirth was urgently postponed. The younger sister was named Mia. She was a very innocent and sweet girl. And then Alice used the Holy Sword and was safely reborn in this era. And now she sits before her Lord. Now Yuki knows what happened in the year since his death. Iris adds that when her parents and Gates told her to look for the bat crest, she had no idea what it meant. And now everything finally falls into place. And the parents also asked me to convey some words to the Lord. The father said that because of the Lord, he had earned a trauma due to the murder of his relatives. Therefore, the hero is now simply obliged to take his daughter as a bride. And the mother promised that in her lifetime she would grind the Church of the Holy Land into dust for all the suffering it had caused her and her family. This concludes the princess's story. There is only one last thing left. Iris admits that she now perceives herself as Alice, and therefore she is a little confused. But she asks to be allowed to voice her sincere feelings. She tells of the pain and sadness she felt when her lord died, how Alice was filled with hope of seeing him again, meet again, reunite, how the girl was seen off by her parents, as she prepared to use the holy sword. As the blood dripped onto the ground, Yuki looks at the princess in amazement. Iris cries and says that she missed him very much, and she missed the hero very much. The princess throws herself onto Yuki's chest. The princess begins to swear through tears what a fool her lord is. He died and left the girl alone. Iris smiles through her tears. She missed the hero very much and was happy to see him again. Her lord. The guy sits with the girl in an embrace and cries next to the child. He thinks about his father and mentally asks to leave Alice with her. The dark-haired guy is next to the crying girl and asks her not to cry. At first he wanted to call her Alice, but suddenly he understands everything and calls her Iris because she is now a princess. Iris cries even harder and asks the guy to leave her alone because now she is Alice and that's it. The guy tells the girl that Rodelia will laugh at her. Someone else comes up to them. The girl continues to cry and says that it is nothing like that because she herself is shedding tears. The guy looks at Rodelia, who is really crying like a child. Rodelia, however, only heard proof of the truth of the story about her ancestor which she had been told since childhood, and it is no wonder that she burst into tears. Rodelia says that it is touching. The girl calms down and asks permission to continue the story that has been passed down for generations. Since they are passed down for hundreds of years, there may be gaps, so she apologizes in advance. Iris and the guy are shocked by this, but agree with her. The girl tells that after Alice Carmine's departure, the inhabitants of the village of Farah split into two groups. The boy asks again if they broke up, if it was all because of disagreements. The girl shakes her head and says that according to the words transmitted, the villagers were very friendly people. They just split up to fulfill different goals. The guy asks about the goals and the girl gives a positive answer, explaining that the group is for accumulating property for the reincarnations of Milord and Alice, and also a group to infiltrate the Church of the Holy Land and destroy it from the inside, just like that. The guy is stunned into silence for a moment, then asks the girl if she's serious. She replies that she is. Her parents called them groups of traders and emissaries. He understands that Gale did not build this trading company alone, but through joint efforts with the residents of the village of Farah, who had talent in trade. Rodelia explains that this is so that when they meet the reincarnated Milord and Alice, they can take care of them, and the girl and boy are shocked by this. Lyle and Remilia, along with other emissaries, penetrated into the depths of the Church of the Holy Land, and, feigning complete obedience, rose to the very heights of the organization. The guy listens to this attentively. The ancient artifact in front of them also fell into the hands of her ancestors from their hands. The protagonist raises his hand and says he has a question. Rodelia says she is listening. The guy says that he can still understand that Gale and a group of merchants created a company. Luck plays a significant role in merchant affairs. If you manage to take it, you can quite easily achieve success. Rodelia tells him that he is right, but with the emissaries it won't be that easy. There are not only fools sitting in the church either. He doubts that they managed to penetrate its depths so easily. The girl is surprised at first, then giggles and the guy asks what he said wrong. She apologizes to him. Rodelia admits that she is glad that her lord is exactly as described in the legends. She asks Iris if this is true. Iris agrees and reports that her lord does not understand his incredibleness at all. The girl sits on the guy and he does not understand when she managed to do it. Iris reports that her lord saved the village of Farah from the death-marked disease using ventilation, hand washing, and a mask with a filter made of medicinal plants. But even this is not the end of the lord's achievements. Since they settled in the village, not a single villager has died of hunger. He is asked if he healed sick children by means of purification, didn't he? Thanks to which child mortality was also reduced to a minimum. Thanks to the fact that he and his familiar eliminated all the dangerous monsters in the area, the villagers were not in any danger. In the patrol squad, people said that it was more likely that they were the ones who were attacking. They laughed. People lived peacefully, worked in the fields, ate delicious food. The inhabitants of the village of Farah received a stable and safe life. They could also die of old age surrounded by family, passing on their knowledge to the next generation. The main character sits in front of the girl who told this and asks her what is so incredible about it. Iris next to him wants to whisper something to him. Iris tells him that even now such villages are almost impossible to find. He asks if this is serious. According to the legends, they shared their knowledge, the results of their research into magic, methods of farming with hunting, and useful tips on eliminating monsters. but he would not say that he had mastered the knowledge to the fullest extent until he could teach it to others. Rodelia reports that the literacy of the village was 100%, when the literacy of the population of the capital at that time did not exceed 30%, and such people continued to study the high-class knowledge of the immortal sorcerer for 150 years. As a result of all this, two real geniuses were born, Remilia and Lyle. She imagined their images in her head. Farah Village had raised a huge number of people who were far more outstanding than those in the Holy Land Church, and her parents stood out even among all those outstanding people, so let them think about what would happen. What will happen if ancient magic and ancient artifacts fall into the hands of such parents? The guy thinks about it. The genius of perseverance Lyle and the genius from birth Remilia, if Iris' words are to be believed, these two solved the secret of the Holy Sword in just 1 year. And if such geniuses are given access to complete knowledge about ancient magic and artifacts, then it's scary to even imagine what will happen. In addition, the death of the Milord opened up a unique opportunity for them to penetrate into the depths of the Church of the Holy Land. He does not believe that his father and mother will miss such an opportunity. The guy thinks about all this. He asks Rodelia if there are any mentions regarding the results of Lyle and the group of emissaries' infiltration into the church. The girl says that no, with the beginning of the war, contact with the group was lost. Lyle and Remilia could well have destroyed the church from the inside. The Temple of Elysium itself did not see a threat in Lyle. For the priests of the organization, he was a hero who defeated the evil lord of vampires. They handed him a holy sword and accepted him into their ranks. And into the back of such a defenseless enemy, Lyle and Remilia plunged the knife of betrayal, their gazes full of hatred. The Church of the Holy Land didn't have a chance. Perhaps they really were one of the reasons for the collapse of the church. The guy understands that they are reckless. Okay, Alice, who left them for reincarnation, but what about the second precious daughter Mia? They are irresponsible parents. He paid with his life for a peaceful resolution to the conflict, and they devalued this act. That's all she can tell the guy. In fact, she would like to tell more about the formation of the trading company, but she can no longer detain Princess Iris, and Odette is still waiting. The guy leaves her one of his familiars. The girl asks if it is a bat. Since they have a castle and a bat on their coat of arms, the presence of such pets should not raise any questions. He will introduce his familiars to the matter, let her use them to communicate with him. The girl kneels down and accepts the order. She and the entire Grail firm will henceforth provide full support in his every endeavor. If he needs money or help with solving any inconveniences in everyday life, let him turn to them. The guy will keep this in mind. He asks Iris if he can leave the familiar with her too, and the girl says of course. Then he will send one later, only let him say where her room is, the girl is going to say. Suddenly, the girl grabs the protagonist by the hands and asks him if he remembers the promise with Alice. The guy asks her if she is talking about the same thing that Alice talked about when she was sick with the death-mark disease. Iris agrees with him. The guy says that she said something in a fever and he only agreed to calm her down. Iris understands that he is avoiding his words. He asks the girl about the promise to make her his bride when she grows up, she says. The girl gets embarrassed and says that it is true, but the guy tells her that she hasn't grown up yet. They are both 13 years old. She asks if the past 200 years are not enough for him. Maybe it is enough for Alice, but what about Princess Iris? The girl confesses her love for Yuki because he saved her life twice. She holds her hand over her heart. She would like him to marry both Alice and Iris at once. Rodelia watches this. Yuki had planned to protect Alice's descendant anyway, and now it turns out that it is her reincarnation. The guy says that he will keep her by his side as a wife. He proposes marriage and the girl is shocked. She tells him he's being too direct. Could he come up with a romantic way? The guy has been changing diapers for babies for 150 years. It is difficult to demand romantic feelings from him for their descendants. The girl says that these are difficulties beyond the understanding of mortals. They have no hurry, they just reunited. Now he is a 13-year-old boy and there is no guarantee that tender feelings for her will arise in him. There is definitely plenty of time, we can't rush things. Some say that according to the custom of the royal family. Rodelia announces that Iris will be able to marry at the age of 15. And all family members, including children and concubines, can only marry members of other royal families. If they both wish, their trading company is ready to put all its efforts into organizing the lovers' escape. Iris suggests leaving this as a last resort. The guy says that they will continue to work for the guild. If they can find artifacts, then his title will rise. The girl asks the guy if he really intends to officially marry her, since the guy cannot cause trouble for his current family. If it turns out that he fled the country with the princess, then the Grosseria household will not get off easy. It is unknown what will happen to the father, Bart Zeros and Rumia. Therefore, he decided to raise his family status. If releasing the Holy Sword could be considered one of his achievements, then it would seem that the Grosseria house had already earned the right to receive the title of Viscount. We need to find the 2 remaining artifacts, and that's it. It won't take much time. Lyle and Remilia destroyed the church and initiated the loss of artifacts. Then these artifacts can be called their legacy. He will find them all. He promises this to Lyle and Remilia, the artifacts and the descendants of their second child Mia. The girls tell him that they understand him. Rodelia says that he can count on the support of the Grail Company. The guy says that they've been chatting too long, hoping that Odette hasn't been waiting too long. Rodelia says that there's no need to worry, they'll do their best to help her pass the time. She loves sweets, they've got everything under control. He was able to successfully reunite with Alice's reincarnation and find the descendants of the inhabitants of the village of Farah, but when he listened to their story, he didn't even know what to think. Now all that remains is to follow in Lyle's footsteps with Remilia and collect ancient artifacts. What is Crybaby Lyle did to the church, you need to convince yourself with your own eyes, like Dean Nosferatu, guardian angel of the village of Farah. Iris apologizes for waiting so long. Yuki also apologizes, because a lot of time has passed. There are many beautiful and appetizing dishes on the table. The girl reports that they really made her wait. She reports that the Grail Company has invited the best pastry chef in the capital, but she can't eat all the sweets alone. The guy apologizes and is going to explain everything. However, before that he would like to drink some tea. His throat is dry. Rodelia listens to this and rings the bell. A man appears. There are several cups of tea on the table. The girl asks what happened to Iris's dream in the end. The guy reports that he turned out to be a prophet. In a past life, he was a guardian angel of a certain village in the outback, and Her Highness Iris was one of the residents of this village. They had a lot of different things happen in their lives, and they were both reborn in this era. Suddenly, the girl spills her tea because of this. The protagonist understands that she is discouraged, but it is not possible to keep their past a secret from Odette. She already knows what Iris dreamed about and is familiar with the Grail coat of arms. If they keep silent about it now, it will lead to problems in the future. Besides, he doesn't want to lie to Odette. He learned the truth about Iris thanks to her. If Odette hadn't led them here by the crest, he would never have met Rodelius, nor would he have learned the truth about Iris's reincarnation and what happened to the village of Fair after that. The girl twitches and asks in shock to wait. She continues to twitch nervously and looks at Iris. Odette asks Iris if all this is true, then the protagonist and Iris hold hands. She states that yes, Lord Yuki turned out to be her lord. She came here after my lord. Odette screams in shock about this. Iris says that she plans to marry him, but the guy doesn't really care in what form, but the main thing is to stay close to her. Odette grabs her hair in horror and realizes that Iris is so happy. She tells her that she is at it again. The guy thinks that this is a natural reaction. No one in their right mind would believe in such nonsense as reincarnation, and it will be difficult to prove anything to them. He wouldn't even be surprised if Odette thought that she and Iris were making fun of her. The girl says that she understood all of this. The guy is shocked and wonders if she really understood, but she admits that she didn't understand but pretends that she did. For her, all sorts of reincarnations and guardian angels do not have much meaning. Something completely different is more important to her, what her precious friend wants. Iris is happy about this. She says that she wants to marry Yuki. That's all she needs to know. The guy tells her that she is an amazing person. She says that she is a realist. In her family, it is customary to look at things based on one's capabilities. She agrees to Iris marrying Yuki, but warns that it won't be easy. The king will not give his daughter to just anyone, only to a royal person from another country, so he plans to raise his status. He needs to get 2 artifacts and he will become a marquis. The artifacts are located in the depths of the ancient capital. At the first opportunity, he explores it and at the same time carries out the work of the guild, hence the need for help. Therefore, he wants her to turn a blind eye to their forays. Iris asks the girl for help. The girl suddenly starts swearing and asks what kind of nonsense this is. They suggest she rest while she explores the dangerous capital. Whether they think she will agree, the guy says they can't cause problems, but that's not a problem in Odette's opinion. The girl then asks for their permission to help them, which leaves them both stunned by what they hear. She asks how she can miss such an undertaking. The guy thanks Odette and relies on her. She tells Yuki that it is better for him to establish a new house rather than elevate his current family's title. What will the family think of the bastard who will raise his status solely to marry a certain woman? The guy understands that it will be terrible. Iris doesn't mind becoming Mr. Yuki's concubine, but she says that she's complicating things, so let her keep quiet for now. Odette informs him that it will be much easier for him to find the 4 artifacts and strive for the title of Marquis from scratch. The main character thoughtfully says that he will think this option over carefully. Of course, he will not divulge to anyone what he heard here. He thanks her for this. The servants escort all 3 of them, and the man asks the girl to hurry, because she has already exceeded the planned time. If her secret walks outside the palace are revealed, then problems may arise in the future. The girl apologizes for the trouble she caused him, and he says that there is no need to apologize because trouble is his favorite part of his job. Suddenly, the girl turns sharply and addresses the Lord, asking him if he will disappear again. The main character is surprised, and the girl asks if he will disappear without saying a word to her. The main character with a calm face says that he will not disappear anywhere. Then the girl, with relief, says that she believes him. Iris leaves, and Odette reports that this is the first time she has seen Iris with such an expression on her face. Ask her about something. The girl asks what it is. He asks how her highness is reflected in her eyes, and she replies that on the outside she is a fragile princess. However, inside she is a strong woman. She knows what is most important to her and is not afraid to take risks for it, making you want to support her. The guy says that she hasn't changed at all. The girl giggles, and the guy says that he didn't say anything funny. Odette laughs not at his words, but at him. After all, she caught herself thinking that she was almost ready to believe his stories about his past life. In the royal family's chambers in the Western Palace, where the concubine's children live, in Iris's room, a girl lies on the bed hugging a pillow. She lies there and becomes embarrassed, covering herself with a pillow, realizing that Mr. Yuki turned out to be a milord. The girl thinks about her lord Dean Nosferatu. He was a milord for Alice. And the same person, Mr. Yuki, is Iris's favorite person herself. She tightly squeezes the pillow and is very embarrassed. She tosses and turns on the bed and asks herself how this is possible. What should she do? How should she communicate with him now? She didn't say anything strange to him, nothing that could make him hate her. Her heart starts beating loudly. In fact, she hasn't fully accepted Alice Carmen's memories yet, and there are blank spots in them. Yet when he saved her from the Black Bear in the baronial lands, then Iris fell in love with Lord Yuki. She was then overcome by an irresistible desire to see him near her, so without hesitation she declared that she would make him her knight. The presence of any memories does not matter, because both Iris and Alice, the master, her lord. Suddenly the girl hears some sounds and runs to the window, seeing a bat with a paper bundle there. Iris is very surprised by this. She asks her if she is Lord Yuki's familiar, and then the mouse replies that everything is correct. The girl is surprised that it talks. The mouse asks if she understands her. This is strange, because only the boss should hear their voice. Iris reports that it is possible that by regaining her memories from her past life, she has become a little closer to Mr. Yuki in nature. The mouse understands all this. The girl says that she is pleased to meet her. Her name is Iris. The mouse says that she is Neil and she is a girl. They both are pleased to meet each other. The mouse says that she has a message from her boss, words and a message on parchment, which she prefers. The girl asks if both are possible. Neil agrees. The girl says that she wants to accept everything that Mr. Yuki exudes from this body. The mouse says that first the instructions. Niall is appointed as the chief liaison and bodyguard of the princess. As far as Iris knows, Miss Rodelia was also supposed to have a familiar sent to the Grail Company. The mouse says that's right, she can contact her too, and Iris will definitely take advantage of this. And now she comes to the message itself. At their next meeting, the boss wants her to teach him ancient magic. The girl asks if this is for a more comfortable exploration of the ancient civilization of Elysium. Mr. Yuki just joined the Magic Guild and probably wants her to support him with her knowledge. Neil asks the girl how she guessed. Iris says that it is the duty of the followers to understand the intentions of the Lord without words. The girl reports that she has been serving him for over 200 years, but this is not such a great achievement. She rather envies Neil. If she had the same wings, she could fly to Yuki at any moment. Yuki asks if she should pass these words on to her. Iris, dumbfounded, asks not to do this. She wants to choose her words more carefully. Neil accepts this and says that she can pick it up for now and she will wait. Iris is surprised that through Neil she can convey her words to Yuki, in other words, her secret love line with the Lord. She understands that any words will reach him and falls on the bed. Neil asks what happened to her. The girl says that nothing special, let her give her some time to think of words. Then the girl asks to be sure to deliver her words to the master and looks after the flying away Nile. The servant asks what is making her so feverish. The girl asks that she is okay. He has a message from Iris from the first version to the 12th. Let him choose which one to read. Neil conveys Iris's words that she is grateful to fate for allowing her to reunite with her master and that she is ready to serve him with her soul and body. Until death do them part, the protagonist listens attentively to the girl's message. He asks if there are 11 more versions of this message. Neil reports that yes, almost the same content, and what was she thinking about? She also said that she would teach him ancient magic, but in a few days there would be a knighting ceremony, and she would only be able to do it after that. The main character asks Neil to tell the girl that he understood everything. Neil asks for permission to go back to the princess. He wants to say something else. The guy gave her more mystical blood than others, so her strength and endurance should have increased. Yuki asks Nile to protect Iris with this power. Nile states that she will do as he orders. Then the bat flies through the air. The protagonist looks through the ring in his fingers. He looks and realizes that it looks like Neil has safely entered the palace. It is not for nothing that it is called the capital. Even at night you can see many people wandering along the well-lit streets, especially the royal palace in the distance. Completely illuminated by magical light and under strict guard, he also notices something. This is a signal field made of magical power. Even he could only notice it after looking closely. He believes that when he touched it, a signal was immediately sent to the sorcerer in charge. But in the Western Palace where Iris lives, he doesn't see such fields. She let it slip that only the children of concubines live there. Aren't they too careless about security? Or is there a reason why the western part is poorly protected? In that case, should he prepare another familiar to protect Iris and also organize an evacuation route in case of an emergency? The bat asks the guy if he intends to escape. If he does, then she is with him. The guy said that this is an extreme measure. She asks if he will collect many ancient artifacts. For now, 2 will be enough. He has not yet completely abandoned the option of raising the 7 gross areas from Baranskaya to Marquisova. Both he and Iris will stop aging sooner or later, and both of them have a troublesome past behind them. It seems to him that it would not be the best idea to remain in human society for a long time. Once they get married, it would be better to disappear together. Yuki is sure that Odette will not be happy with such a plan. Neil asks if she is a good person. The protagonist confidently states that yes, he is good enough to make one want to see her in the ranks of the immortals along with Iris. Neil asks if this is immortality. The guy asks if she would like to become immortal. She has no idea. The guy laughs at this. He thinks that if only there were ancient magic or an artifact that could make a person immortal. Such a thing exists, after all, the holy sword that reincarnated him with Alice, from which we can conclude that at least there are artifacts that can manipulate life. Previously, the main character also studied such magic, but in the end, he got magic that brings the human body to a healthy state. He thought that if there were more immortals, he wouldn't stand out so much, and he wouldn't have to watch his family members die before him. The guy announces that their patrol is over for today. He thanks all the familiars for their participation, and they thank him. The protagonist jumps off the roof, looks out, and realizes that the lights are still on in the windows, even though he tells Marta and Remind not to wait for him and to go to bed. The front door is locked, so he has to go inside through the second floor. Suddenly, Odette appears and looks around, quickly walking to the side. The main character asks her what is wrong with her, which frightens the girl and she screams. The girl trembles and turns around, telling him that it is not good to scare people. The guy, out of habit, crept up silently. She asks what these habits are. She asks the guy where he was. He answers that he was on a night walk. He asks her not to worry, he was not walking the streets at night. Then the girl is calm. Yuki asks the girl what she forgot here at such a time. She understands that a letter has arrived from the Magic Guild, and not just one or two at once. She thinks that she should have received the first message from the sorceress about the incident of the attack by the undead priest, and specifically about the ancient magic that Jill Wolfgang used then. And the second concerns the knighting ceremony. The main character is perplexed by this. It seems that they, along with Her Highness Iris, another member of the royal family, will appoint their knight, another princess of the same age. Yuki asks if it's that sudden. The girl says it's the fourth princess, Salvia. She is the queen's legitimate child and fourth in line to the throne. As she is the same age as Iris, she also has the right to appoint a knight for herself. It's just a rumor, but it is said that Her Highness stated that she wanted to appoint her knight immediately after she learned that Iris had chosen him. She seemed to mention that Princess Iris had always been despised by her half-siblings due to her physical peculiarity. The guy asks if it is really this very Princess Salvia. The girl calls him clever and admits that it is this very one. So this Salvia is one of those who despises Iris. Odette can't say it out loud. Also, Salvia is planning to hold a competition between knights. Yuki says that he would like to discuss this in more detail. The girl appeared here with this intention. He doesn't want to wake up his own, so unfortunately he can't offer them some tea, but she says it's okay. Suddenly the fox appears and the guy realizes it's Ramai and asks where she came from. She seems to have jumped out of a second-floor window. He asks the pet if Martha has gone to bed. She says that she is making tea. The guy asks to go to bed. She wants to go with the master. The girl says what she understands what the fox wants to say and asks if her name is Ramai. Ramai understands that she is a friend of her master. The girl apologizes for her late visit. The guy realizes that they are having trouble communicating. One of the maids asks if they would like some tea. Odette apologizes again for disturbing them at night. Yuki says that she should have gone to bed a long time ago. The maid did not want to seem rude to the master's friend. But Ramai rather wants to learn how to work. Ramai learned to take human form. Odette notes that these are good tea leaves. The guy bought it at the market. It tastes better than the tea they serve at her house. Where did they buy it? The maid wonders. They bought it from a stall on the west side of the market. She used the cheapest tea on Yuki's advice and added Ludolia leaves. It has a calming effect. This special tea blend he developed in a past life for children who had trouble sleeping. Marta brews it every time he slips out at night. It's sort of like her telling him to go to bed already if he's done. Odette asks the guy if he has already read the contents of the letter. He quickly skims through it. It can be said that Wolfgang summoned the ghost priest unintentionally. Odette reports that his goal was to delay them, manipulate the undead, and block the passage, nothing more. Yuki says that his plan failed. Someone tricked Jill Wolfgang and taught him the ancient magic of summoning an undead priest. The girl reports that, according to Wolfgang, he thought he was taught ancient magic that linked his mind with the undead. And it seems that necromancers really do use only magic, linking their minds with the undead. They are able to control them as if they were their own limbs. He believes that this magic allowed him to manipulate weak undead, which is why Jill did not notice the girl hidden in it. But the ancient magic he was taught also included elements of a spell to summon a priest. He wonders what purpose that shady guy had in teaching him such magic. The girl doesn't know this, just as the location of the person who taught Jill this magic is unknown. The guy thinks that the guards broke into his house, but they did not find the suspect, and as a result, only his name was revealed. His name is Dorothea Samuels, a wandering sorceress who does not belong to a magic guild. Letters from a tutor named Kahul were also found in her house. Maijin, he's in shock. He asks if the criminal is connected to the Kahul incident. Odette says that she is already wanted. It shouldn't take long to catch her. The protagonist hopes that this will be the case. Even after reincarnation, these bastards from the Church of the Holy Land will not leave him alone. But in the new one, he aimed at a quiet life. He asks what happened to Gilvin. Wolfgang actually locked his son under arrest. And the Marquis plans to hide all his sins. It is troublesome to be an aristocrat. The problem is in the second letter. He has to take part in a magical battle with the knight of Princess Salvia. The guy says that she herself said that Salvia despises Iris and does not hide that she considers her an enemy. So is she really asking for a fight like that? Odette would hate to disrespect a member of the royal family, but he is right. Salvia is the heir to the royal line. She is mature and balanced, good at magic and popular with men. She's a real princess, but the problem is that her strengths coincide with Iris's. The main character asks the girl if Iris is superior to her in everything, and the girl nods. Yuki reports that he knew it. This is his Alice. Her parents were talented children in the entire history of the village of Farah. Alice didn't get far and she was good at magic. No ordinary prince could compete with her. Odetta is sure that family played a role. Salvia, neither in studies nor in magic, she surpassed Iris. Salvia couldn't accept the thought of her concubine's daughter being defeated. But due to her high position, she can't openly conflict, so she treated Iris with disdain. As the daughter of a duke, she will refrain from commenting. He asks the girl about it, and as Iris's best friend, she replies that she doesn't even want to stutter. He says that this is a troublesome place, the royal palace. It is worth thinking about running away somewhere. Grossaria's family will be in trouble, he jokes. He will only resort to reckless actions when he is convinced that it will not affect his family. Dick appears and reports that Neil flew away with a message from the princess. The guy is surprised. It seems that she was in a hurry and therefore left words. She asks her to listen and begins the message. Iris herself did not notice how it was decided that the elder sister's knight would fight him. The duel had already been approved by the king and she could not stop it. She asks to come up with a reason to skip the duel, and then she will come up with something herself. She's already used to this, so he shouldn't worry. The guy is looking at one point. The main character says that if they want a magical battle, they will get it. The main character is at home and reports that such things happen. She wants him not to show up for the duel. The girl remains silent and asks if she can ask him about something. She asks if Iris is confident in his prank or vice versa. Yuki doesn't think she doubts him. In that case, why did she give the command to skip the duel? Most likely she is afraid that he will act recklessly. In his past life, he died for the sake of the villagers, and Iris was left traumatized by this and is worried about him. Odette asks the guy if he was a guardian and a villager. What kind of guardian is he if he makes the villager worry? The girl wants to enjoy the story when she believes in their past life. How will he deal with the duel? What is required of her? She is very willing to help her friends in anything within her capabilities. Yuki wants all aristocrats to be like this. The girl angrily asks what he is talking about. These are his feelings. If everyone was like this, the church would not be able to plot and the war would not happen. He talks about what a wonderful friend Iris has found for herself and hopes that they will maintain their relationship in the future. He asks the girl if she will pass the message to Iris. He has enlisted Odette's help. She cannot worry about the duel. From her lips, these words will sound more convincing. The girl asks if trusting her will solve all the problems. He says that if she helps him with ancient magic, he will teach her to use magical power. She used one during the exam just once. Wasn't there enough strength to use it again? She puts almost all her strength into one use. The guy will teach her to handle magical power a little more skillfully. This will allow her to use that magic 3 more times. She is surprised by this and wants it. It sounds interesting, so she agrees and shakes his hand. He thanks the girl. He will definitely help her if she needs his strength. He replies that it is true, how else? She thanks the main character and takes his word for it. Then night falls outside. A few days later, in a forest near the capital, Odette stands and tries to catch her breath. Yuki tells her that she is doing well, and through Neil, Iris told them that they have temporarily banned her from leaving the castle. It seems that this is a measure to prevent information from leaking out of Iris' mouth before the knighting ceremony, and the knight's name was never revealed. He tried to find out through Rodelia, but even the Grail Company couldn't get the information. She's very sorry that she couldn't help. However, in return, she prepared his armor for the initiation ceremony. The guy thanks her. And in the last few days, Dick had founded a whole network of bats, thanks to which he had established stable communication with them and strengthened the security of the Western Palace. Thus time flew by, and the very day of the knighting ceremony arrived. Grossaria's second son, Yuki Grossaria, he has arrived. After these words, the main character walks forward in black armor, which makes sounds when moving. The guy bows and is surprised by the soft carpet. In the castle from his past life, they had to lay a cheap one because the children got it dirty. The men ask if Grossarius's house was not a village, so how did he manage to obtain such a grandiose outfit? She tried to make the outfit for the ceremony worthy of the milord from the legends. The design of the armor was based on the image of the former milord, and on the chest there was a relief engraved with bat wings. The main character thinks that she clearly overdid it, but he will definitely thank her later. The second son of the Baron Grocery has arrived at their behest, grateful to be honored with being chosen as a knight by Princess Iris. The protagonist looks at the pensive man and realizes that this is the king, Iris's father. Iris looks worthy of the title of princess, and on the other side is the so-called Princess Salvia. The king announces that he is glad to see the protagonist. Let him wait a little. He points his finger and another man introduces the eldest son of the Marquis of Kills. Alec Kills of the House of Marquis Kills, in other words, he is for Gilvin Kilza. He comes with a stomp. The guy comes and the man tells everyone that the eldest son of Marquis Kills, Alex Kills, has arrived by his name. He is grateful for being chosen as a knight by Her Majesty Salvia. It is a great honor for him. He swears that he will not shame the name of the guild that honored him as a S-rank sorcerer. The protagonist realizes that it turns out that he is of the same rank as their examiner back then. His younger brother caused trouble, and as an apology he will personally demonstrate what a true sorcerer means and clear the name of their house. Odette rides in a carriage with a paper in her hands and says that she did not expect a sorcerer of rank C to come on stage. It would take so long to identify Her Highness Salvia's knight, the audience had probably already ended. Now she wouldn't be able to share the information she had obtained with Yuki. In exchange for the right to make Alec her knight, the girl promised him to provide support to the entire house of Marquis Kills. Thus she obtained C-rank magic to crush the knight Iris. She is mischievous. The girl quickly heads to the gate and the man asks her to stand because only those involved are allowed in here. They cannot let her in. The girl says that she is the second daughter of Duke Slay. Odette Slay was invited to watch the duel personally by Princess Iris. Let her immediately take her to her. The duel will take place in the Magic Guild's spell testing ground or amphitheater called the Colosseum. This magical duel is not about killing and wounding, but about fair sparring within the established rules. It should be. The girl is very uncomfortable in this dress. She enters the stadium. People are discussing the magical battle between sorcerers. They are curious as members of the Magic Guild. They started a duel to restore the family's reputation. They have heard about their achievements. He will be an intern like them. The girl sighs with relief when she realizes that it hasn't started yet. She looks at the empty arena. Odette approaches the girl and apologizes for being late. Iris looks at her in surprise. Then calms down and beams as she says that she was waiting for her. And also thanks for coming to watch her knight's duel. She will be grateful if she will support Yuki from these stands with her. It is a great honor for her. The girl makes a gesture to the man and he leaves. Suddenly she cries and says that she asked Yuki not to come so that he would not take part in this, so why did he come? Odette admits that she believes it's because he's angry. She asks Iris to tell her if she told Yuki anything about Salvia, and she did. And also that she broke her 10th birthday present, and that she blabbed about her physiology to Rachel's grandmother and the other princes and princesses. She also revealed that from time to time someone opened the letters she sent to her, and Iris asked why she did that. It's simple. Yuki asked what kind of life Iris lives. Does she eat everything? Has she overcome her aversion to beans? Has she gotten rid of the habit of sleeping with a bare stomach in the summer? Iris realizes that she told her everything then. It was not worth talking about her sister Salvia. The girl squeezes the fabric tightly with her hand and excitedly tells him that her lord is always reckless and is ready to do anything for the sake of his family. If he finds out that someone is making fun of her, he will certainly do something reckless. Odette reports that it is difficult to deal with a couple who understand each other more than they should. Did my lord foresee all of Iris's worries? That's right. He fully understood what she was going through and still decided to fight the duel for her sake. Now the girl understands. Odette asks her to be ready because a long journey awaits her. She asks what to be ready for. Odette says that for Yuki she is still a fragile child in need of care. It will not be easy for her to awaken romantic feelings in such a person. Iris does not understand why she is doing this to her. And she also doesn't have to worry about Yuki's actions. They thought everything through together and took measures. He wanted to use the mystical blood, but this power is not for prying eyes. The girls realize that it looks like the preparations for the magical duel are over. The main character comes out from behind the gate. Odette reports that the main character has one of the myrrh in his hands. Yuki designed this staff especially for himself. The protagonist stops and his rival appears right in front of him. He looks at Yuki with a smile. Iris asks about the fact that a C-rank sorcerer is also strong. Will Yuki be able to handle it? She is worried that Yuki will overdo it. Odette whispers something in the girl's ear and she says that she will try. Yuki will definitely win, she is sure of it. However, if he were to be injured, she would never forgive her sister Salvia. The duel between Yuki Grosseria and Alec Kieltsa is declared open, and a whistle is blown. At the stadium, people are talking to each other. The girl is thinking that this sister's knight is an upstart. They say that he is talented, but within the framework of trainees, how can he compete with an outstanding C-rank sorcerer? She turns to her knight Alec Keels and says that she hopes that he will teach him a lesson and put him in his place. This hair ornament is a replica of an ancient artifact. It will automatically create a powerful barrier if the wearer is threatened, but it can only protect 3 times. It will protect them from magical attacks, but with each blocked one it will gradually deteriorate, so the loser will be the one whose decoration is the first to completely break. In addition, they will be considered defeated if they use high-level magic or if their opponent takes away their ornament. During the duel, any attempts to communicate with anyone outside of it are prohibited. He thought that he would fight while consulting with Iris and Odette, but there is nothing to do. Alec asks the guy if he is nervous. The protagonist understands that he is full of confidence. Rank C for an intern is an incomprehensible value. He thinks about what he should do now. Before the duel starts, he wants to warn. Alec received instructions from Salvia to demonstrate the difference in the force. The guy looks at his opponent with displeasure and he says that therefore he is obliged to inflict a crushing defeat on him. Let him be ready to get hurt. He knew it. He agreed to the duel to make sure that Salvia was obsessed with hostility towards Iris, and what they saw, she set a C-rank sorcerer on him. With such an indication, was Alice really such an eyesore? Alec says he owes him from the incident with his little brother. If he hadn't been there, he wouldn't have done something stupid. Yuki asks if he is talking about the exam to choose Princess Iris. Gilvin has already admitted his guilt and apologized to them. Alec says that he is not talking about that, but about the fact that he lost to him and then dared to lower his head, a member of the Marquis family, in front of some bastard of the Baron. That is the shame he is talking about. Salvia gave the opportunity to erase this shame. Yuki asks if it will be erased if he defeats him. If the opponent defeats Yuki in front of everyone, then he will prove that he is superior. The fact that he is Iris's knight, accompanying her on the errands of the Magic Guild, is in itself a disgrace to their family. Therefore, he must destroy him and demonstrate to everyone the difference in their status. Yuki thinks that he is fed up with these aristocrats. Has Iris lived in such an environment for 13 years? In that case, in order not to disgrace his comrade, he will fight with all his might. Alec asks him to try and gives him the right to attack first, showing what he is capable of. The referee raises his hand and blows his whistle, ordering everyone to get ready, then begins to announce the fight and blows his whistle. The girl worries about Yuki. The protagonist is about to start. He uses a series of Ifrit strikes. Alec calls it ancient low-level magic. The guy first wants to say that he can easily handle this, but then he is horrified by what he sees. A huge attack appears above the main character, flying towards his opponent. Everyone around is surprised by this. While he was learning to control magical power from Odette, he realized how to increase the power of spells. Thus, he significantly increased the blow of Ifrit. If it hit him, then the decoration should break completely in an instant. However, the guy notices that his opponent managed to put up an anti-magic barrier. Alec is barely standing on his feet, all battered. Yuki understands that not a single projectile touched him. It's not for nothing that he is called a C-rank sorcerer. The protagonist asks if he can do it one more time. He gets angry and calls him a pathetic bastard of the Baron. Alec says that he will show him the power of a C-rank sorcerer. He drew a sign with his staff and fingertips at the same time. I see, so this is how to do it to speed up the activation of the spell. Yuki understands that they would probably teach this in a magic guild, but he has no desire to learn from arrogant guys like this. Alec uses Crimson Star projectiles. Alec creates 2 attacks and Yuki says that some trainee will never be able to block magic of such power. Throw away the decoration right now and give up. That's where they'll end. The main character takes out some kind of weapon and says that in this case he will also check the work of the staffs first. Yuki thinks that the weight of the staffs is just right, the balance is fine. He says with a smile that he forgot to say that he is not going to give up. Because he does not want to dishonor the name of his mistress, Iris watches their duel with excitement. Alec angrily yells at Yuki that in that case he is finished. He asks the judge to prepare to use healing magic. Alec then points his hands at the boy and orders the Crimson Star projectile to destroy all of Yuki's barriers. After this, the main character throws the staffs and Alec is shocked by this, looking at the main character. Then the main character uses the anti-magic barrier activation. The staff hits the barrier directly. Then the barrier breaks and Alec asks how it is he used the spell remotely. People start talking. The barrier created by the staff withstood that fire magic, but the Crimson Star projectiles are advanced magic. After this, Yuki commands them with his staff to return to him, and they fly into his hands. People are shocked that some intern is capable of such a thing. The guy grabs the staffs. The protagonist reports that this is great. The experiment was a success. Alec points at it in shock and angrily asks what is going on with these staffs. Are these also copies of the ancient artifact? Yuki says that these are ordinary staffs because they were checked by specialists before the duel. He did not break the rules. These staffs are ordinary metal sticks. They are the most ordinary, but they have a hole in the middle where he poured his mystical blood. In fact, there are two tricks to them. The first is the space where the mystical blood is poured. The second is the area at the grip where he can draw signs with blood. They both have their own, so he can draw one sign on each, and he learned the anti-magic barrier from Odette. She taught it to the guy. So with the help of mystical blood, he can manipulate these staffs, and at any time activate the ancient magic of the symbols drawn on them. This is a tool especially for him. People are wondering what that was, whether the staff flew and created a barrier. No one has heard of such magic. Someone reports that it is an ancient middle-class magic called object manipulation, asking Odette if it is true. Alec stands in a stupor from this. People are making noise and chattering. The guy understands what he is just starting. Odette reports that this is true. Object manipulation is an ancient magic that allows one to use objects as an extension of one's limbs using magic. She had read about sorcerers from the East who used similar ancient magic. She clearly remembered that this information was written in one of the guild's tomes. It was definitely like that. But someone actually saw one C-rank sorcerer who manipulated his staff-like limbs, so it turns out that this trainee is equal in strength to Alec. The main character mentally thanks the girls that thanks to them, he was able to pull the wool over their eyes. It was not for nothing that he had previously found out from Odette how ordinary sorcerers fight. Such actions on their part are part of the plan. All problems are solved. The guy says that another one is a gift. He throws up the staffs, which shocks his opponent. The attacks fly straight at the guy, who in horror asks Yuki who he is. Why doesn't his magic reach Yuki? He got such a chance to teach him a lesson. The main character says that he is just an ordinary knight guarding his little princess. Then the guy uses double physical enhancement. Now he is the Knight of Iris. He needs to win beautifully and with honor, so he will take away the decoration. He activates his ancient magic and summons the spirits of fire, ordering them to overwhelm the guy with numbers. The spirits attack him. Alec realizes that this is the summoning magic that Brother Zero's used in the forest, but their numbers are much greater. Yuki orders the staffs to return to him. The protagonist then uses an anti-magic barrier when the spirits are about to reach him. Alec tries to catch his breath. Yuki realizes that the C-rank wizard is full of surprises. He dodges the attacks. Alec is ordered to stop, as the power of the spell he is preparing exceeds the protective abilities of the hair ornament. Alec is informed that this is a duel, a confrontation between two knights, their skills, intelligence, and ability to protect their princess. He is asked not to disgrace the knight's honor. The boy angrily orders the judge to shut up, because he must defeat Yuki for the honor of his family. This magic is similar to when Tutor Cahul summoned the griffin. He is going to summon a powerful familiar. Why is he going so far? Alec says that the villagers cannot understand the full weight of honor of the highest aristocrat. He asks the firebird to answer his call. The guy points his hand up and looks there. A huge firebird forms above him. The main character watches in surprise at this bird, which makes some sounds. His rival falls to his knee. He tries to catch his breath and reports that it was an accident, a common occurrence when sorcerers mistakenly cross the line in the heat of the moment. The rest will be decided by Her Highness Salvia. Yuki says that this magic duel has a time limit, so he could not focus on winning and drag out time for a draw. After Salvia acknowledged him and made him her knight, to end the duel in a draw with some trainee was unforgivable. Then the fire bird suddenly rushes straight at the protagonist, causing Iris to become worried. However, Alec, with a sly smile, asks him not to worry because he will not kill him. The bird contains the main character's staff, and the main character notices that they have melted in it. Alec informs him that he will lose his title as a C-rank sorcerer, and he will get slightly injured. It is an equal exchange. The protagonist announces that he refuses such an exchange and does not want to make his little princess wait any longer. The guy thinks that it really reacted to the high temperature. If the barrier is activated 2 more times, it will be his defeat. However, all preparations have already been completed. He does not plan to lose or get hurt in this magical duel. After all, it was his fault that she had already cried her eyes out once a long time ago, so he was not going to allow it to happen again. His staffs actually have another function. They can be used as a conduit for his mystical blood to penetrate into a target. The protagonist is about to take action. He uses erosion hacking directly on the fire bird. After this, the bird lands on the ground and Alec, in shock, asks what happened. Let his familiar attack Yuki right now. The bird turns and flies. Alec tells her that this is true, let her go to Yuki, but for some reason he falls into a stupor. However, suddenly the bird flies straight up and an enraged Alec asks it where it flew to. He again orders the bird to go back and attack Yuki. The bird suddenly stops. The bird looks straight at Salvia, causing the girl to fall into a stupor and feel uneasy. The bird then attacks the girl and her knight. Alec screams in horror and worries about his princess. The protagonist then finds himself right behind his opponent and swings, who turns at the last moment. After this, Yuki reports that he has his decoration, which means that he has won. The judge himself is shocked by this, but he announces that this is the end. The magic duel is over. The winner of this duel is Yuki Grosseria. Suddenly, someone's voice is heard and asks why this is so. The protagonist notices this and understands that the voice came from the decoration. He notices something on the inside and thinks that it is another magical artifact. Salvia asks Alec what he is doing there. Couldn't he carry out such a simple order? Let him beat up the knight Iris right now. Why did he send his familiar to her? Fortunately, the spectator stands were protected by a barrier. The protagonist understands that Salvia is on the other side. She orders him to attack. Let him maim her sister's knight, spit on the rules, let him teach him a lesson. This scruffy girl who dared to join the guild before him, how dare she deceive him that she is a talented pure-blooded child? The protagonist turns to Salvia. The main character tells the girl that giving commands to his knight in the middle of a magical duel is against the rules. The girl is shocked by what she heard. And also insulting his mistress is also unacceptable. As a knight on her guard, he cannot turn a blind eye to such an act. The main character angrily turns to the girl and tells her that if she dares to interfere with his family, she will have to deal with him personally. He hopes that she understands. He then spins the ornament and uses erosion break, overloading the magic circuit. The girl's fan begins to crack. Then there is a crash and people are shouting that Her Highness Salvia fell right from her seat. The guy says that with such evidence they would quickly disqualify. Now everything is fine. Alec asks Yuki exhaustedly about what he did, why his fire bird attacked His Highness Salvia. He tries to catch his breath. The main character says that there was no point in using ancient magic, which he is not able to fully cope with, probably due to the lack of magical power. He lost control. He is surprised by this. Alec understands that he couldn't do anything. He even disgraced himself more than his brother. After such a huge defeat, there is no place for him in the Magic Guild anymore. Then they shout Alec kills his name and ask for a doctor to be called in. It seems that he really has squeezed all his magical power to the limit. Salvia meets the protagonist's gaze and turns away from him in horror. The girl is asked if she is okay. If she is hurt, the girl is trembling. The protagonist thinks that such a warning will be enough for them. His opponent is carried out on a stretcher. People think that this real event happened. The trainee defeated a C-rank sorcerer, but it was more like Alec Keel's self-destruction. He used a forbidden spell and spent all his magic power, but this also means that he was so strongly cornered by Yuki. And where did Iris find such a wonderful man? The guy walks forward and Iris runs out to meet him. The girl ran to him and Yuki asks the girl about what kind of inappropriate behavior for a princess is this. Odette is standing behind. Iris turns to Yuki in tears, and he tells her that he has fulfilled his duty as her knight. However, the girl reminds that she asked not to be reckless. The guy understands that she is not listening to him. Odette says that she has already called off other people. The protagonist asks her about this behavior. She says that it is hard to watch from the side. The guy tells her that it is her own fault. She should have said right away that she was being bullied. She says that if she had said it, he would have done something reckless. He never does anything beyond his capabilities, and it is easy to jump beyond any limits of her experiences, but he can do nothing about it. Then the girl, looking offended, begins to straighten her hair and clothes, becoming serious. The girl asks permission to congratulate him on his victory, the respected Yuki Grosseria, who asks why she suddenly started acting like a princess. And in order to reward him for such outstanding services, she invites him into her chambers, and he is surprised. Iris informs him that by demonstrating such tremendous power, he will certainly become the object of everyone's attention for a moment, which in turn is an opportunity to demonstrate the depth of her trust in him. No one would dare to bother a person who received such an invitation personally from a member of the royal family. The guy is surprised and asks what is really going on. The girl says that in fact she also wants to spend some time alone with the Lord. The guy sighs and says with a smile that so be it. Iris is surprised. The girl beamed and screamed very joyfully. Odette watched all this. Iris wanted to say something else. She admits that she learned from a member of the Magic Guild that very soon he will receive the right to explore the ancient capital. The guy asks about it again. The girl says that it's because the guild members acknowledged that he has power equal to a C-rank sorcerer. He asks how far he can explore. Iris reports that up to the 3rd floor, the floor where, according to the chronicles, the persecuted members of the Temple of Elysium were locked in the past. As she was told, if he managed to completely bypass the floor, he would be recognized as a C-rank sorcerer. And there were also rumors that the members of the Elysium Temple hid many of their ancient artifacts on this floor. It is also possible that they will be able to find out something about Dad and Mom, Layla and Ramilia. The 3rd floor of the capital of the ancient civilization of Elysium. If ancient artifacts are hidden there, then we will have to look there. This will all happen only after the official approval procedures. She apologizes for causing so much trouble. Yuki says that it's okay, they are people of this time and must follow the laws of the era. He strokes the girl's head. The magical duel that Iris was so afraid of is over. Now there's this official invitation. She'll have to keep a low profile. After returning, he will share what happened with Martha and Ramai, and then take a break from everything. The girls approach Mr. Yuki and inform him that Her Highness Iris's messenger has arrived. The main character is all in new clothes with a clean head. He is all sparkling and says that this is excellent. A guy holds a girl's hand and she asks him why he did it. The guy replies that he thought he would go with her. The girl wishes them a happy journey. He asks her if she has never been to the palace. She says of course, she is a maid from the provinces. The guy laughs and says that he thought of showing it to her. The girl asks him to stop his impulsive actions. The guy asks if it's possible, because he thinks that he needs to get permission from Her Highness. He asks that if he gets Princess Iris's permission, then she will follow him anywhere. The main character says that it's okay, then next time, sometimes it seems to her that he wants to stop her heart with his actions. The guy wanted to introduce the princess to her main partner. It's a great honor, not this time. The protagonist is driving and the sound of wheels is heard. A bat flies and reports that everything is clear. Dick's security team is working properly, as is the bat network. They have a 24-hour surveillance system. During the day, Dick, Neil, and Gale collect information, and in the evening, ordinary bats patrol. While no one has dared to disturb his peace yet, neither him nor Iris and Salvia has not yet undertaken anything new. The man asks to get ready. They leave for the territory of the royal palace. The royal palace is the castle where the king and his wives live. On the right is the building where the legitimate children are housed. And on the left they settled the children of the concubines, and this is where Iris lives, barely noticeable, but there is a barrier that can raise the alarm in case of an invasion. The main character thinks about his past life and realizes that he really wants to carry out a bloody hack. When a person has a complex spell of anxiety, an irresistible desire to dig into its device arises. The magical power comes from the central part of the palace, which means there is an artifact that creates this barrier. then he will ask Dick and the others to find out separately. In the Western Palace, Iris and two servants meet the protagonist and wish him welcome. Iris asks permission to congratulate him once again on his official knighthood and trusts his safety into her hands, and he swears to serve her faithfully. Then Iris asks both servants, Mary and Lindy, to leave the room. Both girls are shocked by this. They tell the princess that it would not be good to remain alone with a gentleman in the same room. The girl reports that the respected Yuki is her knight, a person to whom she is ready to completely entrust her life in case of a threat. Will they really say that even in such a critical situation, he should not be left alone with a gentleman? The girls are shocked by this. They tell her that she is right, she is looking so far ahead. The girl says that you need to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. In order to be prepared for an emergency, she must get used to Yuki's company, and if the girls understand this, they agree. In this case, she asks to wait outside the door, in which case she will call them herself. The girls agree and leave the room. Then the girl approaches the main character and tells him that he has finally come to her. She is glad that finally the Lord is in her room. The guy understands that she is changing her behavior so abruptly. The girl asks to call her Alice when they are alone. She knows that now she is Iris Rishja, asks not to worry. In the presence of others, she will continue to play the ideal princess. So let her allow herself to become Alice Carmen at least when she is alone with him. The guy sighs and agrees. The girl is happy. She sits on his lap. He asks if this is the behavior of a 13-year-old. She says that Alice's memory returned to her 10 days ago, so she is 10 days from being reborn. The guy asks if the order has reached her and she agrees. It is a staff like the one my lord has. The girl understands that he asked Rodelia to make a staff especially for her. She thanks him for this. She asks if she can do the same to him as he did in the duel. This still needs to be figured out, starting with the fact that he doesn't know how ancient magic works. His brother drew some mysterious symbol in the air and he decided to try to duplicate it with blood on his hand. The magic worked. Iris says that he is amazing as usual. For everyday use, this understanding is sufficient, but since he joined the guild, he wants to improve his theoretical skills, so he is here in search of the missing knowledge. The girl understands this and asks him to pet her. The guy does it and the girl says that she thought she imagined it. However, now she can clearly smell the soap from my lord's hair. This is not surprising because he washed it before going to her. She is shocked by this. The girl is shocked that her lord washed his hair. Before, because of this, he washed only once every 2 weeks, citing the fact that his metabolism is slower than others. Can he really stand it now when foam gets into his eyes, but his maid washes his hair? The girl would really like to meet her. He tried to bring her with him, but she refused. Iris says she will definitely bring her next time. She simply has to find out from her the method of persuading him to wash his hair. She respects her and wants to make her her mentor. She herself said that there were no problems. Next time he would bring her with him, but now let her tell him more about ancient magic, tell him everything that was in Iris's memory. He already knows that in ancient magic, control of magical power is important. Casting spells helps in this process, and the symbol is the key to activating the spell. He can start from here. Reciting an ancient magic spell is necessary to concentrate the magical power inside the body. There is not much magical power in the human body, so to use powerful magic, you need to concentrate it. For fire magic at the stomach, for using earth magic just below the waist, and as soon as he collects enough in one hand, he activates the spell by drawing a symbol in the air with his fingers. However, how then do some draw 2 symbols at once? Such people are able to gather magic in 2 places at once and use defensive and attacking spells at once. And to activate high-level ancient magic, you need to draw 2 symbols at once, but only high-ranking sorcerers are capable of this. It is clear that Alec Keel was a skilled sorcerer since he was able to draw 2 symbols at once in battle, but the main element of ancient magic is considered to be the power of magical force. The guy asks that the greater the power, the more powerful magic she can use. Iris answers that it is true. It turns out that someone with very powerful magic does not need to cast spells or control power, just like him with mystical blood. He understands how he was able to use magic by simply drawing a symbol. Iris asks how much knowledge he has. He notices that his status has risen slightly due to his new combat experience, and his flying has become skillful as he cuts through the night sky of the capital. And in the list of ancient magic, he only has 6 pieces. Iris says that he has already surpassed a C-rank sorcerer. However, the guy wouldn't say that, he only confidently possesses physical enhancement and Ifrit strike. She asks to try whether she is capable of what he is. After all, she was reborn, keeping his blood in her. The guy suggests to conduct an experiment. The main character suggests that the girl reduce the power of the spell as much as possible, so that there is no unnecessary noise. In this case, the girl sighs and uses activation, producing an Ifrit strike, but it is weak. The girl says that she is sorry, but her blood does not have the same power as his. He says that it would be naive to count on such a simple way of strengthening. Iris sheepishly tells him that she thinks her finger will heal faster if he licks it. She asks him to do it again, and he licks her finger using the cleansing skill. The protagonist turns away and turns to the girl, asking her if she would like to lick his wounded finger. The girl is stunned by this, but the guy says that she won't become his familiar, or rather his servant, if she drinks his blood. She is guaranteed to be able to activate ancient magic by drawing it with blood, and her physical strength will also increase, which increases her survivability in emergency situations. They already found out that the palace is not the safest place. The incident with Princess Salvia clearly showed this. They would like to somehow protect Iris. Strengthening is a good way. Iris asks if he is talking about summoning magic. Alec Keel used one during the duel. Tutor Cahill also summoned a griffin, and that is why he remembered this symbol. The girl understands that her lord will also be able to summon her, then he will be able to save her at any moment. It didn't occur to him, but if you think about it, it would be wrong to make a person your servant. The girl asks him not to say that and says that she has been his subject, his family, and his bride for more than 200 years. How could he have thought that she might not want it? The guy laughs and gives her his wounded finger. The girl licks her finger and some light appears. Her skills include semi-mystical blood, high magical power, eternal youth, water magic, mastered ancient magic, physical enhancement, Ifrit strike. The main character asks about her having semi-mystical blood and eternal youth. She didn't even know such skills existed. As a master, he can obtain information about his servants, even information that they themselves do not know. Now it was time to conduct an experiment. Could he summon it with magic? He made sure in advance that this magic did not bring any harm to the summoned one, namely, he tested it on the wild one, and after the summoning he examined his body. Now they only need a catalyst. It's her hairpin. She gave it to him at their first meeting in this life. If he uses her as a catalyst for summoning, he will be able to call her to him at any time, wherever she is. The girl offers to try, asks to call her to him. He asks her to move away from him. She agrees and moves away. He asks her if she is ready. She gives a positive answer. She understands that now he will call her to him, then he will be able to save her at any moment. He will always be there. On his hands there are two symbols. The protagonist uses the activation of the summon familiar. Answer the call, familiar Iris Rischa. The girl disappears and transforms next to the guy, saying that Iris's faithful servant has arrived at his call. The guy is surprised by something. Her dress is left behind and she is shocked by it. It seems that only tight-fitting items are transferred. The girl screams and the guy apologizes for screwing up a bit. She demands that he close his eyes. Iris got dressed and came back. She couldn't put on that dress alone. She wants to ask him something. She asks him about his impressions. She looks at him nervously and the guy asks to let her think. Iris asks again about impressions. In his past life, he had already seen enough of this when he was treating her. However, she has grown up. Now she is more mature than Alice. He did not think that he would ever be able to see her grown up. And he is a little touched. The girl calmly accepts the words of the main character and is not angry with him. She asks to warn him next time so that she can at least have time to prepare. The guy promises her this. She thinks that perhaps there is an ancient magic of sending back. She will have to look for it while exploring the ancient ruins. The summoning magic worked on Iris, so they now have a way to escape in case of an emergency. The girl says that she should perceive the following words as the words of Princess Iris. He says that in a couple of days there will be seminars in the Magic Guild. Let her be ready. He asks what awaits them. Immersion in the capital of the ancient magical civilization of Elysium, though only in the upper layers. I wonder what they'll tell you at the introductory seminar. Maybe we'll be able to look for ancient artifacts. She'll ask Rodelia to prepare the tools for the dive. Yuki is already thinking about going home, so it would be bad if the princess came out of the room to see him off in her nightgown. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Magic Guild, several people gathered around a round table in the main conference room. Demeter thinks that several days have passed since the beginning of the meeting. Sorcerers of rank A and B with the honorary titles of sages have gathered but have not come to a decision. Nothing can be done, because such an important issue has been put up for discussion by the council. They discuss why, after so much time, the ghost of a priest of the Temple of Elysium appeared in the halls of the ancient capital, who created such summoning magic, what was used as a catalyst. The Temple of Elysium is the organization that caused the war. It is unknown what kind of threat the ghost of the priest could bring. There was a risk of knowledge of ancient magic falling into the hands of the enemy. Even the guild does not know. Demeter is asked that she was there in person. She already reported having received false information. Wolfgang used summoning magic, from which a ghostly priest of the Temple of Elysium appeared and possessed the body of a teenager. Naujil is mentally wounded and there are gaps in his memory. He does not remember what the symbol of the magic of that summoning looks like, nor the words of the spell. The man asks if he has the necessary memories. This is absolutely true. They checked it with the help of magic. These are the circumstances. The A-ranked sorcerer of the lands reports that the capital of Elysium was open to every member of the guild, as long as they passed all the procedures. The goal was to spread technology and knowledge to as many people as possible. But evil followers of Elysium arose and their old decisions had to be revised. The ancient capital became a place where members of Elysium massacred each other. Before that happens, drastic measures must be taken, but without a familiar summoning spell and a catalyst, they are unlikely to be able to summon the ghost of the Elysium priest again. It is necessary to imagine that the ghost of Elysium will manage to get a body and get out. It is worth it to use magic, the knowledge of which is lost to them. It will result in a catastrophe. In order to prevent such a catastrophe, it is necessary to immediately block the capital, and then monopolize the entire legacy of the ancient civilization among the high-ranking sorcerers of the guild. He turns to Kine and asks how to understand his words. The purpose of the guild is to prevent the monopolization of magic, so whoever finds the artifact will be assigned a title. If they close the way to the dungeon, they would risk being left without new ancient knowledge. Doesn't that give an advantage to older and experienced magicians like them? The man slams his fist on the table and asks what nonsense. What does he know? He just got a B rank. If he thinks he's going to hold back in front of a member of the royal family, he's making a big mistake. Kine is here as a guild member and a B-rank sorcerer. He does not intend to abuse his royal position. Besides, he can be called involved in that incident. The undead priest was summoned. In the middle of his younger sister Iris's night selection exam, he asks Demeter if this is true, and she agrees. In that case, he too bears responsibility. Demeter is asked if she managed to find out who is behind this incident. She agrees. According to Count Wolfgang's testimony, this is a wandering sorceress named Dorothea Samuels, in which case their first step is to catch her. He has already distributed leaflets depicting Dorothea's appearance to all the nearby villages around the capital, but so far there has been no report of her being found. There is a possibility that she is hiding near the capital. The guy has a proposal to announce a reward for Dorothea Samuels, gather volunteers and begin an active search for her, as they say. The one who catches the criminal will receive the same reward as the one who discovered the ancient artifact in the depths of the artifact, in the depths of the Elysium chambers, a noble title. They are shocked by such a large reward for some criminal. Is such a royal family really ready to go so far? Let him name the reason for such a decision. The reason is simple. Dorothea was considered such a great threat that His Majesty the King had already given his approval in the matter of the title. The girl wants to know if she thinks he has a personal interest in this matter. He admits that he has. It is very interesting what the remnants of the long-destroyed organization are planning, and such events are rare. He also suggests blocking Elysium until Dorothea is captured, or until it is confirmed that the criminal has left the capital. The man says that it is true that the royal family members have a talent for managing others. They will hold a vote. Let those who agree with the B-rank sorcerer kind raise their hands. The protagonist says that he is back. Iris asked him to bring Martha with him next time. The girl with green hair, looking at the body that had fallen to the ground, said that she had run out of magical power and would have to find a new test subject. At this time, in another place, Odette said that the introductory seminar was postponed. The protagonist thought that a few days after visiting the chambers, Iris brought him such news. Odette said that until the culprit of the undead priest summoning incident is caught or until safety is confirmed, the capital of the ancient civilization will remain closed to visitors. Yuki said that there is nothing to be done. The girl said that the culprit of the incident was declared to be the wandering sorceress Dorothea Sumuels. It seems that she possesses ancient magic unknown to the Magic Guild. Odette said with a tense face that this was a big problem, to which the protagonist responded by agreeing with her, saying that the Temple of Elysium was nothing but trouble. He thought it was no wonder that the Magic Guild was taking the matter so seriously. Dorothea's goals were still unclear, but it was certain that she was a fanatical follower of the Holy Land Church. He didn't expect that even after reincarnation these bad people would bother him. He was happy in vain when he heard about their destruction. They called him a monster, but they themselves became living dead in the literal and figurative sense. Odette thought about his words and said that she needed to become a C-rank sorcerer as soon as possible, but with the ancient capital blocked off, this became extremely difficult. The main character asked if she really wanted to get this rank, to which the girl became worried and said that she wanted to get it for certain reasons. She wanted to achieve significant achievements as quickly as possible. Then Yuki repeated her words about what she needed to achieve and then clarified whether it was true that she couldn't get into the ancient capital, to which Odette began to get angry and tensely confirmed his words. After that, the guy looked at the documents and said that it was written there that if you catch Dorothea, you can get a noble title, to which the girl replied that this was addressed to high-ranking sorcerers and it did not concern them. Then the main character said that if she really belongs to the remains of the Church of the Holy Land, then she really can possess information that no one knows. Odette said that it was quite possible. Then Yuki said that the information was about villagers from the hinterland who had infiltrated the organizations, and the girl said that the information was about ancient artifacts unknown to the guild. They both realized that they were talking about completely different things. There was some stupor, after which the girl asked him what he was thinking about, to which the guy looked away and said that he was thinking about nothing. Odette said that she would never tire of repeating, but the search and capture is done by high-ranking sorcerers, and they, the trainees, should not stick their noses in there, after which she asked him if he understood. Yuki answered positively. The girl also said that she heard that this time a group of skilled magicians, the quartet led by the B-rank sorcerer Mr. Kine, would act. The criminal would be caught in the blink of an eye. Odette also said that, by the way, she just happened to have a map of the area around the capital and a piece of paper with Dorothea's appearance. Yuki asked to remind him, who just told him not to poke his nose. The girl blushed and said that they had happened to be with her by chance. She wasn't thinking at all about catching that criminal on her own. Yuki thought that she was a responsible girl and wouldn't dare make rash statements openly. But he doesn't care about the instructions and would like to catch Dorothea with his own hands. If she really is a member of the Church of the Holy Land, then he has accumulated many questions and claims against her. He wants to express no less. The protagonist asked her if she had any idea where Dorothea might be hiding. Odette replied in the negative, but she had information that high-ranking sorcerers were searching in the villages near the capital. Yuki asked if it was true that the trainees were ordered to exterminate monsters in the area under the guidance of instructors. She replied that it was also that it would be easier for the high-ranking sorcerers to search for the criminal. The protagonist replied that he had already been ordered to accompany Iris as her knight, to which Odette asked if the girl would really be participating as a guild trainee this time. He replied positively. After some time, they reached the necessary place. Demeter told them that they were going to eliminate the monsters of this group under her leadership as an instructor. She is sure that they will do a great job. The girl said that their goal is to patrol the nearest roads. In case of strong monsters, she asks not to go ahead. She will deal with them herself. Yuki thought that they will not go ahead. There is no need for that. A bat was sitting on his shoulder, and it reported that a flock of huge rabbits had been discovered in the west. The guy thanked it and asked where the others were. It replied that they had already headed to the planned search site. Before leaving, the main character gave his mice a large amount of mystical blood and sent as many as 12 mice under a powerful doping to examine all suspicious places. Yuki turned to the instructor, to which she asked him about what had happened. He asked her if it was true that high-ranking sorcerers were inspecting the surrounding villages. The protagonist added that he had heard that there were only two places near the capital where it was easiest to hide: a cave in the mountainous area and the Black Forest. He asked if they were really not going to search there. Demeter said that according to the plan, these places were left for last because the Black Forest is dark even during the day. Without a firm belief that Dorothea is hiding there, it is too dangerous a place to invade without proper preparation. He asked if there really wasn't a single high-ranking sorcerer in those parts at the moment. She answered positively, adding that they shouldn't worry, they had nothing to do there either. He thanked her for her answer. Yuki thought that he had heard everything he wanted. The movements of the sorcerers could only be learned from the instructor. It would be bad if Dick and the other mice accidentally ran into the sorcerers and were caught. The protagonist turned to Iris and said that as soon as he finds a clue, he will go there. When this happens, the girl must somehow fool the instructor Demeter. The girl asked if she could go with him, to which he asked if she really wanted to cause a stir because of the princess's sudden disappearance. Iris replied that she also wanted to be useful, so let him call her. Then the main character answered with a smile that before that he would give a signal with the help of the Nile. At that time, Demeter said that they had come across a monster direction west. It turned out to be a flock of huge rabbits. After some time, the flock of large rabbits was destroyed. Demeter, standing behind the main character's group, thought that she had nothing to even say in remark. They spent the first night in a village near the capital. On the second day, like the first, they hunted monsters near the roads. They defeated several monsters and headed back, but on the way to the village something happened. The protagonist was walking down the street when Dick called him. He said that he had a report on the Bat Network. It concerns the Black Forest. He asked if something had happened there. The mouse said that a small carriage was hidden among the trees not far from the forest, and next to it lay a robe with the family coat of arms of the lying wolf. The protagonist asked him about it again. After that, he turned to the girls, told them the report, and asked if they knew who had the family coat of arms with the lying wolf. To which they unanimously answered him that such a coat of arms belongs to the Count's house of Wolfgang. The main character was shocked by their words. However, he immediately said that he knew it. Odette asked him what he meant. He explained that Dorothea was an acquaintance of the Count and could easily borrow his carriage and robe. They said that it was logical. Yuki said that there was a possibility that the girl was in the Black Forest now, to which Odette said that the Black Forest was not far from here. The journey on foot would take no more than 2 hours, on horseback about an hour. Then the main character stuck out his tongue, hit his fist against his palm, and said that everything was clear to him and that when night fell he would visit there. Odette was clearly unhappy with his decision. She asked if he really intended to catch her alone, to which the guy immediately began waving his hands and saying that he was simply going to gather information about her, and that was all. Iris joined the conversation and said that he should immediately call her if something happened, to which Yuki replied that he was not going to fight and besides, just in case. The main character said that he had a trump card. He thought that he had to wait until night and then he would see with his own eyes what this fanatic of the Church of the Holy Land had come up with. Night fell. Yuki went to the Black Forest. It is surrounded by tall trees, making it dark even during the day, a perfect place to hide. He gave instructions to Dick to have an army of mice surround the forest and begin to narrow the circle gradually. He thought about how his familiars saw with their eyes during the day and with ultrasound at night. Even in the pitch-black darkness of the forest, they wouldn't miss a single grain of sand. He wondered if he'd find anything. After some time, Dick informed him that there were people near the carriage, not unconscious. He asked if it was Dorothea, to which the mouse replied that there were 3 of them, so it was unlikely. He decided to head there. At the same moment, the main character walked through the trees towards the carriage. He saw that they were all wearing robes with the emblem of the Magic Guild, 1 man and 2 women. After that, he turned to Dick and said that he had a message for the entire army. The guy said that Dorothea was probably already waiting in full combat readiness. Therefore, they should stop invading the forest and stay away from it. The main character said that they were temporarily retreating, let everyone gather to him. He would add doping to them and repeat the penetration, to which the mouse happily said that he understood everything. Yuki approached the girl lying on the ground and asked about her condition, whether she could hear him. The girl asked who he was. to which the guy replied that he had arrived here after a report, after which he asked whether she was a member of a magic guild. How was he? The stranger believed his words, after which she said that Dorothea was here, but she was very dangerous. The protagonist immediately asked her again after the last word. The girl replied that Dorothea had summoned an undead priest, after which she had placed an ancient artifact. Her powers left her and she lost consciousness. The protagonist was afraid for her condition. He checked her pulse, it was weak. Looking at the others, he concluded that they were all in the same condition. Yuki concluded that it looked like all of their life force had been sucked out. He needed to evacuate them from the forest. He then used the double physical enhancement skill and then picked them up and headed out of the forest. After the victims were finished, he saw his army of mice. He addressed them and said that 2 of them would stay to guard the people, and he would now strengthen the remaining 10 with his blood. Having marked their wings with blood, he told them not to take unnecessary risks. As soon as they realized that the enemy was too tough for them, they should immediately run away from the forest. They said that they understood the order and were ready to carry it out. After that, the main character and the mice flew towards Dorothea. The high-ranking wizards of the guild split up to search for the girl. They got some information and arrived here alone, then they were defeated. The only question was whether Dorothea was really still in this forest. If she was, why didn't she run away? He thought he could see for himself. The guy took out his personal staff, after which he saw that there was an anti-magic barrier ahead. He decided to send the staff forward and see what would happen. It had been flying for 20 minutes, but nothing happened. After that, the main character seemed to sense something. When Dick addressed him, he immediately shouted to all the mice that they should all move aside. At that moment, the staff reached the barrier. A bright column of light burst out from the other side. The protagonist was shocked by this. He saw that it was a gray light. He also saw that his staff with the anti-magic barrier, with the drawn symbol and his mystical blood had disappeared as if they had never been there. Yuki was shocked to think that the anti-magic barrier symbol that was made with his mystical blood had disappeared. He didn't understand what had happened. Was the magic power sucked out? The guy immediately compared it to the sorcerers he found, who seemed to have had all their life energy sucked out of them. He assumed it had happened with some kind of vampire ray. Yuki thought that this was a problem. It was the first time he encountered such magic. Dick asked him what he would do, to which he replied that the mice should first move away from the distance. The protagonist thought that at this point he could step in and report that he heard screams outside the window and went out. Then in the darkness he accidentally wandered into the Black Forest. There he found these people lying on the ground. They said that they saw Dorothea. After that, the high-ranking sorcerers would start storming the Black Forest as a crowd, but it would be bad if the enemy managed to escape while they were gathering. Besides, he didn't want to leave such a dangerous guy hanging around free. At this moment, a female voice came from the forest thicket, telling him to come out, calling him an intruder. She said that he was a pitiful person of the Magic Guild. This was a great opportunity. Dorothea said that she would test an ancient artifact she had inherited on him. These words surprised the protagonist a little. The guy said out loud that she shouldn't lie to him. The girl immediately asked him again what he was saying. He replied that the ancient artifacts had lost their powers. He also added that from what he heard, they were all sealed and stopped working. Because of this, the War of the Eight Kings had reached a stalemate. He asked about what use this junk was now. Dorothea said that he was right. The ancient artifacts were sealed by the hands of the sage, the traitor, but this does not mean that all were sealed. The most powerful were only partially sealed. After which a huge mechanical robot appeared next to her. She said that it was he who was only partially sealed. Yuki looked at him and thought that he was wearing something more than armor. The same gray light as those vampire rays was coming from the hands on his back, and inside he saw a person, but it was unclear whether he was alive or not. Dorothea said that this was the most powerful ancient artifact, the Phantom Lord Ryokai, a treasure that was passed down from generation to generation among the surviving followers of the Temple of Elysium. She added that once the spirit of one of the priests was inside, this artifact would be completed. However, before she could finish speaking, the protagonist used the activation skill at that very moment. He also used the skill Ifrit Strike. Several fireballs appeared in the air in front of him, ready to direct them towards the enemies. But when these balls almost reached the target, they would dissolve. He tried to shoot magic and it also disappeared as if it was sucked in. to which Dorothea replied that it was all in vain and even ancient magic could not defeat him. Yuki said that it was curious. The protagonist asked if there was something on the surface that absorbed magic. That's why the ancient magic didn't cause any damage and the high-ranking sorcerers lost to them so easily. Dorothea tensed at his words because he was right. She immediately asked the guy who he was. The protagonist did not answer her question but only vaguely, after which he asked her if she was Dorothea. He thought about the fact that a member of the Church of the Holy Land, villains who created chaos throughout the world, no bastards who brought Lyle to tears and forced Alice to be reborn. Yuki said that she was nothing but trouble. It had been 200 years since that war, and there were still those in this world who praised the vanished Temple of Elysium. He asked if that wasn't a big problem. She was taking such pleasure in pointing dangerous weapons at people near his child. He didn't like it at all, so could she please go somewhere else or disappear without a trace? It was obvious he was angry. Dorothea laughed and said that some stupid sorcerer of this era would never understand the high goals of the Temple of Elysium. The girl began to talk about a noble plan, but the main character interrupted her and said that this Ryokai of hers works due to the magical power of the person inside. So she plans to place a man possessed by an undead priest there. To do this, she built it so that Gale Wolfgang would summon the priest's ghost and eventually become a vessel for her ancient artifact. Dorothea was shocked by his words. She asked who he was and how he knew about her plan. Yuki said that it was easy to tell when someone was in a bad state. He thought that he had seen people like that many times in his past life. These were clear signs of exhaustion when most of the magical and life force was taken away. Assuming that the armor was powered by magic and life force, it was easy to conclude that whoever was inside would eventually die. He doubted that anyone would willingly climb in there knowing that. From here, the protagonist can assume that the man inside is under the control of some magic. Dorothea was very shocked by his words, but asked again about who he was. The protagonist ignored her and said that it was probably difficult to keep a person under control all the time. It's a different matter if there is an undead priest. The priest's ghost does not care about the state of the body. If one body dies, it is enough to simply move into another. In this way, she can easily obtain new ones. The girl started to get angry. She interrupted him and, turning to her artifact, told him to kill this impudent fellow. At the same moment, the main character said that the time had come, after which he turned to his army of mice. All his familiars rushed to attack. Their eyes glowed in the darkness. The girl was shocked by these actions at that moment. After that, the protagonist also used the earth power skill, causing stone peaks to appear from the earth. Dorothea said that these were pathetic attempts. After that, Ryokai broke the resulting structures with one blow of his hand. The girl said that if he was planning to drag out time, it was pointless. After which she turned to Ryokai and told him to sweep away everything here. The latter obeyed her, after which he began to break all the trees that came to his hand. The main character at that moment was sitting behind the trunk of one of them. Dorothea kept shouting at him to give up. This Ryokai is the only enemy of all the sorcerers. Not only does magic not work on him, but swords and spears are of little use. He is her invincible knight. The protagonist thought that he was definitely his only enemy. Not only did he shoot a mysterious vampire beam, but he also absorbed the magic that hit him. Most likely, his erosion would not work even if he sprinkled blood on him. To break through such a defense, you have to damage the surface. For example, make a scratch and then penetrate there by erosion. He thought that it seemed he had no choice. The protagonist cut his finger, after which he thought that he did not expect that he would have to test summoning magic in a real fight so quickly. He remembered Iris's words about him calling her immediately if something happened. He mentally apologized to her and said that this time he would not be calling her. Since he managed to summon Iris, who was endowed with his mystical blood, then it should work with him too. Soaked in his blood for 200 years and calling him his lord when they met. After that, the walls and ceiling of one of the caves began to shake. The sword stuck in the ground also began to move from side to side. The main character asked to answer his call and come here. He called his familiar, the holy sword Reinkar. At this time, Dorothea asked him about how much longer he intended to hide, but she did not have time to finish. At that moment, Yuki jumped out right in front of them, swinging his sword at Ryoki. He also used the skill physical acceleration. The girl saw this and said that he was a bad person. After that, Dorothea told the protagonist that it was slow. The latter did not listen to her. He cut off Ryokai's hand with one blow of his sword. Dorothea was shocked. Yuki thought that, as he had expected, since this armor is an ancient artifact, it cannot be defeated by ordinary magic and weapons. But with such an ancient artifact, it is a completely different matter, unfortunately. After that, the severed arm fell to the ground with a very loud sound. Ryokai's eyes lit up with a bright light. Dorothea was shocked. She asked him how he managed, why he was able to damage Ryokai. To which the protagonist asked, who even knows, maybe it has rusted over all these years. After that, the guy reached the enemy again in a few jumps, and then used his sword to cut off a few more parts. At that moment, Ryokai's eyes went out. They stopped glowing, after which he fell to his knees on the ground. Dorothea realized that she had to be wary of the protagonist. She took a step back. The latter thought about how he had cut off his arms on his back to protect himself from the vampire rays, and then wondered if he had completely passed out. Then the guy looked around the clearing with the chopped off parts and thought that it seemed he had overdone it and destroyed the ancient artifact. He thought about their goal being to find Dorothea. At that moment, he remembered Demeter's words about their goal being the highway patrol. No one had told him that he couldn't break an ancient artifact, so there was no problem. Dorothea fell to the ground and began to think about how it all happened. At that moment, the protagonist approached her, put his sword to her, and asked if she would tell him a story. He asked her to tell him more about the so-called sage trader. Something tells him that this is a good friend of his, after which he asked her to tell him everything she knows. Dorothea began to get angry at these words. She asked him if he was really asking her to tell him about the sage trader. She shouted at him about how he dared to ask about this while hitting the ground with her fist. The girl said that she felt sick just from the mention of this vile traitor. It happened 200 years ago. The Temple of Elysium was supposed to bend all 8 kings to its will, and this man, he was a damned traitor. Then the main character asked her what the man's name was. He put the tip of his knife to the eagle. The girl replied that his name was Lyle Carmine, as it was written in the records. The guy didn't respond to her words. He exhaled heavily, closed his eyes, and thought that he knew that he would hear his name. The sage trader who sealed the ancient artifacts turned out to be his wayward son, Lyle Carmine. He thought so even when he heard the name of one of the groups that the inhabitants of his village were divided into. He assumed this outcome. So Lyle and Remilia were always incredibly happy. The main character asked the girl out loud what this wise man, the traitor, had done, to which she replied that she did not know the details. The girl only said that the records said that he made the artifacts useless. That's all, she doesn't know anything else. Then the main character turned his gaze to Ryokai and asked what she would say about him. Since he works, how could she explain it? Dorothea clenched her teeth and said that as if she would tell such an impudent person. At that moment, Yuki said that if she did not want to, she could not tell. She was surprised by his words. After that, the protagonist moved away from her and also removed his sword from her throat. She asked him what he was doing. The latter cut his fingers with the sword. Then he held out his hand, dripping blood. He used the skill Mystical Blood, Erosion Break, and he pressed his bloody finger to the crack on Ryokai's body. However, nothing happened. He thought about what he knew. The magic was reflected. It was because of the special coating on the surface of the armor that blocked magic. If so, he should try from the inside of the cut-off arm. He reactivated the erosion-breaking skill. The protagonist saw that he had succeeded. It was incredible. Ryokai even had a security mechanism against hacking. If any magical force tried to penetrate the system, it was automatically pushed out. The guy, looking at this, wondered if he could get through with his magic, after which he decided to try anyway. Invasion of the first protection protocol success. The second protocol is broken. The third is broken. Penetration into the internal system of the magic formula. The analysis of the internal formula has begun. The mechanism has been reached the heart of the capsule. The opening of the mechanism and the release of the person inside is ready. Cracks have appeared on the body. A moment later, there was a sound, after which the armor opened and a girl fell out. Dorothea was in great shock at this time. She started screaming that this couldn't be happening, that Ryokai had really opened up without her command. At that time, the main character was holding the exhausted girl in his arms. He thought that this woman was also a member of the Magic Guild. Could it be that Dorothea had captured the sorcerers who had come to investigate and used them as energy sources? The protagonist understood everything in general terms. This piece of iron was indeed sealed, but the seal weakened, most likely, over time. It takes a lot of life force to make the sealed armor work, even partially, which is why everyone who has been inside becomes so exhausted. Just in case, the protagonist completely turned off the system and blocked it so that it would not start for the next 24 hours. At this time, she began to ask him about why the pride of the Elysium Temple, the tactical class armor Ryo-Okai, obeyed his commands, who he was anyway. The protagonist turned to her, gave her an indifferent look, and said that his name was Nosferatu. He was the Lord of Demons. Yuki thought about using one of his ancient nicknames here. His face was hidden anyway. It would be stupid to reveal his name. He would remain a mysterious stranger. Dorothea asked him again about him being a demon lord, after which she growled and told him not to talk nonsense. She asked him if he meant to say that he was a demon lord or a vampire lord. She added that this was the name of Okai, who had been kidnapped by the vile sage, the traitor. The main character was shocked by her words. He thought about what she was even talking about, what other Okai. The girl said that their Temple Elysium had discovered 8 lords or Okai armors. The last one was planned to be named after the great person, after which she clenched her hand into a fist. Dorothea said that the cursed sage traitor and his wife had kidnapped and escaped from Okai. At the same time, she gave a terrible name to this armor, the Vampire Lord. The protagonist was too shocked. He tried to stop his thoughts and thought that these people must be Lyle and Remilia. Did they really steal such a huge moving armor? He also wondered if they had borrowed one of the nicknames from his past life. The girl said that moreover, they carried that one day a winner worthy of this Okai would appear. If it were not for them, the Temple of Elysium would not have been destroyed, would have ruled the whole world. The main character thought that it was okay that they stole the toy from the Church of the Holy Land, but why did they give it his nickname? After that, the guy wondered if his son had received psychological trauma after being pierced by the holy sword. He imagined his son shouting about how he would get such a cool suit of armor that no sword would ever pierce the Lord again. Yuki wondered what they were thinking. After this, the protagonist turned to Dorothea and asked where this vampire lord of hers was, to which she folded her arms across her chest and said that she did not know. The guy said that everything was clear to him. He thought about where Lyle and Remilia could hide the treasure. It seems he can roughly imagine where it could be. Yuki asked Dorothea what she planned to do with this Ryo-Okai. The only thing she could get was the knowledge of the ghost priest and a working suit of armor. It was obvious that she was starting to get angry. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that one day he would understand everything. The great ideals of the Temple of Elysium are unshakable. She suggested looking at this world, unchanged for hundreds of years since the War of the 8 Kings. Looking at this stagnation, she asked if this was not the most eloquent proof that the ideals of the Temple of Elysium were true. Dorothea also said that the followers of her will are already approaching. He should crack in horror, learn everything on his own skin. Not only the Magic Guild is capable of creating copies of ancient artifacts. The main character said that he was made out to be a monster and killed, and after 200 years they themselves became undead and used living people as energy sources for their ancient artifacts. At the same time, they continue to fill his ears with nonsense about their being right. The guy shouted at her that they had all gone completely nuts. What kind of behavior was this of little children? The girl was shocked by his words and pressure. Yuki asked her if she heard that his children had done all this because of them. First they shit in his soul, and then they started calling him a sage, a traitor. The main character resolutely said that these people did not betray anyone, and the temple itself was to blame for trusting the wrong people. These words made Dorothea very angry. She said that he was a bad person, so she would kill him, to which he suggested that she do it. The girl offered him to try ancient magic, capable of burning everything that exists at his will alone. She only wanted to use her power when she saw that her body was covered with freezing bonds. Dorothea started screaming. The protagonist said that he had suffered enough from their vile Church of the Holy Land. He asked her if she really thought he would allow her to do anything else. He is most powerful in regular ice magic. Although it is much inferior in power, it is much more convenient for him to use it. He will not give her a temporary inscription of a magical symbol. Dorothea screamed that he was a bad man, after which the fetters covered her mouth. He thought that he would cover that dirty mouth and her ears too. Now she would not be able to resist at all. At that moment his name was called. The protagonist turned around and asked if it was Neil. He said that he imagined him guarding Iris and then asked if something had happened. To which the mouse replied that Iris and Odette were almost there. Yuki said that he had asked them to wait. Neil interrupted him and said that they were very worried. The protagonist asked to convey a message to them that he had captured Dorothea, but 3 guild sorcerers were left lying in the forest in poor condition, and one was with him. Then he turned around and thought that he had certainly gone too far with the lightsaber summoning. To be honest, he couldn't say it outright. The consequences were too frightening. The protagonist said that he would go to reunite with the girls, but he would have to hide his exploits. He turned to Neil and told him to tell them that the mysterious sorcerer had defeated Dorothea, and then they came and found her. The mouse looked at the armor and asked if he would take it for himself, to which he replied that he did not need it, as he understood somewhere there was a special one, especially for him. Including this one, 8 suits of armor from the Lord series. Apparently, the church planned to use them in the War of the 8 Kings. He had heard that the war had been drawn out and exhausting, but even so, the damage had been minimal. He dreaded to think how many people would have died if such armor had appeared on the battlefield. Not susceptible to physical damage with high resistance to magic, normal damage can only be done by an ancient artifact. On top of that, they shoot mysterious beams. Let the guild figure it out themselves. After some time, Iris and Odette ran up to him. They were very worried, started hugging him and scolding him. At this time, the bats tried to hide the sword. Demeter also came to the clearing with the girls. She looked at the tied-up Dorothea. Odette explained that they had found high-ranking sorcerers unconscious when they were passing near the Black Forest. Iris explained that they couldn't pass by, so they decided to go a little deeper into the forest and found Dorothea in this state, as well as that huge suit of armor. As it turned out, Yuki and the girls discussed and decided to follow this legend. He would remain silent so that the villainess would not reveal him by his voice. Demeter attached a letter to the mouse and ordered him to deliver the message. The girl explained to the others that she had sent a message to the main group searching for Dorothea. They would wait here until they arrived. Demeter said that this was the first time she had seen such a huge ancient artifact. Odette said that the Okai were known in history books, but this was the first time she had seen one in person. Such weapons were planned to be used in the war. Iris said that when they arrived, there was no one around, including the one who had killed Dorothea. She asked who it was while looking at Yuki. The latter was thinking about how she should not look in his direction. Odette said that she herself found it hard to believe that someone had managed to cut off the hand of an ancient artifact. He also thought about her turning away. Iris said that as far as she knew, whoever caught Dorothea was promised to be awarded the title of aristocrat, so she didn't know what to do. To which Demeter asked if she was really that interested. The girl replied that as a member of the royal family, she believed that the catcher should be rewarded, but the search could be busy when the only clue was Dorothea's testimony. Demeter said that she agreed it would be difficult to find him to present the title, but still, their group is worthy of respect. If they hadn't appeared, the gentlemen high-ranking sorcerers would never have been found. And considering that they followed the capture of Dorothea and the safety of the scene of the incident, they will be fairly rewarded. The protagonist thought that this was a good result. If the truth came out, he could be punished for unauthorized use of the holy sword. He thought that there were still 7 of these left. During the hack, he learned that Ryokai even has the ability to regenerate itself. If you apply a severed arm, it will grow back. He understands why Lyle and Remilia sealed such horrific things. This could be the end. The protagonist immediately remembered the faces of these people, how they addressed him, calling them their lord with a smile on their face. He thought that they were amazing people. Yuki thought that they were his precious children, his pride. He wanted to praise them well. He hoped that at least somewhere their graves remained. The protagonist was a little upset and thought that there was a problem. He wondered where they hid the artifact stolen for him. Lyle and Remilia sealed the ancient artifacts, thus preventing a devastating war. And then, having kidnapped one Okai, they disappeared into the darkness of history, and they gave him one of his nicknames, Lord Nosferatu. Most likely it was for him and Iris after the rebirth. At that moment, the latter addressed him by name. He told her that he managed to extract some information from Dorothea, then he would share it with her. At that moment, Demeter said that it seemed that His Highness Kine had arrived. And indeed, literally a couple of minutes later, the guy appeared surrounded by other people. Yuki was surprised that it was Iris' older brother, Kine Rishja. The latter said that the incident was without casualties, all thanks to their timely treatment. He was grateful for the crime scene being left intact. Demeter said that there was no need for gratitude. If it weren't for the decisive actions of Her Highness Iris's group, she wouldn't have even noticed the atrocity committed. Therefore, he should reward his younger sister with praise. Kine said that they did a good job addressing Iris and Odette. He also addressed Yuki, who introduced himself, saying that he was the second son of the baronial house of Grosseria Yuki. The boy was delighted and asked the protagonist if he really was his sister's knight. It seems that he is doing his duty well. Iris said that the respected Yuki always takes care of her, and Odette also added that he is her precious friend, of whom she is proud. Kine said that they helped him out a lot. It seems that the rescued sorcerers went AWOL to capture Dorothea. They got hold of information unknown to them and hid it in order to get ahead of everyone and take the reward for themselves. On the other hand, the heroes group did not take the credit for themselves but passed on the information. This is worthy of praise. Demeter said that this decision was made by three, so the praise should be addressed to them. But the guy interrupted her and said that he gives his word as the second prince that they will be rewarded according to their merits. There is a possibility that without their help, Dorothea's discovery would have been delayed. Her accomplices would have managed to escape with the armor. In this sense, it can be said that they discovered a new ancient artifact. He asked what they wanted. Iris said that she had no wishes, asked to give the reward to Yuki. Odette also said that she had no wishes and Yuki discovered it first. The latter, looking at them, thought that he knew that they would say something like that. The protagonist said that it was the merit of all three, so he could not receive the reward alone. Kine said that in that case he would reward all three equally. The guy turned to the main character and said that he himself saw that the girls were giving in to him, so he asked if he had any desire. The protagonist asked them to give him the right to look at the map, the modern one and the oldest one possible. Kine asked him about it again and said that he was not against it, after which he asked the reason. To which Yuki replied that after seeing this okai, he wanted to know more about the War of the Eight Kings. If such a powerful artifact had been used in that war, history would most likely have changed. So I want to look at the map to properly feel the joy that such a tragedy did not happen. Kine was shocked by his words. He said that he would grant his wish. In the name of the B-ranked sorcerer Kine, he gives permission to view the guild archive. Yuki thanked him for this. The protagonist thought that this was all a lie. In fact, he wanted to find the location of the village of Farah. If you compare the current map with the map of the past, with a high probability you will be able to determine where it is located. The protagonist also thought that okai was the last artifact in the series of lords discovered by the Holy Land Church. The answer to the question of where Lyle hid such a dangerous thing is quite simple. They wouldn't just call it by such a name, they probably did it considering that he and Iris would learn about it after the rebirth. So that upon hearing it, they would immediately guess where he might be. After all, this okai is called Lord Nosferatu. The protagonist thought that this was clearly a direct reference to his nickname as the Lord of Vampires. He imagined himself in the past. He was known by this nickname when he lived in the castle of Farah village. Okai is in his old house. The organizer of this incident, Dorothea, is taken into custody, even managed to get the necessary information. This is the end of their work. The rest is up to Prince Kine and other high-ranking sorcerers. Well, he will follow in the footsteps of Lyle and Remilia, who were discovered. After some time, Kine began writing a report. Along with the capture of Dorothea Samuels, the Magic Guild had an unexpected find in its hands. The legendary armor of the Lord series, Phantom Lord Ryokai. By a lucky chance, the sorcerers who were injured in the incident remembered the activation formula, all thanks to him being able to save the sorcerers before they were disposed of. Also, through Dorothea's interrogation, the existence of three other okai was confirmed: Beast Lord Ju Okai, Paladin Lord Sei Okai, and Lord Nosferatu. It also became clear that the remains of the Temple of Elysium continued their organized activities. After the first interrogation, taking advantage of the moment when the guards were changing at the post, Dorothea took her own life. As a result, it became impossible to determine the identity of the victorious Ryokai. All that was learned about him from Dorothea was that he was a young and at the same time old man. He called the sage trader his child. Kine thought that this was too unrealistic. There was a good chance that this was false information meant to lead them astray. After that, the guy leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and exhaled. Then he opened his eyes and thought that this was pure absurdity. A few days ago, Dorothea's interrogation revealed that there was an organization of surviving members of the Temple of Elysium and that they were in possession of several okai. In connection with this, the Council of the Magic Guild decided to conduct the first experiment on the activation of ryokai. Kine was appointed responsible for conducting the experiment. The event will be witnessed by a group of C-rank sorcerers led by A-rank sorcerer Zamel Katas. The performer will be a C-rank sorcerer, Demetra Springas. She agreed and said that she would dive into Ryo-Okai and activate it. Kine asked her if she had drunk the potion to increase her magic power. She replied positively. He apologized to her for rushing things so much. There was too little information from the armor and it would not be worth rushing to experiment on this artifact. But the girl interrupted him and said that they had no choice when there was a high probability that the members of Elysium possessed other okai. Besides, she had already learned from the sorcerers in the forest what ability this armor has. It emits mysterious rays from behind its back which takes away magical and vital forces. In addition, he also has a huge resistance to any magic. He is truly a real threat to any sorcerer. The guild simply must learn more about these okai in order to quickly develop effective countermeasures against him. Kine said that as soon as she felt that her magical power was running out, she should immediately jump out of the armor, to which she responded with consent. Demeter was inside. She began to cast a spell, after which Ryo-Okai activated. Everything inside began to glow. Everyone was shocked that it started. People were saying that this is such an ancient artifact, it moves. Zamel said that this spectacle can truly be called exciting. But he still remains of the opinion that it was not worth starting these experiments so early. To which Kine replied that if he considered these experiments so hasty, then why did he approve of them? He replied that it was useless to resist him. He said that in that case it would be calmer if they were held in front of him. Kine said that he bowed his head before his wisdom. At that moment, something began. One of the sorcerers activated his Crimson Star projectile skill. Kine thought about how he had given the order to fire magic near the armor to see if Demeter could handle it with one hand. At that moment, the girl actually raised her hand to the side, preparing to catch the magic aimed at her. Everyone froze in shock. After a few moments, everyone began to admire the fact that there was not a single scratch on the armor. Did she really block it? Kine and Zamel were shocked by this. The guy immediately began asking Demeter if she felt a blow or pain, to which the girl replied that she felt nothing at all. Kine said that even under the anti-magic barrier, some impact from this magic can be felt. Zamel said that if his eyes weren't imagining it, the magic had dissolved without a trace before it touched his hand. The man believes that the armor itself has some kind of protective magic. Their technology can't even come close to that. Kine said that his eyes sparkled. The guy asked if, even though he was fully aware of the danger, he still couldn't resist watching this miracle of ancient technology in action. After all, he was a wizard to the core. To which Zamel turned his gaze to him, coughed, and then asked whether he had isolated the training ground from outsiders. There is a considerable risk that some who should not have seen this spectacle will be up to no good. They will immediately demand to use it as a weapon or use the artifact as a pretext for new attacks on the sorcerers. At this time, 10 minutes had already passed since the beginning of the experiment. Kine said that it was enough for today. He asked the wizards to analyze all the data received, and based on this information, a second one would be organized. But he was interrupted. Zamel said that it is not enough to observe the armor strength of the armor. It is also necessary to be convinced of its combat power. The guy started talking about how this was the first launch experiment, there was no need to overdo it. To which the man replied that so as not to be a bore, he would lend his golem to the experiment. Kine asked if he was the one who was skeptical about this idea, if he was the one who said it was too early for such an experiment. To which Zamel replied that the experiment had begun and that it was necessary to obtain as much data as possible at one time. The man immediately threw the stones on the ground and told his servant to take the magic stones as a catalyst and rise from the ground. Kain tried to stop him, to which Zamel said that the more often the experiments were conducted, the greater the risk of information leakage would grow. They simply had to get as much data as possible at one time. The guy tried to stop him, explaining that Demeter couldn't take it anymore. It was obvious that he was very worried about this situation. Zamel said that he would only prove that his golem was stronger than this healthy trinket. Then there would be no need to fear the servants of the Temple of Elysium. A moment later, a huge golem appeared and ran to attack Ryokai. Kain immediately called Demeter and said that the experiment was over. She must stop immediately. She must leave the armor now. At that moment, Zamel said that escape was not allowed. It was an order. She had to experience the power of his golem. Demeter didn't know what to do. At that moment, she felt as if she was under a spell, a sweet impulse that was hard to resist. She simply said yes. The girl thought about what it was. The magic power was decreasing more and more in exchange for an increasing feeling of fatigue. At the same time, she was becoming more and more intoxicated by the power. She thought that with this Okai, she was not afraid of any enemy. The little people who dared to challenge her would not see mercy. Everyone was in shock. After that, she faced the golem in battle. As it turned out, she crushed the mighty stone golem with one blow. Zamel was shocked. He began to laugh. Kain did not share his joy. He said that it was more than enough. He told the man to stop, but the latter refused. Zamel said that their experiment had just begun, that it was not enough at all. To which the guy replied that he should stop. This was not some kind of Temple of Elysium. This man suggested sealing the ruins of an ancient civilization, and now he is losing control of himself. Zamel seemed to come to his senses. He apologized to him and said that the guy was right. He was too overexcited. He was ashamed of himself. The latter said that enough experiments. After some time, Demeter left the armor. He asked her how she was, to which she replied that there was no magic power left and she had drunk a special potion. A person cannot cope with this. It should not exist. The girl explained that she had a hard time holding back the urge to respond to the sorcerer's attacks. But gradually everyone present began to seem like pathetic nobodies. Demeter explained that this was an ancient artifact. Kain sat down in front of her and said that it looked like they had gotten their hands on a rather problematic thing. He thought that the most frightening thing was that this ancient artifact had not yet fully recovered, and somewhere there was a person who could easily defeat it. It would be wiser to conceal the existence of the followers of the Temple of Elysium from the public. There is a high probability that the entire kingdom will be plunged into panic if it becomes known that the threat of such madmen is once again hanging over the world. The guy is also interested in where the other suits of armor are hidden. He would like to see them with his own eyes and, if possible, take possession of one of them. After some time, the protagonist and the girls arrived at the guild. The woman asked them if they really wanted to use the reading room to study the newest and oldest maps. A few days after that incident in the dark forest, they decided to visit the library because there was a need. The purpose of the visit is to find out the current location of the village of Farah. And since more than 200 years have passed and there was also a major war of the 8 kings, the appearance of the kingdom has changed greatly, including the location and names of the villages. Rodelia explained to him that there was no point in fixating on a particular land or location if there was no Milord there. They would follow Milord anywhere and provide him with a comfortable life after the rebirth. They looked at the maps and said that the newest ones were dated several years earlier. The oldest ones were left after the end of the War of the 8 Kings, so about 150 years ago. Odette said that there was more than enough information here. Considering that they had memories from their past life, it would be easy to find the place on the map where the village used to be. To which the main character and Iris abruptly turned their heads away from each other in different directions. Odette asked why they had turned away. Yuki explained that in his past life he had hardly ever left the village. Iris explained that she had never left the village at all and didn't even know what it was called. The guy explained that his memories of the geographical location of that time were very vague. Odette said that there were definitely circumstances unknown to them, so they needed to study the materials well. Maybe they would find something. The main character could only remember that before he reached the village of Farah, it was more than 350 years ago when he wandered aimlessly around the world. I don't really want to remember those times, but maybe something will help with finding the location. He explained that when he headed north, he came across the sea. There was a bay. He crossed it and reached a city. Then there were mountains. He climbed them and found the village of Farah. He also saw types from the Church of the Holy Land who came from the east, because in that direction was the capital of the country with their temple. The protagonist explained that this was from memories of 350 years ago. He is not sure if they are true. He still remembers that a river flowed through the city at the foot of the mountain, the source of which was not far from the village. After that, they all decided to look at the map together, and with their joint efforts, they realized that the little kingdom on the old map in the northeast of the mountain matched these conditions. It reminded him of the one he had seen 350 years ago. The library controlled by the Magic Guild exceeded all expectations. It contained first-class information materials. If he tried to search for the village's situation on his own, he would certainly have failed. Yuki asked where this place was on the newest map. Iris explained that it was a 5-day horse ride away, but there was a border with a neighboring country nearby, so it would be dangerous to travel in a carriage with the emblem of a nobleman of the kingdom. He said that it would be better to do it secretly. The name of Fair is not indicated on the map, and it is also unknown whether its old castle has survived, but it is in this area that Okai should be located. Named after one of his nicknames, the Vampire Lord, he had to go there. He was planning to return to his homeland once anyway. It wouldn't be a bad idea to retrace the path he took 350 years ago. However, looking at the map like this, he feels the trace of time gone by. There is not a single name he knows left on it. The Church of the Holy Land has truly changed the world with its war. In addition, further north of the village, a country has formed in the past 200 years. A military state called the Gael Empire, and a fairly large country, the border of which runs with the kingdom of Ristja. The main character was glad that there were no conflicts with them yet, but he still couldn't take the princess to the border, so she would stay at home. Iris was upset by these words. She said that she also wanted to see with her own eyes what had happened to the village. Odette said that she would have to be patient. She wouldn't be able to hide her disappearance from the palace staff if she disappeared for 10 days. Yuki added that he wouldn't be able to summon her either. The distance was too great, and even if he could, he wouldn't be able to come up with an excuse for her disappearance. The protagonist said that this time, without options, he would definitely tell her in all the details about what he found on the trip. She asked him if he promised. He asked if he had ever deceived her. To which Iris said that he had not yet taken her as a bride. In a past life, he said that he would look after her until she became an adult, and then he died. And he also promised not to make her cry when she was Alice. He apologized to her. He stroked her head, after which she said that she would be patient this time. Yuki said that he would soon have to go through an introductory seminar, so he himself would go after that. Because of the incident with Dorothea, it was postponed. Now it will finally be held, and the three of them plan to take part in it. At the same time, they will have to quietly return the holy sword to its place, as it will be in the ancient capital, because he summoned it without permission. After some time, they were on the street. Odette said that she was very glad that she met him. If he had not been Milord Iris, he would still have become a precious friend to her. Even if the two of them disappear from this world, it won't change the fact that they are both her dear friends, so she asks that this not be forgotten. The protagonist was embarrassed by her words. He thanked her and pulled the hood over his head. She asked about what she really made him blush, to which he replied that it was just the sunset that blinded his eyes. He would never forget that. He doesn't know if he will ever meet his end, but he promises to remember until the very last moment and to pass on to a whole generation the legends of his wonderful friend named Odette. The latter asked him not to go too far. After some time, the main character returned to his estate. The servants immediately greeted him. Ramai even ran to greet him. Martha said that before dinner, she wanted to let him know that he had received a letter from the Magic Guild. He thought it was the details of the orientation seminar. Opening it, he read that the trainees were to be divided into pairs and go down to the first floor of the ancient capital. Each group will have to go through one of the designated routes. The winner will be the one who gets to the goal the fastest. As expected, he was assigned to the same group with Iris, and Odette will go with the girl from the Count's family. The underground ruins are a treasure trove of ancient artifacts and home to the ghosts of the Holy Land Church, not the most pleasant place. Here he remembered Odette's words about what if the two of them one day disappeared from the world of people. He put the letter on the table and decided that it was time to start preparing. In his distant childhood, when he had not yet regained the memory of his past life, he seriously angered Martha. The boy asked the latter if he could go with her. Being a clueless child, he followed a girl and was attacked by a stray dog. Somehow they managed to drive her away, but the guy got hurt. He said that it was good that she didn't attack Marta. He made the girl cry more than he made her angry. She cried so hard that even he was frightened. He clearly remembers being determined never to make her cry again. The protagonist turned to Martha and said that in his past life he was an immortal sorcerer, along with the memory of this powerful skills, was reborn in this body. About what would have happened if he had been a reincarnated sorcerer. Martha repeated his question, to which the guy replied that he was apologizing to her for asking it so suddenly, to which she replied that she had already gotten used to it. The protagonist also explained that after puberty he would likely stop aging, so they planned to hide from human society before it became a problem. She should think about her answer with these conditions in mind. Marta thought about his words and said that she would consider it a test of her loyalty to him. Yuki asked if she really thought he was lying, to which she replied that she knew very well that he would not tell such a lie. She also explained that by testing she meant whether she was ready to drop everything and follow him or not. The protagonist explained that he was not such a terrible gentleman to put her in front of such a choice. She replied that this was the problem. He would definitely start reproaching her with questions about what would happen to her sick mother if she answered that she would follow him. Marta also said that she had prepared this letter, but from her mother, in which she wrote that her health had noticeably improved, so she was going to return to work in the mansion from next month. The protagonist jumped up and happily asked if it was true, then added that it was great news. Martha said that such behavior was also a big problem. At that moment, Remai called out to them and said that the water would soon boil. Martha said that this was a great opportunity. She should try making tea herself. The protagonist suggested discussing it in more detail while they waited for tea, to which the girl replied with a smile that she would be happy to listen to his explanation. The boy explained that the girl who followed him had also become immortal, so he was thinking about disappearing with her just in case. To be honest, he had planned to disappear back in the baronial domain right after he had dealt with Haryu, but he had a falling out with his older brother Zeros and revealed his identity during their argument. The main character explained that later his brother swore on his life to keep his secret, and the princess also learned of his real name and position. Martha said that everything was clear. That's why her mother's letter said that Mr. Zeros helped her to recover in the mansion. Yuki was surprised by her words. The girl explained that according to him, so that Martha could continue to serve him without any worries. The protagonist thought that it was not bad. Martha, with a smile on her face, said that they were brothers after all, both very caring. After that, the girl closed her eyes and asked how many years would pass. He asked her again, to which she explained when he would stop aging and would no longer be able to continue living in human society. The guy replied that he would continue to grow like everyone else for 20 years. After 20 and until about mid-30, he would be able to refer to a baby face, so there were a little more than 10 years left. She explained that she would get things in order during that time. Yuki realized that Martha was going to leave with him. He wanted her to find happiness in human society. He had accumulated a huge debt to her throughout his life. He planned to leave her the money before he disappeared. At that moment, Remy came into the room and brought tea. She asked if they were arguing. They answered in the negative. Martha explained that they were simply convinced of the fact that she would follow Mr. Yuki anywhere. The latter thought that it would be easier for him to make Martha immortal too. If he scorches her with mystical blood in large quantities, then in about 50 years she will definitely become immortal. At this time, in another mansion, Odette angrily slammed her hand on the table. She turned to her father and asked why he had sent her such a letter now. It was about whether she remembered the conditions for joining the Magic Guild. He clearly stated that she had to become a C-rank sorcerer, otherwise Nane would become his tool for a political marriage, but the situation had changed. One ducal house has made a politically advantageous marriage. As a noble family of the same rank, they cannot give in to others. therefore he shortens the term to 6 months. If she does not achieve results, he will begin to advance the conversation about marriage. Odette thought that if her dear grandmother were alive, she would have certainly stopped her father. Her grandmother, who was a member of the Magic Guild, always told her amazing and intriguing stories. The girl thought about how to solve this problem. She remembered the main character, that if she turns to him for help, she will be able to achieve the result, but there is one reason. Yuki has circumstances that she doesn't want to make public, so she can't ask him to do anything that might attract attention. Besides, the problem with his father doesn't require an urgent solution. And then she remembered the magic seminar that would take place tomorrow. She realized that the guy would be with Iris and she would have Miss Teresa, whom she didn't even know. She would have to cooperate with her to complete the seminar's task. The day of the seminar arrived. The protagonist looked around and wondered if these were other interns from their class. He hadn't expected there to be so many of them. He also found Odette with his eyes. She was standing with her partner. He thought that with her skills there was nothing to worry about, no matter who was paired with her. Then he turned to Iris and suggested that they focus on their work. At this point, the instructors said that the motion sickness in space seemed to have calmed the participants. He explained the rules again. The purpose of this seminar was to help them get used to the ancient capital. He said that they must overcome the path marked on the map that he gave to each pair. They must reach the point where they will be waiting for them. The path for each pair is unique and does not intersect with others. However, if they decide that they are no longer able to move forward, they must touch the bracelet on their hand and cast a spell. This will make their situation known and he will rush to their aid. In 10 minutes, the crystal on the hoops will start to glow. They should take this as a signal to begin. There are huge cracks on this floor. If they decide to cut, they risk falling headfirst into the 3rd layer. Yuki turned to the princess and said that she was ready, to which she replied that everything was fine. Lately, she began to get goosebumps when he called her Highness. Iris said that Alice's personality seemed to be getting stronger every day. When alone, she would automatically switch so he could call her Alice at such moments. At this moment, a signal was heard. Everyone heard it, after which they decided to hurry. Reminders were flying after them not to get lost, not to forget to beware of monsters. Yuki turned to Iris and said that they should move slowly, but she should watch her step and not trip, to which the girl thanked him for his concern. Everyone was shocked by these actions. The protagonist first decided to return the made copy to the cave of the Holy Sword. This is their goal. When they got there, the girl asked if it was really stored here, to which he answered positively. He specially marked the copy with his blood so that the sword temporarily became his servant, thanks to which he can now summon him. They erased all the mystical blood and checked that there was no more magical power left in the copy. After that, they stuck it back in together. It fit perfectly and fit perfectly into that recess. The protagonist then cast the sealing spell that Kahul had once tried to use to spite him, only he strengthened it with his mystical blood. Yuki turned to the girl and said that they had almost reduced the probability of this sword being pulled by someone other than him, to which she replied that she could breathe a sigh of relief. However, he realized that if someone was found who could take it out and realized that it was a copy, they would blame it on the Church of the Holy Land. She supported him in this. After a while, they decided to head along the test route. Yuki looked around and saw the abyss that led to the 3rd layer. He thought it would be troublesome. Judging by the map, it would be a pretty big detour. At that moment, the main character suggested flying over him. It would be faster. After that, the girl jumped on his back and said that she was glad to fly with him. He asked her to hold on tight. They flew to the other side. Bats flew up to him. He asked them how the situation was around, to which they explained that there were no monsters or people. The other trainees had not yet caught up with them. The protagonist was surprised that even Odette had made so little progress. He said out loud that he had a task for the mice. As soon as he filled them with his mystical blood and drew symbols on their wings, they had to do something. At this time, Odette and her partner were moving through the dungeon. She said that there were too many monsters. They didn't seem to stray from the indicated path. She thought that this was too difficult a test for an intern. She heard that in front of the entrance to the 2nd layer of the ancient capital, there is a large hall that was used for the ritual, and that it is extremely dangerous to use magic there since all the nearby monsters immediately run to it. Most likely, they turn the wrong way. At that moment, her partner approached her and asked if she could refuse to participate in the introductory seminar. Odette looked at her in shock. The girl said that if they touched the bracelets and cast spells, help would come immediately. It was time to give up. To which the girl replied that there was still enough time, it was too early to give in. However, Teresa interrupted her and told her to finally give in. The latter explained that the Magic Guild also does not always take a neutral side. It will easily slip a fake card if the ducal house pays a large sum. It is capable of organizing everything to lure her into a dangerous zone. Odette asked her if she was her partner. She answered yes and said that it was not right for the valiant Duke's House of Slay to give in to others. His stupid daughter should be made to understand this fact on her own skin. Teresa said with tears in her eyes that there were members like that in the Magic Guild. They were unable to resist the words of high-ranking aristocrats who were willing to lead an innocent trainee to a dangerous place. Odette, in shock, asked if her father had really pressured her, so the girl had replaced the card and then lured her here. She realized that her father had first shortened the promised term to 6 months, and to ensure that she would not achieve the result, he had even organized obstacles. Her father was clearly capable of such things. Teresa said that the Duke would certainly not stop and would continue to do this until he achieved his goal. She suggested that she should come to terms with this already. However, the latter passed her by. She said that she was returning to the starting point and the girl could call for help or do whatever she wanted. Teresa said that she had the right map. Without it, she couldn't get anywhere. The latter asked her to finally give in. Odette said that she would return from memory. Such a difficulty is a real trifle. Compared to someone who had experienced many great misfortunes in his past life but never gave up, if she gave in because of such nonsense, he would laugh at her. At that moment, a bat appeared near her. She realized that it was Yuki's familiar. Odette asked if he had really come for her, if he knew the way back. The mouse began to nod its head. The girl asked him with a smile on her face if he would walk her home. He squeaked happily. At that moment, Teresa called out to her. The latter said that she should give up now. Among the members of the Magic Guild, there are also enemies of her house. Odette said that there are also reliable allies. She immediately thought of Yuki, who told about his past life. She doesn't know all the details, but she is sure that it was an incredible act, requiring determination beyond her comprehension. How can she say that she is giving up after she has learned all this? Odette said that she believes that magic exists to make others happy. And since she was born gifted in magic, she does not want to waste this talent. She will think about marriage when she gets tired of doing magic. Teresa didn't agree with her words. She raised her hand decisively, as if she was preparing to attack, and then she activated her light bomb skill. After that, a hole appeared in the cave. Teresa said that now all the monsters in the area would be drawn here, to which Odette asked her what she had done. Teresa said that this was an order, then she fell to her knees and begged for forgiveness. Odette was shocked. She thought that a bunch of monsters would appear from the opposite passage at the sound of the explosion. At that moment, Teresa asked to call for help. She had to surrender of her own free will. Odette was thinking about how long she could last at this point. She said out loud that she would never give up, then raised her hands in front of her and prepared to attack. At that moment, a bat flew out in front of her. The girl shouted at him that it was dangerous, but the latter used the Crimson Star projectile skill. After that, there was no trace left of the crowd of monsters. Odette realized that now these were Crimson Star projectiles, the middle-class magic that Alec Keel used during the duel with the protagonist. The girl realized that it was Yuki's bat. She understood that his familiar could not be normal. He used such ancient magic. At that moment, the latter, together with the princess, just appeared in the same cave. The protagonist said that he saw Neil using Crimson Star projectiles, after which he asked what happened to them. When Odette told her what had happened, Iris was shocked and asked if it had really happened during the orientation seminar. The princess then turned to Teresa and said that she wanted to hear an explanation from her lips. The latter said that she could not tell the details. If she did, then trouble would happen to her house. Odette explained that the girl could not refuse the Duke's demands. If you look at the situation like that, it becomes clear how hopelessly stupid it is, so much so that you even feel sorry for Teresa. Iris said that one way or another, such incidents are unacceptable. In the name of the 8th princess, she will order a thorough investigation, the results of which will decide Teresa's fate. The princess turned to Odette and said that her father might also be exposed to publicity, and then asked if she was okay with it. At that moment, the latter suddenly fell to her knees. She herself did not expect it. The protagonist and Iris immediately called her name. The latter thought that she could not get up. Odette thought that she was pathetic after such loud statements, because in reality her body was completely taken over by fear. The protagonist asked her if she was okay, to which she initially responded positively, after which she said that if he hadn't shown up, she might well have burst into tears. To which the guy explained that they actually managed to find her thanks to Iris. At the same time, it was clear that they were a little uncomfortable talking about it. As it turned out, Iris asked him to spoil her a little like Alice. He decided to fulfill her request so as not to be seen by others, ordered the mice to look around the area, but they became interested in how Odette was doing. So he asked the mice to look for her as well, with instructions to not hesitate to use magic if she got into trouble. If Her Highness hadn't started acting up, they would have gone straight to the finish line. The main character said that therefore there was nothing to thank him for. Odette started laughing loudly at his story. She thought that there was nothing to be done with them, an infinitely spoiled subject and an overly caring lord. Both of them were completely uninterested in either position or glory. She felt like a fool next to such eccentrics. Odette said that any political marriages or positions of the ducal house, but also her father and other aristocrats who cared so much about them, looked like real fools. The girl asked the main character if he ever decided to start his own village again, would he accept her into it. Odette became embarrassed. She covered her mouth and thought that now that she had learned the meaninglessness of social status, she saw no point in clinging to the position of the Duke's daughter. To which the main character replied that it was a problem. The girl immediately asked him in shock if it was really a problem. The guy explained that if there were more of them, then taking care of them would become incredibly troublesome. He explained that he already had 2 people who definitely wanted to. Odette asked what difference it would make if another person were added. The protagonist said that he really didn't want to increase the number of immortals. Odette asked in shock if this was really a condition for becoming a resident of his village. Yuki said that he hadn't even come up with any methods yet. He would be happy if he conveniently stumbled upon an ancient artifact that would help. The girl thought that he had only absurd ideas. Odette also thought that she, as a sane person, could help this fantasist. She would help him live a calm and peaceful life. And that's exactly why her position as a duke's daughter could come in handy. She realized that it was now clear to her what she had to do in the future. Sometime later, at the Slay estate, a servant approached Gertsov and said that he had received a notice demanding that he appear at a hearing. The Magic Guild accuses him of interfering with the event in order to harm the trainees. He explained that the notice was signed by Princess Iris, Prince Kine, and General Bunce. The Duke was shocked. He said that this was nonsense. The latter had clearly crossed the line. He had abused his power and endangered the guild trainee. Of course, such interference could not go unpunished. Teresa Mitchell got off lightly because she was, in a sense, a victim. After a few weeks of house arrest, she was allowed back into the guild. Regarding the hearing of the Duke's case, due to a sudden deterioration in his health, the Duke released him. However, he sent a messenger with a personal message. In it, he vowed to never interfere with his daughter again, and also acknowledged her membership in the Magic Guild and freedom of action until she voluntarily decided to leave the organization. Odette said that her father had never appeared in high society since then. She hoped that it had been a good cure for him. It was shameful to plot when a member of the royal family was there. Yuki said that her reputation had actually risen. He heard that there were many fans who admired her unbending will, which even pushed her to go against her own father. The protagonist said that he was glad that the problem was solved, and now, as they planned, from tomorrow they will go on a journey. He remembered their conversation in the cave about whether she had any plans after the seminar, to which she replied that there were none in the near future. Yuki asked her if she would accompany him on his journey. After this seminar is over, he plans to go to the place where his village used to be in search of something. The protagonist explained that he had not traveled for a long time. He would be grateful if she would go with him and help him. Odette wondered if he was worried about her because of the commotion that would arise in her circle, and therefore decided to take her away from the Magic Guild until everything died down. She said out loud that he could rely on her to plan the route and find a place to stay. Yuki said that he relied on her, Iris was not very pleased with their conversation at this time. At the moment, Odette's servant said that she would be taking a short vacation from tomorrow, to which the latter replied that she should rest during her absence. The woman also said that society has not yet recovered from the shock and there has been a fuss, but there is not a shadow of alarm on her face. To which Odette replied that it was all thanks to one caring eccentric. The servant said that it was wonderful and asked her to be careful on the journey. At this time in the estate of Jill, the man asked the latter to apologize for disturbing him, to which the guy replied that he had already finished with everything, so let him leave him alone. The grandfather said that he should not ignore his friend. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. There stood Gilvin, who asked Jill how long he intended to drool. Gilvin also said that this is an unofficial visit, so there can be no formalities. Jill asked him why he came to see him today. To which the latter replied that he did it just like that. After being expelled from the Magic Guild, he had nothing to do anyway, and then said that he brought him a gift. He threw the package right into the guy's hands. It turned out to be a book. Gilvin said that he heard that he locked himself in a room even after he had fully recovered, so he came to check on him. Jill said that he learned from the examiner about what happened to him. Now he is afraid to use magic, and he is afraid that he will be drawn into conspiracies again. Gilvin thought that if Yuki had not defeated the ghost priest, everything would have been bad. The latter said out loud that he was a member of the noble house of the Marquis. His father strictly demanded behavior from him and his brother. To lower his head before a person of a position lower than his is an unacceptable act that will be a disgrace to the whole family. But he remembered hearing rumors about how young Mrs. Slay had gone against her father. Everyone was talking about nothing but those rumors. Gilvin said that he began to feel that simply following his father's teachings was not enough. He said that he was wrong, even though he didn't know it, but it was he who made Jill use dangerous magic. The guy teamed up with the latter because he valued his magical abilities, so even if the princess wasn't involved, he had no intention of leaving him. The result of his wrong decision shouldn't be taken personally. Jill said that he was not worthy of such words, to which Gilvin said that he should not stop practicing magic. He has talent. Maybe now they had to give up on the Magic Guild, but in the future magic will definitely be useful to him. Jill thanked the boy for these words. The grandfather behind the door exhaled a little. Gilvin asked him if he had heard anything about Okai, to which he answered negatively. He explained that he tried to shield himself from outside information as much as possible, to which Gilvin replied that he understood everything. He only recently learned from his brother. The latter said that Okai is an ancient artifact that was recently discovered, and it is incredible. It looks like a large suit of armor and you can put a person in it, but most importantly, ancient magic does not affect it. Sometime later in another place, Demeter asked Cain if he was here again, to which he greeted her. She explained that this was a storage warehouse for ancient artifacts of the first degree of prohibition. Even if he had access to it, such frequent visits were unacceptable. A messenger from the palace came to the guild with the words that it was time to fulfill the duties of the prince. To which he thanked her and said that they had a legendary artifact in their hands. He would like more time to study it. Demeter said that she understood what he wanted to say, but he interrupted her and said that ancient magic exists to expand a person's potential. Ancient artifacts make his life more comfortable, but Okai are something else. She had already been inside, tried to control it, but she couldn't do it for long because she had used up all her power. If she had endless magical power, she would have become an invincible being. She said that she understood what he was leading to. This ancient artifact does not expand a person's potential, does not make his life more comfortable. It is a unique ancient artifact that turns a person into something more. To which Kain agreed with her words. She replied that his theory didn't quite add up. Had he forgotten that this Ryo Okai ended up with them after someone had defeated him? To which the guy said that it was because the artifact was not in perfect condition, or because the manager was unable to rehabilitate its potential. Demeter said that this was just his hypothesis. Kain agreed with her and said that to confirm it he needed his own Okai. It would follow his commands exactly. She said that she was sure that a copy would be created for him during his lifetime. It is not for nothing that Zamel and his faction are actively studying this ancient artifact at the moment. Kine said that he was sorry that it was not the original. Demeter said that there was a question of whether there was anyone in this world who could fully unlock the potential of the Okai, to which Kine replied that if such a person existed, there would be no way to control them. The girl said that they could only hope that this man would not become an enemy for them. Kine said that he did not particularly care whether he was a friend or an enemy, the main thing was to discuss magic with him. The guy said that he understood that he was not in a position to say such a thing and could not put his desire to comprehend magic at the forefront of everything, because, having been born a prince, he lost the opportunity to reach heights as a sorcerer. But he is ready to sacrifice anything to meet the most powerful sorcerer in the world, the owner of exceptional talent in magic and who has completely subjugated Okai to his will. He wants to know how he sees this world. Kine said that he thought that even he was allowed to wish for such a trifle, to which Demeter agreed with him with a smile and said that maybe he would meet her one day. Sometime later in the main character's mansion, the servants said goodbye to him and asked him to take care of himself. He, in turn, asked Martha to take care of Ramai. He informed Odette that they were heading north of the capital to Count Torias's domain, where the village of Farah was supposed to be. If his predictions were correct, Okai should be there. To get to their destination, they will have to travel the following route. First, 3 days of travel in a cart with a transfer, 1 day on a ship, and then another day on foot. Yuki asked if he remembered correctly that Torias County was famous for its seafood, to which Odette replied with a smile that it was best not to expect anything remarkable on this trip. He remembers that in the past he made a similar journey and got to the village. He said out loud that 5 days on the road is surprisingly easy, and this is so much under ideal conditions. If something happens on the way, it will take even more time. Odette said that today they will try to get to the third city on the way. They want to cover as much distance as possible on the first day. Yuki said he had a suggestion to stop at one of the nearby villages to get an early start on their vacation. Odette wanted to argue that it would only make the trip longer, but he said he had an idea. At that moment, another person in the carriage called out to them and asked if they were members of a magic guild by any chance. Odette responded positively and explained that they were interns. The stranger said that she had heard that some of the magic guild members went out to hunt monsters as adventurers to collect valuable materials, and then asked if they were like that. Yuki answered positively. He explained with a smile that they were looking for a slightly large material. The woman told them to be careful. There were scary monsters outside the capital. If they relaxed, they would regret it. The main character immediately asked her if she would share what kind of monsters they had never even dreamed of. Yuki said that he had hunted a lot of monsters before, so he was extremely interested in listening, to which the stranger hesitated and said that she herself did not have much experience in battles. She also said that she doesn't know if it's true or not, but she heard rumors from the locals about a dangerous monster that walks around in a huge suit of armor. The protagonist immediately became interested and asked about it again. The stranger explained that the monster was larger than a grown man and roamed the plains every night. After some time, they made a stop. Yuki explained that they would spend the night in this city, the second one on the way, and they would set out before dawn, so she should have a good rest. Night had fallen. It was still dark outside. Odette yawned loudly. She asked him if he was really going to set out so early, to which the main character explained that he did not want to be seen by others. The protagonist explained that they would fly, so she should jump on his back and cling tightly, to which Odette replied that she did not even want to ask any questions. After that, Yuki used the double physical enhancement skill, and then they quickly flew in the desired direction. The guy also used the flight skill. He activated it, and then said that he would now push off well from the roof and gain altitude. Odette said it was unbelievable. He replied that he thought she would be afraid. She replied that she would be afraid when she regained her sense of reality, but now she seemed to be in a dream. The protagonist said that it was good, and now they would cut across the plain. Odette said that at this rate they would reach his village in less than 3 days. The boy turned to his familiar Dick and asked if he and his partners were keeping up. They replied that they were doing it somehow. Yuki explained that as soon as the height dropped, they would land and repeat the trick with the push. Odette only responded with consent, after which she turned around. A happy smile appeared on her face. She said that there was no better way to travel. Seagulls circled over the sea, they loudly croaked, flying in different directions looking for prey. This was the very city that was located near the inland sea. The boys stood in the port looking around carefully. The wind blew straight into the heroes' faces, splashing water around. It was the port of the city of Gazanin. Along the sea line there were piers, and behind them there were residential houses and busy streets. The girl said that the ships that cross the inland sea actually leave from another port, which surprised her companion. The guy smiled, enjoying the sea breeze, and then admitted that it was good because it would be extremely difficult to cross the sea on his own. But his interlocutor said that she would not allow him to do anything that would attract attention. And yet it was obvious that this city was very crowded. But this was not at all surprising for travelers because this is the road leading to the north. All sorts of travelers, adventurers, and even traveling merchants use it. But 350 years ago it was just a small village, but it was unclear whether there was any point in comparing it with such ancient times. There was noise all around, people ran about their business without noticing anything, and yet the hero felt a certain smell. And yet, over all this time, the signature dishes of these places have not changed at all. For example, the same fried squid in batter still exists. It was their smell that the guy smelled among the noisy crowd. He couldn't resist, and noticing that his favorite delicacy had become cheaper, he ran up to the merchant and asked for one. Then his companion raised her hand and shouted loudly that she wanted one too and asked Yuki to buy her one too. They continued on their way with the treat and happily noting that it was very tasty. Yuki thought that, unlike last time, they had become brighter in taste, which undoubtedly pleased him even more. Looking closely at the squid on a stick, he suggested that this was due to the development of trade routes, making it easier to obtain spices. The War of the Eight Kings split the world, but even this did not stop the development of human culture. However, in Yuki's mind, they could go further and build flying ships, having studied the ancient artifacts more deeply, and then they would instantly find themselves in the village of Farah. And while the guy was enjoying a delicious meal, voices suddenly began to be heard in his briefcase. Someone exclaimed that it smelled very tasty and, addressing the owner, nervously fidgeted in the backpack. Suddenly, two heads appeared from the bag, looking around happily. It was Dick and Cliff. Yuki admitted that he had completely forgotten about his charges and quickly began to apologize for this. He handed them the squids and gave them one mug each. He decided to take only these two on this trip because, thanks to the mystic blood, both are very smart and therefore will not be seen by others and will not crumble in the hood. And in Yuki's opinion, Dick is simply an incredible guy because he has recently mastered even multiplication. Thinking about this, the young man turned his head and, watching the creatures, smiled. The boys walked on in silence, but the silence was short-lived. The boy asked if it was true that ships left the port every morning. His companion answered that it was true, and there was even a possibility that today's ship had not yet sailed. However, when the guys reached their destination, namely the check-in for the passenger ship, they heard the answer that the ship was not leaving at all. The girl behind the counter sincerely apologized, bowing her head and looking down at the floor. Unfortunately, there was a ban on sending ships on voyages for some time. And while Yuki was looking around, his companion exclaimed why such a ban had appeared. Then the boy realized that he had not seen a single ship on the water since he had arrived in this city. And then came the realization that those bored men on the pier were the sailors he had seen on his way here. The girl explained that a menacing monster had appeared on land near the sea, and it was quite possible that its appearance had provoked the sea creatures and they had become furious. Even usually calm and harmless creatures had begun to attack ships. All this happened under the influence of a monster on land, because of which the mayor issued an order prohibiting the departure of ships until the situation improved. The upset girl lay down on the table, clutching her head with her hands. She really wanted everything to settle down as soon as possible, because their entire business had stopped. Yuki understood that overcoming the detour route would take more than 20 days, which surprised the girl with freckles. Recently, larger ships have begun to sail, so this route is now used only by a few large trading caravans. After his companion's sharp remark, the guy quickly corrected himself and said that he knew this only from the legends of his homeland and boldly smiled a bright smile. The girl with freckles replied that she understood everything and decided to ask if they were sorcerers. And then she suggested that they look into the Adventurers Guild. to which she received a surprised question about what an adventurer's guild was. She explained to the boys that this place should be looked for near the port. That is where they would be able to hear more about the land monster and learn more about the current situation. The travelers thanked the girl for her advice and went on. However, everything was not so simple. Just a few minutes later, they were sitting on a bench discussing what they should do and how it would be best to act in this situation. The noise and tramp of passers-by continued around them. Yuki noted that judging by everything, the ship would definitely not be going to sea anytime soon, but losing 20 days on a land route was not an option. His companion noted that she also could not leave the capital for such a long period. After some thought, both travelers seemed to be able to come up with something. They decided to express their idea at the same time. Yuki suggested straining themselves and flying across the sea on their own, while his interlocutor talked about the need to gather information from the Adventurers Guild and go and solve the problem. The girl froze in horror. After thinking for a bit, she asked again, was the guy really going to fly across the sea on his own with her on his back, and there wouldn't even be anywhere to land along the way? Yuki happily shared his plan and suggested taking a board, tying it tightly with a rope, and throwing it in midair to use as a fulcrum for jumping. In the young man's opinion, this was simply the best way to move in the world, but the girl was against it. The guy didn't understand this reaction. He asked again why this was all nonsense, because 350 years ago he had already achieved something similar. But Yuki still remembered a couple of mistakes when he stumbled 3 times and fell into the water, but he did not voice his thoughts. And he added only a few words of doubt, but even that was enough to horrify the girl. She growled angrily and replied that she refused to even try such methods. Yuki's interlocutor looked away and noted that the guy only came up with crazy ideas. In response, he suggested using bats as footrests, but that seemed like an even more inhumane suggestion. Taking a didactic pose, the girl said that this time they would resort to a solution that was entirely within the framework of common sense. Yuki agreed that his companion was right, because it would be strange to appear on the other side in a situation where the ships had stopped sailing. His interlocutor agreed and once again confirmed her words. Then the young man noted that he could still understand the collection of information in the Adventurers Guild, but he did not know at all why he had to go and solve the problem. He decided to clarify the Adventurers Guild is literally a place where adventurers register and are active, so is it really that bad if members of a completely different guild do their work? The girl waved her hand and smiling assured that, in fact, a partnership agreement had been concluded between the Magic Guild and the Adventurers Guild. Yuki only asked in surprise what agreement they were talking about. The interlocutor said that she herself learned about this from Iris, and therefore there is no point in doubting the veracity of the information. She said that members of the Magic Guild can receive information and accept orders from the Adventurers Guild. Although for the nobles, among whom there are many members of the Magic Guild, this is considered an act of mercy towards commoners. But still, when an order is fulfilled, the Adventurers Guild sends a report to their guild about it. And if a high-ranking sorcerer regards the order as a significant achievement, the performer will definitely be marked with a mark of distinction. And then, having earned 3 distinctions, one can receive a recommendation to raise the rank to high. Yuki asked what about noble titles. As far as his companion knew, they need to get 5 distinctions. This was great information for the travelers, and the guy suggested that in that case they go to the Adventurers Guild, which seemed to be located near the port. And after some time, the travelers were at the Adventurers Guild branch. Yuki asked in surprise if this building was really the Adventurers Guild. This really surprised him because they didn't have anything like this in the baronial lands. After thinking for a bit, he remembered that there wasn't anything like this in Farah Village either. After all, it really was the hinterland. The boys' mouse familiars were on constant patrol and were always on the alert. If a monster appeared, the villagers would go and defeat it themselves, so their security was at the highest level. The door opened carefully but still creaking, and the travelers entered the spacious room. Yuki raised his hand and apologized for intruding into the guild. Everyone present stared at the boys, looking at those who had just entered with a displeased look. The young man froze, not expecting everyone to stare at them. The girl didn't expect this either, because wizards like them shouldn't cause surprise. They approached the counter and, having excused themselves, decided to inquire about something. They were interested in that land monster, because of which the ships no longer went out on a voyage. but suddenly a noise interrupted them and the guys froze in surprise. The travelers looked around, completely confused as to what strange thing they could possibly have said. Everyone around them was exchanging glances and talking among themselves about such a statement. Then the girl standing behind the counter advised that she would recommend that they not get involved with this issue of sorcerers. Then Yuki's companion awkwardly and with surprise in her voice asked why. Then the employee, whose face clearly showed tension, asked if she understood correctly that the people in front of her were not of rank A or B. The guys certainly did not expect such a question. The travelers replied that this was indeed the case, since such high-ranking sorcerers very rarely leave the guild. The girl explained that it was better for C-rank sorcerers not to mess with the land monster. Yuki still decided to answer and said that on the way to this place they crossed the grasslands, and there they did not see even traces of the menacing monsters. The administrator exhaled and reported that the monster appeared from the opposite side, and therefore the road through the meadows was not blocked. In that case, it was not surprising that Dick and Cliff did not find any monsters or even traces of them. The employee said that if they insisted, she could give them all the information they needed, but she did not advise them to go. Yuki's companion whispered that they were being treated very rudely and that she was not at all happy with it. She even suggested that the cooperation between the guilds was only in words. The man behind the travelers extended his hand and said that they did not want to offend them at all. It was just that the enemy they had chosen for themselves was really too strong and dangerous for the sorcerers. It was one of the adventurers who attracted the attention of the couple with his address. In general, if you look around, you can see that everyone present looks very shabby. Then the travelers asked if they were all really hurt by that same monster, to which they received a positive answer. And judging by the experience gained by trial and error, this monster can only be defeated by very powerful physical attacks. The administrator said that magic wouldn't work against him. Upon hearing that magic didn't work on this creature, the boys immediately turned around and looked in surprise at the employee who told them this. Then the administrator explained that it was not a simple monster. The altruists from the entire guild encountered it for the first time, so they had not yet given it an official name, however. She said that they call him a huge devil dressed in armor, or an armored ogre. There had been reports of a huge monster being seen in the area before, but recently an armored ogre had appeared in a village at the foot of a nearby rocky mountain, first getting rid of livestock and then attacking the settlement itself, so there were casualties. One of the adventurers pointed at the lady next to him and said that there was a sorcerer in their group too. They planned to weaken the monster with magic attacks from a distance first, and then finish it off with a cold weapon. They began to attack him with magic, and then the creature raised its shield, which seemed to absorb bright streams of magic. The girl who was a sorcerer on his team looked up and, closing her eyes, said that upon contact with his shield, her magic simply dissipated, as if it had never been there. It turns out that the monster had a huge shield in his hands, which he used to block the magic, and he was also completely in armor. The team of adventurers tried to defeat the ogre in close combat, but received a strong rebuff and was forced to retreat. The administrator admitted that based on all the information received, this order was recognized as special, and at that moment they sent a messenger to the capital with a request to send powerful sorcerers of the Magic Guild and troops to fight the monster. Therefore, if travelers want to cross the sea, they should wait until the army arrives and defeats the ogre. People continued to talk among themselves about the whole situation, and the girl behind the counter hung her head. Yuki's companion admitted that the situation was more serious than she could have imagined. The young man understood that he had experience fighting ogres from his past life. Their features, according to his memories, were enormous strength, high regeneration, and agility unusual for a large body, so this was a very formidable opponent. Although, of course, it was a question of the strength of the shield and the reliability of the armor, and yet Yuki was interested in this order and asked to clarify where this village was. Then the adventurer with whom they had spoken earlier jumped up from his seat from such recklessness. But the guy still raised his hands and said that he had no plans to fight the ogre, he just wanted to see the area as a member of the Magic Guild. And then he clarified that the monster was no longer there. The administrator said that even if they kept quiet, someone in the town would definitely spill the beans. The village is not far from Gazanin, but the road to the village is blocked by the town guard. And finally, after the guys heard all this and were able to find out what village they were talking about, they immediately went outside and the creaky door slammed shut with a bang. Yuki's companion sighed heavily. She understood that knowing the guy, she had no doubts about his desire to go to that village. Ignoring all the warnings and the city guards to go on a search, the young man nodded approvingly. And yet the girl did not understand what her companion was planning to do. The order to eliminate the armored ogre was withdrawn by the Adventurers Guild, and therefore no one officially recognizes such merit in the Magic Guild. She sighed heavily again and said that if she had enough strength, she herself would like to eliminate the dangerous monster that was preventing not only them from swimming where they needed to go, but also the local residents. The young man said that he had not planned to eliminate the armored ogre at all. Sometime later, the couple of travelers reached the hotel and the guy tiredly collapsed on the bed. Meanwhile, his companion looked around. She did not think that she would be able to rent such a good room. The lady demanded an explanation from Yuki. Without raising his head, he explained. The female sorcerer in the guild said that her magic dissipated upon impact with the ogre's shield. These words were confirmed by the interlocutor. However, she still did not understand what was happening and asked why such questions. He then added that something similar had happened before when he fought Ryoki, and although he had the effect spread throughout his entire armor, not just his shield, the situation was still very similar. The girl thought about it. It seemed that her companion had really told her something like that, and then, pointing her finger at him, she screamed loudly, as if she had understood something. She asked if this was the Temple of Elysium again, and indeed, there was a possibility that they were somehow connected to this armored ogre that reflected magic. Yuki said that this was the reason why he wanted to check on this creature. Whether his shield was an ancient artifact or a simple copy, the young man wanted to know at least that. Then everything fell into place and the companion understood everything, while Yuki himself, with a smile, assured that he had not intended anything dangerous. He was going to go to the village alone and the girl could just rest in the room for now. But she was not satisfied with this option and said that she would definitely go with Yuki, which surprised him. The determined girl clenched her fist and sincerely said that her main goal was to accompany and help Yuki. At least for insurance, she intended to go with him. The young man only giggled nervously and noted that she was quite stubborn. The guy's interlocutor thought that she was afraid to imagine what he could do without supervision, and yet she asked if all the residents of the village that the ogre attacked had already evacuated, how he planned to collect information. But Yuki already had a plan. He said that they would leave at night and pointed to his friends who were resting, and then asked the girl to have a good rest too. She smiled slightly and giggled lightly, noting that she understood everything. Meanwhile, in the destroyed village itself, amidst the gloomy silence, only the dull howling of the wind could be heard, carrying trash and debris around the area. And in the midst of this complete darkness in the destroyed village, the shadow of a certain beast appeared, whose eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. The wind blew leaves and debris around, and in the deathly silence only its loud howling could be heard. And although the village was surrounded by mountains, it did not save it at all. In the middle of this wasteland, Yuki landed carefully, without making any unnecessary sounds, with his companion on his back. The girl looked at this terrible sight and asked if this was really the same village that the armored ogre had attacked. The young man replied that this was exactly the case, and despite the fact that there were walls protecting people from monsters, the armored ogre was still able to break through the gates and enter the village. The girl assumed that the creature had raided in search of food. She made such conclusions based on what she saw around her, because after everything that had happened, only the barns intended for keeping livestock were destroyed. The girl turned around and looked at Yuki and asked how he was going to look for information if everything was as they had been warned. All the residents had left the village. Yuki was about to tell them, but he was interrupted by the screams of the familiar creatures. The bats were shouting that they had found and even brought something important. One of the creatures was carrying a puppy in its paws, who, not understanding what was happening, was shaking with fear as he flew through the air. The girl froze. She was overcome with horror and complete incomprehension of everything that was happening. How could a dog be a supplier of information for them? The puppy growled, shaking his head and baring his teeth. He barked loudly, full of rage. Yuki said the obvious to him, that if there were livestock here, then there must be guard dogs. The puppy stood in a fighting pose and growled menacingly, looking around, but it was clearly noticeable that he himself was terribly scared. The girl noted the dog's courage, and Yuki said that it was expected to find him because the residents could easily have forgotten a couple when escaping. When the young man looked closely, he noticed that the dog had a wound on its paw and its white spot of fur had turned red. The boy was surprised that this little one had really attacked the ogre like that. It was true. When the terrible armored creature burst into the village, people began to run away in panic in different directions, and the puppy only watched silently and fearfully. When the ogre began to seize the cattle, trying to drag them away for his own needs, one brave dog, possessing incredible loyalty and courage, furiously rushed into battle to protect the defenseless animals from his attacks. However, after a few moments, nothing was left of him except splashes that flew around the area, which the puppy saw. He froze in horror, but this did not stop him, and he also rushed to defend himself. But he was quickly thrown back by the armored ogre, who did not even look at the dog and easily waved away his heavy hand. The puppy, clenching his fangs and making an evil grimace, growled and continued to shake with fear, and tears seemed to be running down his eyes. And even when Yuki approached him and sat down to get closer, this puppy did not retreat. The boy said that if this child intended to take revenge on the evil creature, the young man could give him his mystical blood. The dog froze, he stopped growling and shaking with fear, not believing what he heard. After drawing blood from his finger, the young man extended his hand to the dog and said that if he licked it, he would become his familiar, and in exchange, he would simply have to share information, and then he would be free again. The dog stepped forward carefully and without hesitation licked the red liquid from the boy's finger. The girl smiled smugly. She was sure that turning into familiars with just a couple of drops of blood was simply impossible, and her companion was already praising the puppy for his courage. The dog began to happily wag his tail, bark happily, and call Yuki his boss. The young man asked his new familiar what his name was, but it turned out that the puppy simply had no name. And then the boy turned to Odette and asked if she had any ideas about what to call this baby. The girl was taken aback by such questions. After thinking for a moment, she asked him what his name was Garm, and then explained that it was the name of a demon dog that appears in mythology. The dog barked happily, telling his master that he liked the name. Yuki was pleased by this and stroked the animal. And so the young man gathered his thoughts and said that they should get down to business, and so he asked if Garm remembered the scent of the ogre that had attacked the village. And at the same time, the boy decided to immediately heal his familiar's wounds. The dog said that he remembered. Yuki was delighted and asked to be told in which direction the ogre had disappeared, and he also wanted to know any other details that the puppy might know. Garm boldly rushed forward leading the others and told them that the ogre had climbed the mountains after the village. Yuki ordered Dick and Cliff to go after the puppy and protect him along the way. The bats agreed and quickly flew after him. Odette noted that the dog had become incredibly fast after turning into Yuki's familiar, but the boy himself replied that Garm was simply in a hurry. He held such a strong grudge against the ogre, and then added that they were also heading out. Suddenly, the kid leading them froze, sniffing the stones. Then it became clear that he had picked up the scent. The girl asked Yuki what he was going to do, to which the guy said that if the enemy was hiding, find him and report the location to the troops. But the guy still admitted that before that he wanted to get the shield of this ogre. Odette did not understand. Wasn't it about the strongest shield that dispels magic? Yuki smiled and said one phrase. It said, if the strongest shield is against the strongest spear, it is not at all clear which of them will win. The guy's companion asked if he was talking about his sword, which caused the young man to laugh nervously. He admitted that it was rather the other way around. The guy was afraid that his weapon would break and therefore did not want to resort to it if possible. Suddenly Garm stopped and howled loudly. He said that the smell of their enemy stretched further towards the sea. One of the bats flew up to its owner and told him that there was something by the sea. This undoubtedly surprised the guy, who even slowed down, switching from running to walking. They found themselves at a cliff down which an ogre in armor was descending, and at the bottom of this steep slope was the sea in which a ship was moored. However, this ogre was too huge even for his race. Odette immediately noticed that their enemy was heading straight for the ship. It was interesting how this ship ended up here because the port was closed to everyone because of this creature. Yuki remembered that the receptionist girl had talked about how the sea monsters were raging. Then the wizard boy suggested that the ship had arrived here from the other side, after which it had come under attack by the monsters and had been forced to change its course. The girl carefully called the companion on whose back she was sitting by name and then asked if it seemed to her that they had changed direction and were now flying towards the ship. This was true, and so the young man suggested that the girl get off. She quickly gave up on the idea, but still reminded the guy that they hadn't even taken an order from the Adventurers Guild for this creature. Then Yuki said that he went for a walk in the mountainous area and accidentally ran into an aggressive ogre, nothing more. Making a sharp dash down the mountain, he said that they should agree on this legend. The girl, in response, only noted that her companion had learned well to come up with excuses. Meanwhile, the warriors below were wondering where the monster had come from. It was the first time they had seen such a huge ogre in armor, but they could not retreat because they had to protect their mistress. And yet the ogre was not interested in their conversations and began to attack with a loud roar. He slammed his heavy weapon down on the ground with a loud bang, causing all the warriors to jump back in different directions. But that wasn't all, and he swung for another blow. When one of the warriors tried to wound the ogre, his sword simply cracked with a crunch, and the ogre quickly, with one swing, got rid of the guy who attacked him. Odette was frightened by such a sight, and Yuki noted that from here the ferocity of their enemy was clearly visible. The girl asked if her companion was sure because he himself told her about the strongest shield and spear, but the guy's determination was unshakable. He, confident in himself and his powers, flew straight at the monster with a smile, tightly clutching something in his hands and assuring that he knew the answer to this question, and it was very simple. The one that was more should win. The girl asked if he really had his new weapon in his hands. It was a staff created with the help of some innovative technologies which he had received quite recently. In preparation for his journey, Yuki asked Rodelia to create a stronger staff for him. So she made this one. Based on her experience with Alec Keltza, she managed to significantly increase its heat resistance and durability while reducing its size. And when the young man tried to pay in gratitude, Rodelia froze in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Thus, she began to pretend on purpose that she did not understand him, but otherwise, of course, his order was carried out simply perfectly. If there was only one strongest shield, then Yuki decided to prepare multiple normal spears of the strongest sword to pierce it. Turning a little to the side, the guy decided to tell Odette his plan. And at this time, the wounded warriors sat on the ground, realizing that they would never cope with such a terrible monster, and therefore they did not understand at all what they should do now. Suddenly, someone appeared from the darkness behind the ogre, rushing towards them. Even the ogre had not yet noticed the approach of the unknown, not to mention the soldiers behind him. The magician extended his hand, on which an unusual sign was already flaunting, glowing in the darkness. As a greeting, the guy decided to use Ifrit's strike, which he reported. When the ogre turned around, it was already too late and the spell caught up with him. The creature was surrounded by powerful streams of magic, which seemed to be able to wipe it off the face of the earth. But everything quickly dissipated, which undoubtedly made the ogre happy and giggled joyfully behind the shield. Yes, this effect was exactly the same as Ryokai's armor. Everything dissipated in an instant. The warriors looked at Yuki in surprise and did not understand what kind of child this was and where he came from. But they had no time to talk, because Odette suddenly ran out calling all the men to follow her. She spread her arms and introduced herself as a sorceress of the Magic Guild and the daughter of Duke Slay, Odette Slay. She said that she had come here to scout out the armored ogre and that they should quickly return to the ship and set sail while her colleague distracted the monster. There was even more noise. Everyone was surprised that it was the lady from the Duke's house of Slay herself who had come to help. But they were surprised that this child was also from the guild and how he could cope on his own. But surprisingly, a hand rose into the air and then someone ran out from behind the warriors and shouted. The girl introduced herself as the daughter of Count Torias, Natasha Torias. Odette did not expect such a meeting and turned to the screaming girl in amazement. A short lady in a dress and cape ran straight towards Odette Slay, not afraid of anything at all. Yuki's companion understood that Count Torias's domain was on the other side of the inland sea and bordered the neighboring country. Natasha said that she was heading to the capital on her father's orders, but their ship was attacked by sea monsters and had to drop anchor here. But now she was more worried about the monster, on which her people's spells did not work at all. Odette said that it was not so important now. They should leave the monster and immediately return to the ship to retreat to the sea. The Count's daughter agreed and led her people to retreat. This made Yuki very happy, who was watching from the side. The ogre laughed all this time, dispelling the boy's spells one after another. The warriors on the sailing ship looked after this young man and noted that such a result was expected, because their sorcerers could not even wound the ogre. Yuki himself, who was closely watching the ogre, noted that, like Ryokai, the ancient magic also dissipates, but only from the front. Realizing this, the young man clearly had something in mind. He struck down the huge monster with one powerful and decisive blow, attacking it from behind where it had no shield or protection, leaving it vulnerable to attack. The ogre turned around in confusion, and the only thing he saw behind him was one of the pieces of the guy's staff he had been fighting with. It was hanging in the air, illuminated by a bright symbol in the center. And while he was naively and surprisedly examining something behind his back, another blow thundered from the other side, hitting the target exactly, which forced the creature to turn to the other side again. He suddenly ran in the direction from which he was attacked and, covering himself with his shield, growled loudly. Then the young man smiled at him and informed him that he should prepare to take a few more blows from Ifrit. And then the next attack was from his familiars, Dick and Cliff. The armored ogre was attacked by the Ifrit's blow from 3 sides at once, and without having time to react to any of them, he simply howled in terrible pain because he didn't even have the strength to raise his shield. His gaze darted around everyone in the area, and he himself, finding the strength in himself, tried to cover himself from the attacks, but nothing worked, and then he, surrounded by magical energy, howled loudly in pain. Even the warriors sitting on the ship noticed how the ogre's armor began to crack and fall apart into small pieces. The guy noticed that the armor wasn't that good at blocking magic, but there wasn't even a small scratch left on the shield, which was simply amazing. The monster, suffering from pain, noticed the guy and decided to attack him, but it was unsuccessful. It was clear that the ogre realized who the source of all the spells really was, and then Yuki decided that their enemy would help him with the experiments in magic that he was conducting. The rune on the boy's hand changed. He asked himself with interest what would happen if he drew the signs of 2 completely different spells. This was clearly what the hero was going to check right now. Once it came to mind, it was definitely worth trying. In the left hand was Ifrit's strike, but in the right was Earth's power. The guy stretched both his hands forward and used simultaneous activation. Everything around him instantly lit up, and lightning bolts flashed from the signs on his palms. He aimed his spells at the ogre, who was already reaching out through the pane towards the caster, and then, it seemed, the whole earth shook. Yuki assumed that the shaking was caused by the earth force, but quickly realized that the ground was hot and turned red, as if covered in small volcanoes. The very next moment, the small hills grew into huge peaks, and one of them passed right through the monster, who did not even have time to make a sound from the pain he experienced. Odette froze in amazement, not looking away. The flames engulfed the creature, which finally gave its voice and howled in unbearable pain. However, the deafening howl did not last long, and soon it died down, and the fire began to die down. Natasha and her assistants on the ship were speechless from such a picture. They could not believe their eyes and the fact that in front of them was such a brave and strong sorcerer who defeated this huge ogre. The guy himself clenched his fists joyfully. He concluded that if you add 2 ancient magics, you get 1 combined. He beamed with joy and admitted that, as he thought, ancient magic is simply amazing. The girl just silently watched from the ship. After some time, everything calmed down and the spikes created by the sorcerer cooled down. Then the guy himself approached the shield lying on the ground and took it in his hands, examining it carefully. In his hands it seemed so huge. Yuki quickly realized that it could very well be an ancient artifact or a copy of one, and therefore decided that he would need to contact the Magic Guild so that they would definitely come and take the find. And while the guy was carefully examining the object in front of him, something fell, and it was barely audible as it rolled away with a ringing sound. Even Yuki did not immediately understand what was in front of him. It was a small ball that seemed to be smoking. The young man took it in his hands and examined it carefully. Although it was hard to see in the darkness, he realized that it was a red crystal of something, but it was unclear where it came from, and so he turned to the ogre with distrust. The charred creature hung on the pike without moving, but Yuki quickly noticed something, a small hole where the armored ogre's heart should be. After examining the red crystal, he found it curious and decided that he would definitely check it later using erosion. The 2 girls walked towards the sorcerer, and Odette was the first to speak. praising her companion for defeating the orc. But the guy replied that the Duke's daughter was also a good girl because she managed to evacuate all the wounded and uninjured to the ship. Odette pointed at Natasha and said that this lady wanted to express her gratitude to the young man. And then she explained that in front of the magician was the eldest daughter of Count Torias, whose territory is on the opposite bank, Natasha Torias. The girl bowed respectfully and personally thanked the sorcerer for saving her. Yuki replied that his actions were not worthy of gratitude since he was simply passing by and did not pursue the goal of saving the Count's daughter and her people. But the lady did not back down and noted that even this did not change the fact that he saved them all, and therefore for this she would like to somehow thank her savior from this ogre. The young man thought for a moment and then replied that he had one request and, pointing to the bill, asked that it be delivered to Gazanin at the onset of the morning since he wanted to take this shield with him, which nevertheless turned out to be too heavy. Natasha agreed because her ship was heading there, and then Yuki voiced another request. He wanted the girl to say that she had ordered him to defeat this monster as an urgent order, and then the guild would not be able to make any claims. And then, smiling slightly, Yuki noted that it would be much easier to come to an agreement with the Magic Guild. Hearing this, Odette again noted that her companion was very cunning and insidious. Natasha interrupted their conversation and said that they were heading to the capital, and therefore she would be able to convey a message from them. The young man asked in surprise if they really intended to go there, and the girl answered that she had a message from her father. Then she asked if the travelers were planning to cross the sea to the north, to which they answered in the affirmative. Then she took a pendant with a precious stone from her neck and handed it to them. She explained that it was part of her gratitude, as it would make it much easier for them to travel around her family's domain, and then began nervously going over options of what else she could give the couple, but Yuki interrupted her, saying that this would be enough. Natasha didn't think so. After all, they saved her life, so no gratitude would be enough, and at that moment a bark was heard behind her. Garm ran up to the boys, happily barking. Then Yuki asked him if the dog had found what they had asked him for, and the puppy barked loudly once more in agreement, making a satisfied face. The guy told Natasha that they would finish the conversation another time, because now they had to leave on an important matter to check something. And then he added that her warriors could continue preparing for departure the next day. The couple would return early in the morning. The boys were walking along the rocks and stones again, and it seemed that they had even almost reached the top of one of the huge mountains. The young man asked his familiar if the ogre's lair was here. The dog didn't make him wait long for an answer and said that the ogre smelled the most here, and then concentrated again, sniffing everything around carefully. Then Yuki said that what they were looking for should already be very close, and yet the concept of somewhere close is quite broad and too abstract, which is what Odette said. Looking around, they realized that there was nothing around them except huge mountains and stones. Garm froze and, tapping his paw, pointed to the place where the orc smell was the strongest. The guy noted that the dog's sense of smell could be trusted, since it was significantly enhanced by his magical blood. If the smell really came from there, then there was probably a hidden passage somewhere around here. Odette was surprised. It was the first time she heard about some hidden passage, and so Yuki explained to her that it was nothing special. It was enough to make a door and disguise it as the surroundings and then secure it with magic. In his past life, the guy himself had indulged in this, hiding doors behind magic and being happy that he was pretty good at it. However, Alice quickly discovered it and so had to make it elsewhere. When she found it, she giggled thinking that she had found secrets, but it was just her medical records. Yuki wounded himself and stretched out his hand to the stone, assuring that everything would pass quickly. After all, if it was locked with magic, he could easily open it with his power. Then he used erosion hacking. After he used his magic, something glowed and crackled, which made the guy smirk because he was right. He analyzed the installed magic, and the magic of fastening and shifting the stone walls was found. The young man cracked both types of magic in an instant without even flinching, and he realized something. This secret door is made so that it opens only under the influence of the magic of registered people or creatures. The magical power of that ogre was indeed registered, but not only his. The guy took his hands off the stone and told his companion that he was able to break the magic door and change something, and then asked the girl for help. Odette used her physical enhancement and resolutely went to help. The boys grabbed it with both hands and began to pull with all their might. And then the door opened with a bang, raising dust into the air. And while the boys froze in amazement, one of the bats announced that she would guard the exit from the outside for now. The travelers continued to stand there staring into the darkness for a while, and then Yuki muttered that he really hadn't expected it to open. It was quite spacious inside so that even an armored ogre could pass through. Odetta meanwhile conjured light and held a small flame in her hands, illuminating the cave. Inside there was a complete mess, piles of different garbage, but there was something that attracted attention. The young man noticed a desk, although it was already completely rotten. Yuki began to carefully examine the table and the things nearby, and then in a half-destroyed box he discovered something that looked like a book or the remains of some magazine, only the cover remained. This was the first scripture of the Temple of Elysium that the young man began to read attentively. It said that the War of the Eight Kings would soon end and the hour of their revival was near, as well as important information about where their equipment was. Odette froze in horror, covering her mouth with her hand. She could not believe that this was the refuge of the remaining members of the Temple of Elysium. Yuki added that it was also created more than 200 years ago. When he came to these places, there was a small fishing village, however. Later, the Church of the Holy Land noticed the great potential of these lands for trade, so they helped the development and prosperity, so it is not surprising that a secret shelter was built in the vicinity. Yuki asked the dog if there were any other smells in this place besides the ogre's stench, and the dog rushed to sniff everything carefully, and then informed his master that there was the smell of 2 more people in this place. The sorcerer thought about it. It became obvious that there were 2 more people here, and it seemed that they were the ones who equipped the ogre with a shield and armor, but it was not at all clear who it could be. Odette screamed in horror and surprise upon hearing this. Most likely, in the guy's opinion, one of them was Dorothea Samuels. Apparently, Dorothea and another unknown person were experimenting on the ogre here, and as a result of the research, an armored ogre was obtained. And after the partner found out that the girl was captured, he freed the ogre, or the mutated ogre itself was able to escape. Having stood up, the young man added that all this was roughly his assumption and what actually happened should be investigated by the members of the Magic Guild, with which Odette, of course, agreed. They decided to send a letter to Iris upon arriving in Gazanen so that she could report to the Magic Guild about the shield and the church's hidden refuge. But still, the very fact that there is an active shelter of the Church of the Holy Land in the domains under the direct control of the royal family is extremely dangerous. Let them deal with this cave. Yuki asked the dog what to do next. He sat down next to the surprised puppy and said that he had already eliminated the armored ogre, and if the dog wanted to go back and live with the villagers, then he was ready to break their familiar contract and let the dog go. However, the puppy said that he wanted to stay with them because his mother taught him not to remain in debt if he was helped out. The young man smiled at this decision of his new friend and agreed with him. He extended his hand and said that the Garm would be his companion from today. The guy checked the puppy's stats. It turned out that it was a small monster dog and its main skill was smell, but there were a couple of additional ones in the form of speed, defense, and regeneration. When the guy patted the dog on the head, the dog sniffed his sleeve and asked in surprise why his owner also smelled like an armored ogre. Yuki said that he picked up a strange crystal on the battlefield and showed it to everyone, of course, scaring Odette. However, the guy himself was not scared at all and decided to test this ball. Holding it tightly in his hands, he used erosion and the ball became covered in cracks and then made a strange noise. There was definitely magic power and a vector of its movement inside it. The entire crystal was a highly concentrated clot of magic power, and some strange magic was also embedded in the core. The companion asked the young man if he understood what it was, and the guy answered her positively. He said that it was a booster with the magic of rampage. The creatures that absorbed it had their magical and life forces strengthened, in exchange for which they became more aggressive. Simply put, it was a pill that would make anyone stronger, but with certain risks. Odette screamed nervously. If this was rampage magic, then it would be clear why that ogre was so strong and ferocious. Apparently, this is the secret of its anomalous power. The guy admitted that, ideally, this thing should also be handed over to the Magic Guild, but he really wanted to play with this crystal himself. He decided that since they were giving everything they had here to the guild, no one should mind if he kept such a small thing for himself. The girl thought, looking down, that a means of increasing the aggressiveness of any creature was too dangerous. The sorcerer jumped up from his place to his companion and pointed his finger at her, saying that she was absolutely right and was telling the purest truth. She had not expected such a sharp reaction. Yuki clutched the crystal in his hands and shouted that his heart was filling with blood at the thought that such a dangerous object could be used for evil again, and therefore it was their sacred duty to do something about it. At first, Odette agreed, but their thoughts diverged. Yuki furiously shouted that his mystical blood had the property of purification, so he could simply erase all the dangerous effects and harmful properties with it. When the young man opened his hand, the crystal was already purified and shone even brighter than before, without emitting dark energy. Handing the ball to the girl, he assured her that it was now a normal supersaturated one, crystal of magical power and a means of strengthening. Odette was in complete shock and, poking at the guy, asked why he did this, because now they will not be able to give the crystal to the guild. The young man thought that it was purely by chance and apologized, but he only said that he could not resist the temptation, and it was even funny. The girl angrily shouted that the young man's excuses and true intentions had clearly changed places. And then she asked, what is he going to do with it, because there is no way to give it back. However, someone else was interested. Garm tapped his master's leg with his paw, wagging his tail cheerfully. Yuki asked if the puppy really wanted this thing for himself, to which the dog replied that if it made him stronger, then he definitely wanted it for himself. The guy picked the puppy up and thought about it. Garm is already his familiar, which means his body is already adapted to the mystic blood. Then if we use this crystal purified by Yuki's blood on him, there shouldn't be any problems. Having sat the dog down and holding out his hand with the crystal, the guy asked him to eat slowly, and while the puppy tried to carefully eat it, Odette screamed furiously at the young man. Unexpectedly, the crystal itself continued to pass into the puppy's body, and it began to emit a dark but dazzling light. Yuki noted that the absorption was going well and everything was going as expected. The dog himself began to glow, and the girl just watched in surprise at everything that was happening right before her eyes. Unexpectedly, from a small puppy, Garm became an adult dog, which even surprised him, and his indicators increased significantly. Even the level immediately rose to 10. The dog cried out joyfully that she had managed to evolve, and then the wizard smiled joyfully, assuring that it was simply gorgeous. Only Odette was not so happy and could not fully comprehend what was happening. She grabbed her head and began to list. Yuki instantly defeated the abnormal ogre, discovered the hidden shelter of the Temple of Elysium, and also made the evolution of his familiar. It seemed to her that a lot of events had happened in the evening. The sorcerer apologized and said that his nature as a magician, unable to resist curiosity, was to blame for everything. The young man immediately explained that due to the fact that Garm had become stronger, he could now be entrusted with guarding Odette. But the girl didn't understand why she needed protection, and then he replied that at least it was needed in case they suddenly ran into an enemy like this ogre. And besides, it was she who gave Graham his name. The dog looked up at the girl with puppy eyes as if begging her to accept this situation as it was. Unable to resist, Odette rushed to hug and pet the contented dog. She awkwardly admitted that Yuki had managed to persuade her and now they should return to the ship. The sorcerer himself supported this idea. They didn't want to make Natasha wait for long because she was a princess from the lands they were heading to, so Odette asked Yuki not to be stupid. But something suddenly distracted her. When she stepped on a buzzer, something rang under her foot. The guy turned around and asked why the girl stopped, and then she said that she stepped on something hard. It turned out to be a copper coin, which she saw for the first time. The young man asked if this was not the currency of this kingdom, but the girl explained to him that there were, of course, cases when local lords minted coins that were valid only in their own domains, but this one had too detailed a cut. Then it turns out that either Dorothea's accomplice brought this coin with him, or it has been lying here since 200 years ago. The girl wrapped the coin in a handkerchief and decided that they should take it with them because it could be an important clue, and they went on. The heavy gate hummed again. The guys closed them, and Yuki proudly boasted that he had moved the initiation point of the entrance's magical power well, and now that accomplice would never get here, and they just needed to report the new location of the Magic Guild's point. Odette yawned tiredly and admitted that as soon as the problems were solved, she immediately felt tired. She noted that the sun was already rising and the first rays of light were falling, so it was decided to sleep a little on the ship on the way, and the guys went on. Yuki sighed heavily and thought that during this foray they had managed to make a very unexpected discovery. That crystals of magical power were used to support the activation of spells, but a crystal of concentrated magical power was an item that enhanced magical and vital forces at the same time. He stretched out his hand and thought about what would happen if he studied it thoroughly, and then simply combined it with his mystical blood. Clenched his fist tightly and thought that in that case, it might even be possible to turn others into immortals just like himself. Odette called out to Yuki and asked why he was standing there since Garm was almost down. The guy tore himself away from his thoughts and shouted, "He's already coming." Raising his head and looking straight at the ship of the gathering warriors, the young man thought, first of all, they need to get to the village of Farah. This will be the primary task for them at the moment. The wind enveloped the city in soft streams, creating a pleasant melody in the air for the residents and those who had just arrived in the city on ships in the port. The shield the ogre was fighting with fell onto the wooden table with a crash. It seemed that even the wood would not be able to withstand its weight and would collapse from such a weight. The crowd of people screamed in surprise upon seeing this. They looked at each other with confusion. They asked how they managed to defeat the ogre, the one that magic doesn't work on. But even more excitement arose from the fact that these guys were just guild interns, who, according to them, simply accidentally got rid of the creature. Unexpectedly for everyone, Natasha from the Count's House of Torias appeared, who said that these honorable people saved her and her team from a terrible threat. And yet, when the warriors' emotions had calmed down a bit, they began to examine the shield carefully. After a short inspection, everyone came to the conclusion that it was indeed the shield of that ogre, but the questions of how this happened and what had happened still hung in the air. Yuki put his hands forward and said that it was not difficult at all, and they simply attacked him in the places not protected by the shield. The crowd howled. In the opinion of the warriors, it was not as easy as the magician said. Odetta decided to intervene and calm the people down a little, and therefore said that they distracted the ogre's attention with the help of familiars, because in the magical world, many are obsessed with studying ancient artifacts, and therefore interact with the outside world with the help of familiars. One of the bats crawled out of Yuki's hair while Odette was telling him that her partner was one of those masters of familiar manipulation. The young man smiled a little, a silly smile, and nodded in agreement. He pointed to Natasha and said that he and Odette were walking around the area and completely by chance came across the monster when they saw that this lady's ship was attacked by a terrible creature. The Count's daughter nodded in agreement and said that the esteemed Yuki Grosseria had come to their aid. And then she added that Miss Odette also helped them a lot with the evacuation and treatment of the wounded, so it was thanks to them that everyone remained alive. The boys regretted that they were completely powerless against the ogre, but noted that they were very happy to see Natasha alive and well. Odette's companion sighed with relief, realizing that they had managed to convince everyone. Now that the more interesting questions had been cleared up, the adventurers crowded around to examine the shield closely, noting that there was not a scratch left on it. One of the men who was closely examining the shield noted its magnificent radiance and indescribable power, asking a rhetorical question whether all ancient artifacts were like this. The warriors rejoiced because they were really very lucky, because they pounced on a very rare thing. Everyone carefully examined the find, sharing their thoughts that if this was truly an ancient artifact, they would definitely have something to tell their children and grandchildren about. Yuki chuckled in agreement because he knew for sure that this was definitely an ancient artifact. After all, he had already personally secretly tested it with erosion while they were sailing to the village. Like other ancient artifacts that the guy had encountered before, this one was analyzed with magical blood, but it was not possible to rewrite the program placed in it, just like with Ryokai. Yuki and Odette, sitting at the table, heard the men discussing how the shield that erased magic was an incredible artifact. These words made the girl think, and she assumed that this shield was part of some knight's outfit. And then Yuki calmly replied that it wasn't so because it was just one of the parts of Ryokai. Odette's eyes widened in surprise. This is definitely the equipment of one of the arms. The armor was sealed for a long time. Dorothea could not use it normally, so she detached the elements and used them separately in her experiments. Odette was shocked and could only say that she was so surprised that she didn't want to sleep at all, and Yuki was just as incredible as always. The guy replied that it was all nonsense because it would quickly be revealed when the shield got to the guild. Suddenly, the traveler's conversation was interrupted by a loud cough. the head of this guild tried to attract everyone's attention. The man said that he was ready to announce the official position of the guild regarding this situation. The leader first pointed at the administrator and ordered the girl to immediately contact the Magic Guild and cancel their request for help. The girl obediently agreed. And secondly, he said that until the arrival of the Magic Guild, they would take full responsibility for the storage of the shield. The man clenched his fist and added what else? He said that he would personally deliver the petition to the Magic Guild so that the right people would receive their due reward and be appreciated. And while everyone was clapping and shouting joyfully, Yuki and Odette froze with horror in their eyes, not understanding what was happening at all. The adventurers admitted that although the guild had not officially placed the order, they had saved their mistress from this armored ogre, and without their help they would not have been able to do this, and therefore they were very grateful to the magician and his companion. The leader honestly admitted that it would be a great shame for the Adventurers Guild to allow the disappearance of the young lady of the Count's house. The crowd rushed towards the astonished couple. They hugged and shook hands with their saviors, saying that they had defended their honor and therefore they wanted to repay them with kindness. The man who was the head of the guild even handed money to the guy who destroyed the orc and said that he could not give him a reward, but no one was against a voluntary donation. After this, the warriors decided to have a celebratory dinner. The next day, when the sun was already high in the sky, the travelers were getting ready to go somewhere again. Natasha, seeing them off, said that she was very grateful and would never forget the help from Yuki Grosseria and Odetta Slay. She also said with a smile that if the travelers wanted, they could stay at their estate until her return, because she would very much like to talk to them again. Yuki smiled back and said that if their business dragged on, then perhaps they would do so. Next, the boys were expected to search for the place where the village of Farah was located on the other side of the sea in the lands of Count Torias. And then, of course, if their search dragged on, it was quite likely that they would meet Natasha again. Then the girl said that on the other side of the sea, in their estate, her younger sister Ophelia remained. Natasha explained that she had ordered her subordinates to return and tell her sister everything that had happened here, and therefore she would definitely help this couple in their beginnings if they showed the pendant they had received from Natasha earlier. Odette and Yuki gratefully accepted such help with their affairs and noted that it would be very useful since they were not very accustomed to traveling. After shaking hands, the Count's eldest daughter wished them luck. Waving her hand, the girl returned to her carriage. And the entire company of travelers, including Yuki's familiars, waved after her. The guy remembered that the head of the Adventurers Guild had prepared a room for them at the hotel and wished them a good rest before continuing their journey. Odette agreed, remembering that, according to him, he had rented the best room in the city, which intrigued her madly. A little later, the guys headed there, but when they entered they froze in the middle of the room, looking straight at the only huge bed in the room. Odette's face twisted in disdain. She remembered how last time she managed to shield the guy from herself with a screen, but what to do this time? The girl awkwardly asked the guy to change the number, but the young man had already thrown off almost all of his clothes, scattering them around the room. The guy was left in just a shirt and shorts, which greatly embarrassed his companion. She blushed and asked embarrassedly what he was doing. But the guy apologized to her and said that he was just at his limit and, falling onto the bed, wished her good night. The girl remained standing, watching as the young man slept peacefully in the middle of the huge bed, not at all worried about the situation. The guy himself in his past life could go without sleep for several nights in a row, but now he is only 13 years old and he cannot live without sleep. The girl bowed her head and knitted her eyebrows, clearly angry at Yuki. But when he thanked the girl without opening his eyes, she turned her head in surprise and the anger disappeared from her face. He apologized for all his selfishness and admitted that he was glad to be next to Odette. These words, although spoken almost in a dream, were still full of sincerity. The anger disappeared and the girl hung in silence. It seemed that now she was enveloped in nervous embarrassment. The girl undressed and quickly put on her nightgown. She did everything quickly and hoped that Yuki would not wake up. Odette turned to check if her companion was asleep while she was fixing her hair, but he was only snoring loudly. He probably slept very soundly, and yet Odette did not understand what to do, because at home the girl did not even allow gentlemen her age to approach her. Confused by this situation, Odette mentally noted that her heart was pounding wildly, but still there was no discomfort. She carefully turned her head towards the guy sleeping next to her and thought that she felt very good next to him, and a feeling of relief appeared. Odette wondered what her past self would say if she saw herself now, and the answer quickly came to mind. She would definitely be surprised at how calm, peaceful, and free she had become. A smile appeared on the girl's face, and after some awkward laughter, she said that she was very sorry because she would have been glad to be reborn for him too. She could then be like Iris. However, when Yuki himself said this name, which made the watching girl laugh a lot, Odette jumped up, remembering that they were betrothed. The boy continued to mumble in his sleep and begged Iris not to eat the guaro mushrooms because they were very dangerous. And yet Odette decided it was time to go to bed and sank back into bed. This was necessary to do so that strange thoughts would not creep into her head and feelings locked in the depths of her soul would not leak out. The next morning, when Yuki was stretching after a good night's sleep, a battered Odette said that she was very happy for the guy. The guy immediately noticed the condition of his companion and asked if she had not slept well and if she wanted to stay there another night, but the girl, despite the bags under her eyes, loudly shouted a refusal. Suddenly there was a knock and a bat, the guy's familiar, appeared in the window. Yuki walked over to the window and saw his familiars happily wishing good morning to their bosses, reporting that the night had passed quietly and without incident. Opening the window, the guy thanked his assistants for being on guard, because there was no guarantee that the ogre was alone. That's why Yuki asked Dick and Cliff to guard the surrounding area, and Garm to conduct a patrol in the city itself. Luckily, there were no problems. Later, the guys came out of the Normer, and then Yuki took something out of his pocket and said that before boarding the ship, he needed to send letters to Iris. Odette looked at the packages in the guy's hands, was surprised, and asked why two at once. Then Yuki explained that these were two identical letters and they would send one through the Adventurers Guild and the second by regular mail coach. In that case, at least one would definitely get through, and the second one could just be thrown away if necessary. However, Odette immediately assumed that Iris would most likely read one letter and put the second one aside for the collection. When the guys sent both letters, they summed up. They finished all their business in this city and they could safely go to the pier, because Count Torias's house was already waiting for them. They set off on a journey cutting through the waves of the sea on a huge ship, surrounded by seagulls. Not only Yuki but also his familiars enjoyed the weather. A light breeze and a pleasant sea breeze surrounded them. The waves weren't high and the monsters weren't in a hurry to attack, so they should probably get to the other side without incident. Odette, on the other hand, was getting enough sleep after a restless night, lying right on her bag. Yuki noticed that the girl was clearly very tired, since she couldn't get enough sleep even in that luxurious room. And then he suggested in that case not to disturb her until her arrival, and that Garma should also rest. Yuki took a look along the horizon line where the sea stretched. On that side are now the lands of Count Torias, and once these were the lands of the kingdom of Gerast, whose ruler was a fanatical admirer of the teachings of the church and built a large headquarters for them. After the War of the Eight Kings, this country ceased to exist completely, and Yuki really wanted to take a closer look at what became of the ruins of the kingdom. And while the young man was completely immersed in thought, the ship's captain unexpectedly approached him and asked how he was enjoying the journey. Yuki thanked the man and said that he felt very comfortable. The captain handed the boy an apple and said that the travelers had helped them out a lot, and so they wanted to thank them somehow. The young man accepted the fruit and said that the warriors had already thanked them by taking them with them on the ship. However, the captain completely disagreed with this. He admitted that when that armored ogre attacked them, he was taken aback by fear and could not even move, but if something had happened to Natasha, he clearly would not have been forgiven. That's why travelers are their saviors. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yuki, who was already eating an apple, decided to ask a question. The captain hid himself in the chest and told the boy to ask any questions, but when Yuki asked if the man knew anything about the kingdom of Gerast, the captain clearly became despondent, answering that he was not at all strong in history. He tensed up and said that he only knew the name and what had happened to it. It was a small country, located where the Count's lands are now. They had conspired with the Temple of Elysium and were destroyed together. The sorcerer asked again if it was true that they had been destroyed, and the man nodded his head and added that, according to rumors, there had been a large Elysium base there until it was razed to the ground. There was nothing left at all because of the terrible War of the Eight Kings. Yuki understood that there was nothing surprising about this because they had unleashed a full-scale war using the most powerful artifacts and the strongest ancient magic. It was a real war of annihilation, so much so that even the maps had to be rewritten. And all this considering that Yuki's wayward son managed to seal the ancient artifacts before the Okai could use them in the war. Otherwise, everything would have been much worse. But suddenly the captain slapped his palm and said that there was still something that had survived from those times. He was talking about a song. There was one from 200 years ago that managed to survive to this day. Yuki asked again in surprise, to which he received the answer that it can still be heard at all sorts of celebrations. The guy was very surprised that the weapons and countries disappeared, but the song remained, but he still really liked this arrangement. The captain said that a big celebration was coming up soon and the boys should attend it. Yuki replied that they would definitely come if they had time. The captain happily recalled that at various holiday festivals they really like to sing different old songs. And if they are lucky, then maybe the travelers will even get to see Mrs. Ophelia singing. Yuki clarified that if he remembered correctly, the conversation was now also about Natasha's younger sister. The man agreed and added that the count's youngest daughter loved to sing, and for this she was even nicknamed the diva of the Toria's domain, and sometimes she even greets ships arriving in the harbor with her singing. The young man thought that this lady was very unusual, and if he remembered correctly, Natasha said that Ophelia would help them. They only needed to show the medallion that was given to them. Yuki hoped that she could tell him what was in the place where Farah's village was located. The captain, who had been quiet for a few seconds, quickly noted that the young man was indeed lucky with them. He showed the uncomprehending Yuki and told him that they were almost there. The sorcerer looked attentively at the approaching city, which was surrounded on all sides by mountains. A memory from the past immediately popped into Yuki's mind of how he crossed this sea 350 years ago. Hiding from human eyes, the young man went beyond these mountains and there he came across the village of Farah. This definitely brought back memories. The captain called out to the boy and asked him to listen. Ophelia stood on the pier singing a song for the arriving ship. The captain couldn't help but say that this was their diva greeting them with her angelic voice.